Time's up. On the podium, the elder in a gray robe scanned the uneasy, terrified young faces below. The battlefield of 10,000 races is not a game. The other races won't show you any mercy. Only your compatriots can be trusted. Survive the newcomer's trial, or relocate your territory back to the empire. Fail and die. The elder paused briefly. If you lack confidence, give up being a lord now. You've got 10 minutes to decide. The moment his voice fell, the classroom erupted into chaos. My parents pulled together 200 gold coins. It's not much, but I have to try. Live as an ordinary person? I'd rather be a dog. At least get to the battlefield first. If I'm lucky, I might draw a job change scroll. The poor can't compete with the aristocrats. Advancing your territory to level 2 gets rid of 70% of people right off the bat. Paying soldiers costs money. Hiring farmers costs money. Even monthly payroll. It's astronomical. If you draw a legendary trait, you might flip the script. Legendary? If a commoner doesn't get a trash tier trait, they should burn incense and thank their ancestors. Survive for 30 days, and you can directly transfer into a class holder. 30 days? The grass on your grave would be a meter tall by then. Teacher, I'm giving up. Me too. No money. No backing. Becoming a lord is a death sentence. In the corner of the classroom, I was dumbfounded. Familiar surroundings, B cities by phone university, familiar classmates, a familiar classroom. I understood every word they were saying, but stringing them together? Totally incomprehensible. Wait, I've transmigrated. Damn it. Where's my memory boost? My cheat system. I shouted internally, system. Old man. Some unfathomable cosmic presence. No response. A battlefield? Are they kidding? It's suicide. I have to back out of this profession immediately. Teacher. Before I could finish, a black, hulking figure blocked my view. My high school buddy, Long Tao, was standing there. Linny, Long Tao gritted his teeth. You have to survive. Once I get strong enough, I'll make sure to help you out. Looking at my youthful face, Long Tao's heart was brimming with smug satisfaction. It had been 300 years. In our last life, I had dominated the newcomer king trials, reaching unfathomable heights of glory. As for him, he was stuck at the back line farming crops to supply my armies. Sure, his life was comfortable, but his growth stagnated. During the Dusk Wars, when faced with alien races, he couldn't even put up a fight and was killed effortlessly. Linny, this time, I won't be fooled again. I'll seize every opportunity and claim the throne for myself. With a cold smirk, Long Tao walked off. Yeah, you're nuts. I muttered, pushing him aside and heading toward the teacher. Buzz. Suddenly, a mysterious light descended from the heavens, enveloping all the prospective lords. Commence teleportation. The elder's voice thundered. Embark on your journey as lords. Wait, no. I need to cancel this profession. Watching the light swallow my body, my heart sank. This felt like a kindergarten kid being dragged into a death match. College entrance exam. Damn. The world spun around me. My vision blurred, as if I had been crammed into a roller coaster plummeting from 10,000 meters up in the sky. As I fell, I suddenly remembered the cheap fortune my old man once told me. When troublemakers appear in life, you'll soar to new heights. Troublemakers, please, save me. I don't know how much time had passed. The fresh scent of grass filled my nose, and dew dampened my clothes. Battlefield of myriad clans. I jolted upright. Verdant green hills stretched out before me, sunlight filtering through the trees to glint off crimson fruit. Grasslands extended for kilometers, reaching the edge of my vision. The only sign of human interference was a rickety stone hut standing in the distance. Ding! Basic template successfully installed. Welcome to the trial battlefield. In 30 days, the Supreme Beginner's Trial will commence. Strengthen your troops. Expand your territory. Recruit heroes. With your mortal body, perform a grand drama for the gods. Bloodline detected. Matching successful. System loading. Wow, I'm doomed. I checked my bag, finding only 10 silver coins. Just earlier, didn't my classmates say everyone got 200 gold as a starter fund? I didn't even have a fraction of that amount. Creak. I pushed the door of the stone hut open, and the entire thing shook violently. Inside, apart from a broken table, it was completely empty. Even rats would probably spit on this place before leaving in disgust. Wait, didn't I just hear the system loading? System, show yourself. System load successful. Mission complete. Exiting now. What the heck? What functions do you even have? Upon contact with individuals possessing special traits that align with destiny as enemies, the assist function will activate. The more enemies, the stronger the effect. Goodbye now. Me. And just like that, the system vanished without a trace. Left with no choice, I opened the territorial information panel. Lord's Hall. Level 1. Ruler, Lin E. Traits. Not yet drawn, first draw free. Territory size, 0.25 square kilometers. Heroes, 0. Population, 1. Army, 0. Treasury, 10 silver coins. Granary, 0. Buildings, none. Upgrade requirements. Wood times 30, stone times 20, silver coins times 10. System notice. Destiny enemy factor times 1. Bonus effect plus 100%. Destiny enemies? Bonus effect. I was utterly baffled. Opening the world chat channel, I saw the messages flooding like crazy. Help. I'm stuck in a desert. Not a tree in sight for miles. Huh. I drew an excellent trait. 30% boost in resource output. Did a whale just spend money already? I drew 20 times and only got a rare one. Buying wood and stone in bulk. Name your price. Villagers can't be recruited until you have a level 2 territory. Don't sell your resources right away. Wait, there's starting tools under the table? No wonder I couldn't chop trees. I squatted down to check, and sure enough, there were 2 sets of tools. Heavy axe of the 80 cuts. Grade, rare. There's this. Category, tool. Description, specialized for logging. Pairs perfectly with the slogan, 80/80 for maximum effect. 80 draft. Grade, rare. Category, tool. Description, specialized for mining. Pairs perfectly with the slogan, 80/80 for maximum effect. Rare tool? Not bad. Wait, I can draw traits too. I tapped on the traits section. Brilliant streams of light instantly filled the small cabin, dazzling and colorful, swirling all over. Come on, give me an epic. Or at least an excellent. I pressed the extraction button. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Light points scattered in every direction, leaving behind only 10 brilliantly flowing specks of light. One of them flew straight to the center of the table. Congratulations. You've drawn a supreme unique trait, Pure Land. Supreme? What kind of rank is that? My heart pounded wildly. I only knew of inferior, common, rare, excellent, epic, and legendary grades. But supreme? Never heard of it. Pure Land unique. Grade, supreme. Effect. 1. Restores energy, increases work efficiency, and boosts training speed by plus 300%. 2. Immune to diseases and toxins, lifespan plus 50 years. 3. Attracts light-aligned units and boosts their efficacy. 4. Easier to transition to light-related professions. 5. Reduces gestation period of newborns by 90%, greatly increases chances of awakening advanced professions. 6. Light-aligned units can upgrade without racial restrictions. 7. Secures eternal loyalty in citizen and army morale. 8. Completely eliminates rebellion or assassination risks. 9. Heroes can resurrect after death. 10. Allows the Lord to ignite divine fire and gain control over light authority. A wild grin spread across my face. Broke? So what? Your boy's got a supreme trait. 3 chances. Just one good shot. This is the day Long Tao rises. Inside a shabby straw hut, Long Tao slapped the last bug that had crawled in, making sure the tattered tent wouldn't leak anymore before turning his gaze toward the wooden table. Not a stone room, but a straw hut. If the wind blows it down again, he might actually cry. The world, region, trade, and friends tabs are still here. Government and diplomacy will have to be unlocked from treasure chests. Let's go for traits first. He suppressed his trembling, silently counting in his mind. Click. Buzz. Dozens of tiny starlights shot out. A single white light spiraled down. Crap. Common. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back. Based on his memories of the previous life, this was the point in time when you should expect traits of rare quality or higher. As long as it was excellent, it'd be enough. Once he left the trial phase, he'd have ways to upgrade it. I was too nervous just now. Let's go again. Deep breath. Abandon the first trait. Restart. Counting silently. 10 gold coins. Draw. Buzz. A burst of purple light. Long Tao held his breath, staring intently at the mid-air glow. The moment the purple light descended onto his table. Ha ha ha. Epic. An epic grade. He was ecstatic, almost losing himself in madness. Roar. Lin Yi's previous life made it into the top 50 of Xia with his epic traits. This time, I have my past life memories plus epic traits. Ascending to godhood is inevitable. Lin Yi, the humiliation you inflicted on me will be repaid 100-fold. Long Tao trembled as he glanced at his traits before pulling out 2 rusty axes from underneath the table. To save on startup funds, I didn't bring proper tools. These broken axes will have to do. He slung the axes over his shoulder and headed out. Blue Star's strongest only reaches the legendary level, miles away from the pinnacle realms of top civilizations. But, with my epic traits, I can connect with a few of those whales in Bifeng District. With their sponsorship, I could upgrade my territory to level 2 today and raise myself to level 1. Moreover, this region has a hidden quest that no one completed in my past life. It only requires a light element job transfer scroll to recruit a hero with saint-level talent. I have to claim it. Ridiculous mechanics. It takes dozens of resource units just to level up, utterly exhausting. Long Tao gritted his teeth and swung an axe hard at a giant tree. 80, 80, 80. I stood shirtless, wielding my silver axe in powerful arcs, the rippling muscles on my body shining with a metallic gleam under the glistening light. Sweat flew in every direction. It's exhausting being a one-man team. Only one more tree left. I glanced at the clearing in front of me. A whole morning. Even with the rare iron axe and the 300% efficiency boost from the purified grounds, I only managed to harvest 30 units of wood. Based on the channel messages, gathering stone was twice as difficult. The road ahead is long. Dragging the wood back to my territory for processing, I collapsed onto a tree stump, catching my breath. This boost is insane. Other than feeling hungry, I'm not even tired. Closing my eyes and focusing on my body's condition, I gained new insight into the effects of the purified grounds. An extra 50 years of life? It's not just living a bit longer. It's total enhancement across the board. Physical and mental recovery was instantaneous, completely erasing fatigue. Let's check my personal panel. At the thought, a translucent interface appeared. Lin Yi. Race, human. Level, 6. Main job, Lord. Secondary job, locked. Physique, 3. Strength, 3. Agility, 2.8. Spirit, 3. Skills, none. I raised an eyebrow. Level 6. My base stats have all been enhanced. Everyone else is still at level 0. Without barracks, they're still scrambling for resources. How are they supposed to gain experience? Time to get back to work. I hoisted up the 80-pound pickaxe and headed toward the hills. So what if you're a whale? Starting in a desert, you're struggling just to gather a few dozen units of wood and stone. Meanwhile, I've got the geography advantage. Seeing the whales in the channel frantically fighting over materials, I couldn't help but grin brighter. Plucking a few wild fruits, I tossed them into my mouth and swung my pickaxe. 80. Clang, clang, clang. Chunks of stone cascaded down the hillside. Sweat poured like rain. By dusk, the final piece of stone was mine. Ugh, that's it. Level up. My eyes glimmered with excitement. I remembered someone mentioning in the channel that leveling up early grants extra rewards. Roar. Suddenly, a deep, beastly roar came from the other side of the hill, accompanied by the thunderous sound of galloping hooves. A monster. My heart sank. No troops, no walls. If wild monsters attacked my territory, even my exclusive perks wouldn't save me. I crouched at the hilltop for a peek. The twilight was dim. About 30 wild bulls were rampaging across the basin, their leader letting out a loud bellow. Herbivores. No big deal. Seeing the herd quietly grazing soon after, I let out a sigh of relief. I wonder what level they are. After training some troops, I'll try capturing them. Not a bad plan at all. I carried the last rock back to my place. Beyond the low hill, it was a vast grassland teeming with beasts, a perfect spot for both hunting and herding. First things first, level up. After stacking the final piece of stone, I fixed my gaze on the silver coins and opened the territory interface. Consume 30x wood, 20x stone, 10x silver coins to level up? Obviously, level up now. As soon as I confirmed, the resources turned into starlight and flew towards the stone hut. A radiant white light enveloped the structure as it began transforming. Level 2 unlocks farmers. Finally, a glimmer of hope for the future. Thinking about the backbreaking work I did all day, I felt a sense of relief. A leader with no followers? That's not a leader. That's just being a mule. Ding. 1 minute later. Upgrade complete. Reward settling. Congratulations. You are the first human lord to reach level 2. Rewards. Rare unit blueprint X1, amethyst coins X100, gold treasure chest X1, reputation plus 100. What the? Amethyst coins. I'm rich. I darted toward the falling silk pouch. They're real. Taking out a shimmering purple coin, I noticed a faint sweet scent. Curious, I bit down on it. Hard as a rock. Genuine currency. 1,000 copper equals 1 silver coin. 100 silver coins equals 1 gold coin. 100 gold coins equals 1 amethyst. That converts to a whopping 10,000 gold coins. 1,000,000 silver coins. I'll save the rare unit blueprint for later. I tossed the blueprint aside for now. Treasure chests came in bronze, silver, gold, purple, and legendary tiers. Rare items were usually tied to silver level quality. Time to check out the real treasure. I threw open the golden treasure chest. White-robed clergy blessing scroll. Type: light magic. Rarity: excellent. Effect: grants the ability to become a white-robed clergy blessing master. Description: a support-oriented auxiliary class. Restriction: cannot be used by demon, shadow, or undead traits. A class scroll. I narrowed my eyes. A support class scroll of excellent quality. All right, I'll hold on to it for later. As an exclusive perk holder, rushing to upgrade had its advantages. Even so, a support class scroll wasn't anything groundbreaking right now. Who knows if someone could change their class later on? Better be safe and save it for my subordinates. The chest didn't disappear. I just got a new storage box. I placed the scroll back inside and started inspecting my newly upgraded home. Still, a rundown shack. The stone house, meticulously crafted from bluish stone, stood out in its simplicity and sturdiness. A one-bedroom, one-living-room setup. Suddenly, a white light exploded above, spreading in concentric rings. Territory area doubled. Let's see what happens at level 2. Boom. A deafening thunder tore across the heavens. Then, a universal prompt reverberated in the minds of all the lords. Congratulations to Human Lord Lin E for being the first to upgrade. Rewards: rare troop blueprint, golden treasure chest, 100 amethyst coins, plus 100 reputation. All other lords, keep striving. Times 10 times. The global channel was in an uproar. Whoa, the big leagues have started already. Who the hell is Lin E? Never heard of him. Even the Great Xia Imperial City doesn't have anyone by that name, and none of the prominent families are associated with the Lin surname. Not even the 7th prince managed to take first place. Is he from a mysterious family? Wealth that rivals the heavens. Wealth my ass. The big families dominate the resource market. He's not buying wood for 100 amethyst or anything like that. Rare troop blueprint. He's hit the jackpot. Quick, someone contact Lin E. I need that blueprint. Price doesn't matter. No luck. His social channels are all locked. Just at that moment. Congratulations to Xia Jia for upgrading their territory. 2nd place. Rewards: silver treasure chest, 50 amethyst coins, plus 50 reputation. Congratulations to Zhou E for upgrading their territory. 3rd place. Rewards: silver treasure chest, 10 amethyst coins, plus 30 reputation. Congratulations to Long Tao for upgrading their territory. 4th place. Rewards: bronze treasure chest, 50 gold coins, plus 10 reputation. More notifications echoed out, but everyone's attention remained locked on me, because nothing hurts more than comparison. Lin E. Long Tao's eyes were glued to the rewards in his hand, and with a jolt, he shifted focus to his friend list. A tidal wave of disbelief surged in his chest. Damn it, it's really him? His teeth clenched, fingers trembling as he opened a private message. Bro, you're the first. Seriously? Instant reply. Haha. Little fatty, you recognized me? Don't worry. Now that I've made it big, I won't forget you. If times get tough, come help me farm. I guarantee you'll live the good life. Long Tao's face turned dark as iron. This bastard. Still the same. You left me as cannon fodder in the rear lines last time, he roared internally. Now you want to fool me again? Dream on. I'm fourth place. He definitely saw that, and is just mocking me. Long Tao glanced at his neatly crafted little wooden house, eyes blazing with murderous intent. The rewards I claimed far exceeded expectations. Amethyst coins and a golden treasure chest didn't mean much within noble circles. He had already pledged allegiance to the 7th prince today, and just a snapshot of his epic rankings had earned him 10,000 amethyst coins. But the 100 reputation points were the true ace. Recruit heroes, upgrade the territory, construct special buildings. It all hinged on reputation. An extra 50 points early on was like starting a 100-meter sprint with a 50-meter head start. And that rare troop blueprint was simply jaw-dropping. Excitement. Common troops require a long period of growth, yet rare units can be formed instantly. In the newcomer's trial, a single team of rare troops can dominate the arena. I need to earn prestige as quickly as possible. Long Tao took a deep breath. And I need to find wild treasure chests. If only I could get my hands on a rare unit blueprint too. He opened the Lord's panel. Lord's Hall. Level 2. Trait. Land of Martial Spirit. Plus 50% army training. Plus 50% arms manufacturing. Morale won't drop below 60%. Plus 30% beast taming. Plus 50% recruitment willingness. Treasury. 2,119 amethyst coins. 111 gold coins. Villagers available for recruitment. ID number 1578, 20 copper coins. ID number 7921, 15 copper coins. What the heck? All of them are just numbered villagers? Not even a single named one. Long Tao's eyes widened. I need hidden heroes here. This feels like daylight robbery. I glared angrily at the recruitment panel. Villagers available for recruitment. Wang Qiu'er, 8 amethyst coins. Wang Qianqian, 8 amethyst coins. Wang Taizhu, 300 gold coins. Wang Fugue, 20 amethyst coins. Wang Dazhuang, 100 gold coins. You've got to be kidding me. I just got 100 amethyst coins, and half of it's already going down the drain. I gritted my teeth. Fine. Let's see if you're worth this price today. 5 beams of light flashed. At your service, my lord. All 5 villagers knelt in unison. Stand up, stand up. Let me see what's so special about you. I looked at them with a pained expression. The white-haired elder rose first. This humble one is Wang Fugue, bringing my family to serve you, my lord. He gestured toward a towering, 2-meter-tall muscle giant. This is my eldest daughter, Wang Taizhu, born with immense strength. Next, he pointed at a petite girl with her hair tied in buns. This is my youngest daughter, Wang Qianqian. She's agile and can catch sparrows barehanded from the trees. The second child, Wang Dazhuang, has tough skin and thick muscles. And the third child, Qiu'er. The elder pointed at a beautifully charming woman. Does she spit water? I blurted out. Wang Qiu'er's cheeks turned rosy. This humble servant knows a little bit of that, but I'm more skilled in diplomacy and coordination. Opening her information panel, my eyes instantly lit up. Wang Taizhu female. Level 19. Talent. Innate strength. Plus 10 to all attributes. Plus 50% to 100% extra strength boost when excited. Wang Dazhuang male. Level 10. Talent. Ultimate coach. Plus 800% training effectiveness. Wang Qiu'er female. Level 8. Talent. Versed in etiquette. Plus 800% personnel efficiency. Stunning beauty. Hidden talent. Wang Qianqian female. Level 12. Talent. Keen senses. Plus 500% perception. Forest stalker. Jungle stealth plus 300%. Speed plus 200%. Hidden talent. It's worth it. Totally worth it. I was elated beyond words. A level 19 tier 2 expert, 2 level 10 tier 1 elites, and 3 hidden talents. Iron Pillar, you're promoted to guard captain. Autumn, you're now the personnel chief. Big Hardy, you'll be the special training instructor. Qian, you're in charge of reconnaissance. Elder Wang, you're the temporary village chief. Ding. Villager loyalty increased to 100%. Work efficiency plus 200%. As night fell, I had just laid down on my bed when the stone door creaked open. A graceful figure slipped in. "My lord." A warm, soft breath teased my ear. "Earlier, you asked if I knew. Although I've never experienced it, I am willing to serve you." Her tender voice slid from the head of the bed to the foot. My legs went cold. A shiver ran through me. Is this the life of a lord? This is sweet bliss. Morning sunlight, sharp as a blade, sliced through the bamboo window. I opened my eyes, my blood coursing hotly. "My lord." Wang Qiuer's face was as red as fire, her fair skin faintly visible through her outfit. "Shall I assist you with dressing?" "All right." I rose and spread my arms, gaze inevitably drifting downward. Waves of white rippled in front of me. My breath hitched. Next time, wear proper clothes first. After last night's battle, I wondered if the sacred ground's blessing was the only reason I could even get up this morning. "As you wish." Wang Qiuer knelt gracefully, her delicate hands moving to assist me. What a temptress. Taking a deep breath, I grabbed a handful of her silky hair. "Could you take it easy?" By mid-morning, I finally emerged from my quarters. "Good morn." Before I could finish the greeting. Whoa, what the heck? The open yard was piled high with resources: wood, stone, thatch, wild fruits, and greens. 3 massive wild boars lay sprawled out, alongside 3 radiant, shimmering treasure chests. Overnight, everything had turned upside down. There were now far more villagers bustling around than just the 5 I'd recruited. What happened here? Wide-eyed, I scanned the scene as Elder Wang dropped to his knees, trembling. "My lord, this old servant took the liberty of using the treasury to recruit 20 more villagers. Since there were no beds, I had them gather materials through the night. The wild boars and treasure chests were acquired along the way. You exceeded your authority. Please punish me." "Punish you? Not a chance." I helped the old man to his feet. "Not only are you free of wrongdoing, you deserve a reward." With the new day's refresh, I'd nearly forgotten. I thought I'd need to personally assign tasks, but the old man had everything managed already. "The villagers are far more capable than I expected," I remarked with a glance at Wang Qiuer. "You're too kind," Elder Wang said, waving his hands dismissively. "Rewards and penalties must be clear if a territory is to prosper," I declared decisively. "I grant you 50 gold coins, a dedicated home, and free upgrades in the future." This old man feels 50 years younger just living here. I'm so full of vitality. "Thank you, my lord." I skimmed through the materials. Efficiency exceeded expectations. "Let's build shelter first." With a slight movement of my fingertips, the construction interface unfolded. I selected Thatch Hut, and a translucent blueprint appeared in front of me. Resources required: wood X3, thatch X5, stone X1. The materials turned into light particles and dispersed as white mist rose. Half a minute later, a brand new thatch hut stood before me. "Incredible," Wang Fugue gasped. "Building a house with so few materials? This is 100 times more cost-effective than villagers constructing it by hand. It truly defies logic. Using just 10 units of materials to build a house. It goes against reason. But this is a magical world. Logic simply doesn't apply here." Old Wang, continue supervising. "Leave the building process to me." As Wang Fugue walked away, his yelling echoed behind him. "Oh Wang, I told you to chop and gather wood. Why are you hauling back entire trees? Xiaohua, gather food. Stop bringing back medicinal herbs. My back doesn't hurt, and my legs are fine. What do I need herbs for? To feed the pigs? And half of these are poisonous, for crying out loud. And you, chubby boy, stop sneaking food. Get your butt over there and mine some stone." While I continued constructing, I also checked the stats of the new villagers. Compared to the Wang family, the new villagers are completely ordinary. No special talents, and their names are pretty standard. Seems like only the first batch of villagers was exceptional. By the end of today, I must have the barracks built and the training of our combat units underway. Thinking about the rare troop blueprints and the 3 treasure chests in my possession, I quickened my pace. What an idiot. The treasure chest was right at your feet. Chopping down the tree was all you had to do. How could you let someone else take it? Do you even need to ask permission for that? A richly dressed young man berated a dull-witted villager. A silver treasure chest. This fool came back from logging and actually asked if he should bring the chest back. Do you even have to ask? Ding. A villager feels resentment. Loyalty has decreased. You little. The young man's eyes bulged in rage. He raised his hand, ready to slap the villager, but held back, worried that any further drop in loyalty might cause a rebellion, and that would definitely not be worth it. The textbook was right. Numbered villagers really are like cardboard cutouts, lifeless and dull. I need to recruit some unique characters or enable administrative management to improve efficiency fast. I should reach out to the 7th prince. I heard he got a new assistant, so he might have some connections. If one manages to recruit a named villager during the initial stages, development would skyrocket. Unlocking administrative management through a special treasure chest could boost ordinary named villagers to outperform others under the right positions and bonuses. Too bad Lu Hao doesn't have such luck. Successfully recruited villager, Lu E. 100 gold coins consumed. Finally, a hidden villager. Tears streamed down Long Tao's face. A villager worth 100 coins could be trained as a hero with infinite potential. With enough resources, they might even ascend to become a demigod. Totally worth the fame points spent. Back in the age of the gods' chaos, when foreign deities descended, the art of concealing abilities under a lord's will was exposed. At just 100 coins, this recruit is a gem. Long Tao smirked faintly. Shaking his head, he muttered, "The tech tree of advanced civilizations sometimes allows for hidden talent villagers purchasable with amethyst coins. Now that is the real treasure. Those can get you to godhood." The humans of Blue Star are hopeless. Opening his friend's list, his eyes were filled with suspicion. Something doesn't add up. Wasn't the 7th prince the first to ascend his base in my previous life? In that life, he and Lin Yi were brothers for 300 years. Background influence? Lin Yi wasn't tied to anything notable. Sure, the guy recruited legendary heroes later on, stumbled on a series of fortunate encounters, and ended up taking the newcomer king title. But all of that happened after level 3 territory. How did he upgrade under the royal family's noses so quickly this time? The resource chest. Long Tao's eyes lit up with a flash. The butterfly effect. He must have found a resource chest right at the start. There was no other explanation he could think of. Everyone needed hundreds of units of materials to upgrade. What? Could Lin Yi chop a few logs of wood and call it a day? Impossible. The tricks to farming reputation points for villagers or using trial treasure hunt radars haven't been publicly revealed yet. I can exploit the time zone advantage for a head start. Just wait, Lin Yi. Long Tao clenched his fist. A stroke of luck doesn't change the final outcome. Without mastering advanced knowledge, you'll end up beneath my feet. The weekly event is about to begin. I'll widen the gap now. With the treasury looking tight, Long Tao contacted the 7th prince to request amethyst coins. As for repaying that favor, if dimensional rifts erupted again and the empire fell apart, pledging loyalty to a prince wouldn't even matter by then. By the end of the newcomer king trial, whether he'd even have to return to the empire was uncertain. Underscore. Done. I clapped my hands and admired my work with satisfaction. 30 straw huts were arranged in a circular pattern, protecting the Lord's Hall at the center. At the edge of my territory, for warehouses were stacked to the brim with resources, enough to make other lords green with envy. 2 lumber mills, 2 stone quarries. Productivity doubled. A basic workstation provided every villager with tools. The territory was small, but everything was in place. Next step, build a barracks to recruit soldiers, but I'm short on iron ore. I pulled out a troop blueprint. Red tassel spearman. Type, troop blueprint, consumable. Grade, rare intermediate. Effect, converts villagers into level 15 troops who automatically learn initial skills. Race restriction, humans, demi-humans. Cost, beast hide X2, hardwood X1, iron ore X2, gold X3, 1 hour conversion. Note, single use, cannot be applied to multiple barracks. Once converted, specialization into another profession is impossible. Level 15 troops. I sucked in a breath. Tier 2 fighters. If I could train a batch of those, my territory would be as solid as a fortress. Just need iron ore. My gaze fell on 3 silver chests sitting nearby. Let's open them. You've obtained silver or X150, wood X400, stone X450. You've obtained Iron or X200, selectable. Acquired Prestige Points X10, Fertile Farmland Blueprint X1, rare. Fertile Farmland. Growth speed plus 30%, yield plus 50%. No more food shortages. Check required materials. Magic core powder, magical soil, both of which I've never seen before. I smirked. Being a lord is tough. Even with my supreme traits, it's this hard. For others, it must be brutal. The priority now is to transform villagers into soldiers. I surveyed the topography. To the south lies a low hill protecting a resource-rich basin. The west is a dense forest maze, and the northeast are vast plains stretching over 10 kilometers, shrouded by mist in the distance. The soldier creation parchment can only be used once, and the special barracks must be heavily protected. After a moment's thought, I chose the low hill in the south. Though it's only about 10 meters tall and far from a natural fortress, it's safer than the open plains. Resources consumed: wood X15, stone X25, iron ore X2. Barracks under construction. White mist rose as an ominous 100 square meter structure emerged from the ground. Standard barracks. Troop types: wooden spearmen, level 3, materials, wood X1, copper coins X80, training time, 1 minute. Elite archers, level 5, materials, sinew X1, hardwood X1, silver coins X2, training time, 5 minutes. Nothing special. I used the soldier creation parchment. Boom! The blueprint turned into light and merged into the barracks. A new unit appeared in the troop list: Scarlet Spearmen. Old dang. Everyone assemble. My lord, all villagers are ready. Wang Fugue stood at the front, his stance upright. Behind him, the villagers lined up in 2 neat rows, including Wang's 4 children, all standing tall and proud. This old man's transformation is shocking. When I first met him, he was a frail elder nearing the end of his days. Now, his white hair had turned black, and his energy was boundless. If my life extension trait got out, it would definitely cause chaos. People might even fight over it. Tai Zhu, dim the lights. I cleared my throat. Wang Lao, the barracks are finished. Except for your 4 children, have the other villagers immediately switch to Scarlet Spearmen. Our territory's defenses are too weak. Any attack could wipe us out. Wang Fugue's expression turned serious. Brilliant decision, my lord. Qianqian just returned from scouting. There are beastly wild bulls to the south, packs of strange creatures in the forest depths, and 10 kilometers to the east, a mist-covered demonic beast mountain range. Demonic beast mountains. I shot up straight and gazed east toward the open plains. 10 kilometers is too close. Begin the transfers immediately. Let's see what the new troops can do. Understood. Wang Fugue turned and commanded. Huang, you're up first. A lanky young man stepped into the barracks as its exterior carvings flickered, as if it were breathing like a massive beast. My lord, I've brought some sunflower seeds for you. Wang Xiu'er walked up holding a wooden bowl, her scent fresh and youthful. Wait, there's sunflower seeds now. I took a handful. If I had a bottle of Coke, this would be perfect. A few hours later. Creak. The heavy door slowly opened. A hand clad in leather bracers was the first to make its appearance. Finally out, Wang Fugue exclaimed, his tone filled with excitement. My eyes locked onto the entrance. Out stepped Huang, dressed in pristine, hardened leather armor, gripping a sharp, crimson-tasseled lance. He looked reborn, like a completely different person. 25 years of trial training in the illusion realm, and Huang has returned stronger than ever. The young man dropped to one knee, his voice thunderous and resolute. This life is dedicated to you, my lord. Through fire and flames, I'll give my life without hesitation. The mischievous demeanor he once carried was gone. His gaze was unwavering, emitting a chilling, killing intent. Damn, I could hardly stay seated. Old Wang, within 3 days, convert all new recruits into Crimson Spearmen. Huang. Race, human. Level, 17. Class, Crimson Spearman. Constitution, 12 Strength, 12 Agility, 11 Spirit, 5. Skills, Formation Breaker Spear, rare. Spear Array Mastery, rare. Endurance March, March Speed plus 50%, Carrying Capacity plus 100%. Level 17. I drew in a sharp breath. No one in the chat channel had shown off a unit above level 10 before. A single Crimson Spearman was enough to dominate any Lord's forces. His 3 skills covered offense, defense, and support, perfection incarnate. Suddenly, a few messages in the chat channel caught my attention. Selling 20 pounds of venison. Looking for gold or materials. Bro, where are you getting all that food? Consistently buying food, blueprints, and treasure chests. Add me if you're a lord with exceptional traits. Help. I leveled up my territory, but now there's no food for my villagers. They're looking at me like I'm roast chicken. The manual says food shortages last half a month early on. Only after a few lords establish armies will meat become affordable. Food scarcity? I turned my gaze to the southern hills. Beast herds were dense in that area. A prime opportunity to make some serious cash. Let's do this. Recruiting the 5 members of the Wong family had nearly drained my resources. I'd also heard that warriors demanded salaries to prevent rebellion, and though I'd gained some nice bonuses from my traits, it wasn't something I could ignore. Besides, future research and technology upgrades would undoubtedly become a bottomless pit of expenses. With the Crimson Spearman's level advantage, trading in food might just be the best way forward. 1 per hour. Let's start by recruiting 50. Not in a rush. I turned to the eager crowd of villagers watching nearby. Looking for recruits. Who wants to give it a shot? The moment the words left my lips. Me, my lord. Pick me. I've got broad shoulders, perfect for soldiering. Women can serve you too, my lord. If there's no space for Crimson Spearmen, I'd even settle for becoming an archer. The villagers scrambled to volunteer, their enthusiasm palpable and the scene chaotic. Huh. A blueprint for advanced standard units. Long Tao held up an ash-gray blueprint, his face flushed with excitement and exhilaration. Using forbidden knowledge granted by otherworldly gods, he had already uncovered 2 hidden treasure chests in just half a day, scoring a troop blueprint along the way. Though it was only a standard blueprint, not as rare as Lin Yi's, it still far exceeded what anyone else currently had. When everyone has bear accounts, level 9 troops are enough to generate massive profits. The hidden quest for Trade Tycoon. I'm making my move first. Long Tao's heart pounded like a drum. According to ancestral wisdom, there were numerous hidden quests early in the game. Among them, the Trade Tycoon quest had just been triggered. By drawing enough attention through a single trade transaction, one could earn reputation rewards. The importance of reputation is self-evident. Sure, Lin Yi's rare troop units might be strong, but Long Tao knew him far too well. At that level, the soldiers demand massive upkeep costs. Without external support, there's no way Lin Yi could afford them. Damn, that's expensive. Short axe infantry. Tier, high-class common. Effect, converts directly to level 9 troops. Upkeep, 50 silver coins/week. Resource requirements, 12 times beast hides, 5 times hardwood, 10 times iron ore, 2 times gold coins, 5 hours. Form a squad in 4 days, don't let me down. Long Tao meticulously planned out the troop conversion order. Advancing his territory to level 3 required magic cores, meaning he'd need hunting teams to take down mystical beasts. For most lords, this was where progress stalled. Many never even made it past this bottleneck. Louis, find me 3 capable individuals within 3 days. Understood. Louis nodded with resolute determination. Now go. 3 named villagers, entrusted with leading their respective teams, were enough to crush packs of feral beasts, and they could even take on level 10 mystical beasts. As for turning Louis into a troop unit, what a joke. The principles of compulsory education were clear. Named villagers are managerial talents. Assigning them to troop roles was an utter waste. They needed dedicated individual class change scrolls instead. Sure, there were tales of certain gods with named squadrons boasting terrifying combat prowess, capable of annihilating foes of the same level. But those were high-tier deities, civilizations far more advanced than ours. Suddenly, a system notification made Long Tao's pupils constrict sharply. The world line has altered, but as he glanced at the blueprint in his hand, a manic grin spread across his face. Heavens are on my side. With this, my reputation gained skyrockets. Lin Yi, your rare units are nothing. You'll be stuck eating my leftovers. Under the influence of void ether, ordinary animals have suffered widespread extinction, except in certain areas. The gods, in their mercy, offer this notice to all. Survive if you can. The chat channel exploded instantly. It's over. Agricultural blueprints take a month to yield crops, and animals are the primary food source in the early stages. Historical records show a similar event. 80% of the lords died that cycle. Ordinary civilian lords can't even handle feral beasts, let alone mystical ones. You can have the best troops in the world, but they still need meat to survive. Hey, whoever's selling deer meat, DM me right now. I'm buying everything. I stood atop a hill, staring at a distant herd of beasts, deep in thought. Creatures between levels 5 and 10 with magic power, existing in a gray area between regular animals and mystical beasts, were termed feral beasts. Oddly enough, the animals in my area hadn't died. Could it be that they're all mystical beasts instead? Or something more? Ferocious beasts? Or is this just part of the restricted area? We're going to strike it rich. The communication channel was abuzz with people buying food at high prices. I grinned brightly. Old Wong, start recruiting. Call up the troops. Looking at the 70 red spear guards before me, their murderous aura cutting through the air, it still felt like not enough. To play it safe, let's stockpile resources for another 3 days. In the blink of an eye, the 5th day arrived. My territory had undergone a complete transformation. 50 thatched huts, warehouses brimming with supplies, and most notably, 70 red spear guards stationed in formation in the central square. Warriors, Wang Taiju raised his fist and shouted, "Today, show our lord what you're made of. Do you have the confidence?" "Yes." "Can you guarantee a perfect performance?" "We can." Less than 100 men, yet their roar was loud enough to shake the heavens. "All troops advance." I waved my hand with authority. "Hold it." Wang Fuguwei suddenly stepped forward and slapped the back of Wang Tieju's head. "You idiot. At least leave a squad behind to protect the lord." Wang Taiju immediately dropped to his knees. "My lord, forgive me. It's fine. Leave a few behind. The rest move out." Wang Taiju took 50 spear guards and marched away. I opened the management interface, and the flood of red notifications startled me. Administrative Affairs, 99+. Information and Reconnaissance, 58+. Diplomacy Personnel, 3+. Financial Statistics, 4+. 3 days of neglect, and it's already like this. Clicking into Administrative Affairs, I was greeted with an endless list of notifications. Villagers suggest building wells due to water accessibility issues. Roads need repairs. Taxes could be levied. Training facilities are insufficient. Li Dazui needs iron ore. Kai Tushin invented a new dance, and Awei was caught spying on comrades while they bathed. Are these otherworldly humans brainless? I rubbed my chin. The management templates are written out so clearly. How is this still hard for them to grasp? Moving on to the intelligence module, most reports were about discovered resource points. But one entry made my brows furrow. Wang Qianqian has discovered signs of heavy human activity 30 kilometers west. Heavy human activity? Other lords. There's another lord nearby? My eyes sharpened. Every lord's competition takes place in a shared zone, so running into a neighbor is nothing unusual. I quickly jotted down their location in a small notebook. There's no telling when this little neighbor might prove useful. I opened the finance module with eager anticipation. Wang Fuguwei's hidden talent. What could it be? Did he secretly amass a fortune for me? Treasury severely overdrawn. Replenishment needed immediately. Treasury severely overdrawn. Replenishment needed immediately. I closed the interface expressionlessly. Making money, it's going to be a long journey ahead. Now, it all rests on today's hunting party to bring back something substantial. Form up. Wang Tieju's eyes were locked on the approaching beast pack, his dragon-like muscles coiling with tension. Beside him, the red spear soldiers gripped their weapons tightly, standing in 2 rows, holding their breath. Focus. Rumble. 2 to 3 dozen black-maned wild boars charged forward frantically under pressure, just as the 2 sides were about to collide. Formation breaker spears. Dozens of long spears thrust forward in unison. The sound of spears tearing through the air rang out. Blood splattered everywhere. The plump wild boars slammed into what seemed like a mountain of blades. They didn't even have time to let out a death squeal before falling lifeless instantly. Clean up the battlefield. We move again in half a cup of tea's time. Wang Taizhu wiped the blood off her spear blade using boar bristles, her gaze unwavering. These weren't ordinary wild boars. They were feral beasts that could make most lords tremble in fear. It was her first time leading the charge. She was eager to prove her worth to me. Commander, we've spotted a herd of magical bulls. They aren't too strong, shall we? No, Wang Taizhu shook her head. The Lord's orders were clear. No hunting magical beasts today. Just record the intel for now. Understood. My orders were absolute. Obedience was their only option. Avoid the herd and move on. Half a cup of tea later, the team marched forward once again. The feral beasts of the plains suffered a great misfortune as the Crimson Spear soldiers swept through like a cold autumn wind scattering fallen leaves. They cleared the entire basin effortlessly. Even the occasional powerful magical beast retreated quietly upon seeing them, wisely avoiding conflict. As dusk approached, Wang Taizhu led the team back victorious and laden with spoils. At the entrance of the territory, I had been waiting. Seeing the warriors carrying their haul, I grinned from ear to ear. Money. Nothing but money. Wang Taizhu knelt on one knee. My lord, the mission is accomplished without failure. We hunted over 100 feral beasts, totaling roughly 30,000 pounds of meat. Additionally, we obtained 1 bronze treasure chest. The magical beasts on the plains are of moderate strength. As long as we avoid splitting up, they can be dealt with easily. She detailed everything she encountered along the way. Get up. You've worked hard. I quickly helped her to her feet. 50 warriors hauling tens of thousands of pounds of meat. The combat effectiveness was practically superhuman. No wonder they're an advanced class unit. Take the haul to the square first. Pick out a few of the fattest ones to cook. Rest well, leave the rest for tomorrow. I gestured grandly. Everyone who participated in the battle today will be richly rewarded. Yeah. The warriors instantly became energized, sprinting to pile the haul in the square. As the chunks of meat sizzled over the open flame, I turned my attention to the rest of the haul. We don't have a cold storage facility, so it won't keep for long. Gotta sell it off quick. Based on the Red Land soldiers' daily rations of 10 pounds per person, keeping 10,000 pounds in reserve should suffice. I opened the trading post and chat channels to check the current meat prices. Suddenly, a familiar name caught my eye. Haha, 2,000 pounds. Such a haul on just day 5, it's record-breaking. Long Tao rubbed his chubby hands together, delighted at the mountain of prey before him. Standing in front of him were 20 silver axe warriors and over a dozen weary archers. My lord, during this operation, we encountered a high-level feral beast pack and lost 8 archers. Lu Yi trembled as he spoke. We can't go any further tomorrow. Understood, Long Tao replied expressionlessly. Tomorrow, recruit more archers to replenish our ranks. In 3 days, we'll dive deeper. A passing villager overheard the talk of recruitment. Their already dull expression turned into one of panic as they hastened their steps to flee. Oomph, Long Tao sneered. Even with the 50% enlistment willingness bonus from the Land of Valor epic trait, less than half of the villagers responded, unable to hunt basic wild beasts. Other lords will be facing a nightmare. Long Tao left behind 100 pounds of beast meat as reserves, then opened the chat channel. Long Tao, a large quantity of ferocious beast meat is now on sale. Affordable pricing. Limited time. Grab it before it's gone. The channel erupted in chaos. Holy crap, it's really ferocious beast meat. Gone in 2 seconds. But I read the description. It's legit ferocious beast meat. Hunting ferocious beasts on day 5? How's that even possible? Wait, 5th level beast at 20 silver coins per pound? Outside, a whole one only goes for 10 or 20 gold coins. Past seasons averaged less than 5 silver a pound. Prices have skyrocketed. 20 silver. That's way too cheap. No wonder I couldn't get any. How Xingren? Right now, food is scarce. You can't measure prices based on prior seasons. Ferocious beast meat is incredibly energy-rich. Even nobles would find 2 gold coins a pound a reasonable price. For common villagers, just 1 pound to make soup would provide enough energy to sustain them. Xiajie? Lu Hao? Zhou, a saint has appeared among us. Long Tao, almost forgot. The 100 pounds was just for promo. Stock is limited, prices will increase in the future. Apologies in advance. Everyone. I opened my private messages. As I expected, it was the 7th Prince, Xiajia. How are you doing this? Do you already have advanced units? I need 300 pounds of premium ferocious beast meat. Your Highness is sharp as always. Indeed, I've secured unit blueprints. I'll arrange a private deal right away. You seem lucky. Are you trying for the hidden trade mission? Do you have insider info? Your Highness is wise. I've indeed confirmed the activation conditions for the trade mission. However, if you obtain trade prestige, I'll step aside immediately. I certainly can. Give me an hour. I frowned, pausing for a few seconds. All right. Haha, just kidding. Hunting ferocious beasts in bulk by day 5. Impressive. Keep selling. We'll discuss in person in a few days. By your command. After closing the chat, my eyes darkened. Discuss in person? Planning to bind me via contract? Outside you're a prince. In this trial, you're just a wealthy bachelor. If Xia Jie truly secures trade prestige, there's no way I'll sit idle. For now, though, I reopened the chat interface. The earlier promo worked well. Time to make my next move. After weighing my thoughts for a moment, I began drafting a long announcement. With the trial difficulty escalating, all the Xia lords should band together too. Unite together. Those with resources should support our comrades. Those with strength should break new ground. Otherwise, if the barrier protecting our land collapses, we will surely fall to the foreign races. I still have 1,500 pounds of high-tier beast meat. Limit 3 pounds per purchase, 1 gold coin per pound. I hope more lords will join me in contributing to the glory of the great Xia. Now, list it. The moment I sent the message, I immediately listed all the beast meat on the trading market. In my mind, I could already imagine the incoming reputation points and the surge in power. This stash of reputation, it should at least get me an epic hero. Wait, huh? It should have sold out instantly, right? I opened the trading logs. Why hasn't it moved yet? 2 seconds later, the first notification of a sale popped up, followed by an explosion of messages flooding in. In mere moments, the 1,000 pounds of meat turned into gold coins. But the system notification I was expecting didn't show up. My face darkened as I opened the chat window. Everyone checked the trading post. Lenny just put his stock up? So many pounds, tens of thousands. The channel went dead silent for a moment. When the other lords saw the tens of thousands of pounds of beast meat listed in the trading post, they were stunned. And then, an avalanche of messages exploded. Lord Lenny, do you need a grandson? 20,000 pounds of beast meat. And it's from high-tier beasts. This is unprecedented. Long Tao's selling at 1 gold per pound, but he's selling at 3. What a ripoff. Boycott him. Idiot. That's level 8 and 9 beast meat. Its energy can't even compare to regular beast meat. Lord Lin he could have sold it at a premium to the nobles, yet he's offering it cheap to us. I'm crying. Long Tao mixed in regular animal meat to pad the weight. Look at Lin E, top quality, fair price. Lord Lin E is the best. Long Tao's blood pressure spiked, and his face turned from red to black in an instant. 20,000 pounds? Why is it Lenny again? What about my reputation points? Desperately scrolling up, he finally found it. A message just below his. Lenny, Brother Long, you're really generous. I was about to play the villain here. But with the nation in peril, how could I profit off our misfortune? Since you've stepped up, I won't stand idly either. 20,000 pounds of high-tier beast meat, 3 gold per pound. Limit 1 pound per person. All right, folks, get on board. At the same time, the system notification he had been eagerly waiting for finally chimed in. Damn it, I abruptly shut the chat channel, focusing all my attention on the trading post's account balance. Loss. Absolute loss. I thought I had figured out the beast meat market through the analyses of those so-called industry experts. Little did I know the price gap between low-tier and high-tier meats was so massive. My original plan? To take advantage of the chatter sparked by Long Tao and make a killing from greedy buyers. What actually happened? I ended up playing the role of the charitable fool, handing out treasures for mere pennies. A brutal loss, I muttered, clenching my fists. Still, as I recalled some of the comments flooding the channel, the corner of my lips curled into a cold smirk. No worries. I'll make sure to collect every last bit, with interest later. Ding. The sound of the Lord system's notification went off, breaking the silence. As I skimmed through the message, my previous frustrations melted away instantly. I slapped my thigh in excitement, my eyes shining brightly. I knew Little Dragon was acting overly helpful for a reason. Turns out there's a prize at stake. Congratulations, Lord Lin E, on completing the hidden quest, Trade Mogul. You've earned 50 reputation points. Quest evaluation: attention, perfect; engagement, perfect; influence, perfect; reward multiplier times 10. Final reputation reward: 500. This hidden quest has ended. Lords, keep exploring for more secret quests. It clicked for me immediately. That sly dragon, Tao, must have been aiming for this reputation reward. But somehow, through sheer luck, I snatched it from under his nose. Will he hold a grudge against me for this? I muttered, lips twitching slightly. Explaining? Yeah, right. There's no explaining this mess. I'll just have to find a way to make it up to him later. After all, before this whole transmigration thing, back in high school, there were plenty of times when Dragon Tao stuck by me. Whether it was those long nights when I was down and he showed up with a beer bottle, or when things got rough and he had my back during fights, he never hesitated. No way I can let things slip between us just because our lives got spun in a new direction after transmigrating, right? All right, now that the reputation points are in the bag, it's time to crank up those meat prices. A sly gleam flashed in my eyes. We'll keep the purchase limit strict. Each person can only buy a small amount. Otherwise, if those noble lords start stockpiling, that's basically aiding the enemy. This trial's theme is all about claiming the title of Rookie King. With how smoothly everything's going from the start, I think I've got a real shot at that mysterious title. 60,000 gold coins. That's just 600 purple crystals when you convert it. I calculated, brows furrowed. Not enough. Just recruiting that Wong family unit last time cost me dozens of purple crystals. Who knows when I'll have to pour out another fortune suddenly. As the universal currency of the multiverse, purple crystals have near limitless applications. For now, even the soldiers' wages are becoming an issue. Man, second-tier warriors can't be cheap. I grumbled to myself. Couldn't the system have at least provided a rough salary range in the description? Thanks to the pure land traits of my territory, our military morale and public satisfaction levels never decrease. Honestly, I could cheap out and treat the soldiers like slaves without them ever protesting. But my conscience would never let me sleep at night. Fortune, I called out. My lord. Wong Fortune jogged over and bowed respectfully, ready to take orders. Take these 120 gold coins and distribute them to the soldiers. Half is their reward, and the other half will cover their first week's wages. Understood. On behalf of the lads, I thank you, my lord. Wong Fortune said eagerly as he carried the chest away. Watching him leave, I started doing some mental math again. 1 gold coin has roughly the same buying power as $10,000 back in my old world. So for second-tier warriors, a weekly wage of $10,000 plus a $10,000 hunting bonus shouldn't be unreasonable. Ding! Your Red Spear soldiers have received their wages. Though their pay is modest, they deeply appreciate your generosity. For the upcoming week, training efficiency will be enhanced. Increased by 10%. What the heck? I was dumbfounded. Living like this? A second-tier expert still needing this much? By the way, someone in the channel mentioned that a fierce beast outside sells for dozens of gold coins. If that's true, then yeah, the salary definitely doesn't cut it. I'll ask Rich Guy later. I glanced at the star-speckled night sky and stretched my body. Suddenly, the mouth-watering smell of roasted meat wafted through the breeze. My lord, a soft, sweet voice popped up. Without me realizing it, Wang Chou'er had approached. She knelt halfway beside me gracefully, her delicate watery eyes staring upwards with affection. I roasted some beef kidney and tendon for you. Please taste and see if it suits your liking. There was a coyness in her voice, although she added, but the spices are a bit lacking, so the flavor might not be perfect. I hope you'll forgive me. No. I lightly brushed her silky hair aside, leaning close to her pale, delicate neck. Taking in a deep breath, her soft fragrance was almost intoxicating. This, I smiled slyly, is the finest seasoning of all. With that, I grabbed a piece of roasted meat and savored it in one big bite. Boom. An explosive surge of raw energy erupted in my mouth, coursing through my throat, bloodstream, and rushing toward every inch of my body. This, my pupils constricted sharply. High-tier beast meat. I knew higher-tier beast meat contained unique energy, but I hadn't expected it to be this overwhelming. My body strength surged noticeably, and even the Lord system chimed in with a message. You've consumed the blood and flesh of a high-tier beast leader. Experience points have spiked dramatically. A beast leader, huh? Makes sense now. I thought, now more aware. Even if the energy in other beast meats wasn't as potent, it wouldn't be that far off. Tastes great. I nodded, offering my approval. Wang Qiuer's crescent-shaped eyes sparkled happily. She was just about to modestly respond when the redness crept up her face at my next teasing jab. These skewers of kidney. My sly grin grew even wider as I eyed her. If it weren't for your help tonight, I probably wouldn't be able to handle all that energy, would I? Wang Qiuer instantly caught onto my unspoken meaning. The realization made her neck flush a deep blush, the delicate pink traveling up like blossoming petals. Her voice was shy, barely audible. This servant will submit to anything my lord desires. Pleased with her response, I swept her up into my arms. Fantastic. Here, you should eat some too. Eat up. I chuckled. Tonight's battle will be exhilarating. The first weekly mission would arrive in just 2 days. No time to slack off now. While I enjoyed this cozy moment, other powerful lords with deeper connections had no choice but to stay wide awake. At the trial grounds, at the base of a certain mountain, within a territory built against the mountainside, structures were packed like sardines. Villagers moved like lifeless machines under the glow of torches, working tirelessly to transport resources. At the heart of this bustling settlement stood a towering dragon-head statue glowing ominously with an orange hue. Every time a villager's stamina was depleted, the dragon-head statue would emit curling plumes of mist, instantly restoring their strength. Inside the Lord's Hall, a handsome young man in a black robe trimmed with gold clutched an orange crystal tightly, his brow furrowed in thought. Pulling up the chat interface, he opened a private discussion group of 10. Discussion intensifies. At Xiajia, Your Highness, any news? Who exactly is Lin Yi? There are only a handful of influential Lin families in the Great Xia Empire, and I've never heard of someone named Lin Yi. It's only been a few days since the trial started, and he's already managed to secure tens of thousands of pounds of beast meat. I think if he can transfer to rare units and build 2 combat squads, he might actually take the championship. What are you saying? 2 combat squads? A single rare unit transfer takes at least 10+ hours. In 3 days, you can barely get 6. Even if he can single-handedly kill beasts, it's impossible to have enough stamina for large-scale hunting. Then how did he do it? None of the commoner lords who activated legendary traits in previous years were this overpowered. Seventh Brother needs the top spot this time to stabilize external opposition. But with this Lin Yi suddenly appearing, what's the plan now? Contact him immediately. If he can be recruited, great. If not, we'll crush him in the cradle before his military force takes root. I just finished a hidden quest and got a borrowed blade scroll. Holy crap, a legendary item? If we find Lin Yi's location, we can direct foreign forces to attack him with this. Great luck, but it'd be smarter to save it for the late game. Using it early is too wasteful. The crystal in my hand vibrated. The chat interface became shrouded in mist as a cryptic message surfaced. Your Highness, Lin Yi's background is ordinary, with no recorded ancestors possessing epic level or higher traits. Hunting over 100 level 9 beasts by the 5th day? This is almost impossible for Blue Planet lords unless it's a case of high-level civilizations. Unless he happened to stumble upon a herd of beasts that perished for some unusual reason. Your Highness need not concern yourself with his lineage. However, his smooth start and significant resources and reputation should be closely monitored. If unable to directly contact him, try reaching out to Long Tao. Investigations show he is a close friend of Lin Yi. The message disappeared, and the group erupted once more. Yeah, maybe all that meat was just scavenged or something. The environment of the trial just changed. If Lin Yi stumbled upon heavily injured beasts by chance, it makes sense. See? The truth is simple. We were overthinking. Looks like Lin Yi is just a normal commoner lord. If we recruit him to help His Highness win the Rookie King title, he shouldn't refuse. Keep an eye on his private chat settings. The second they're open, contact him immediately. I raised an eyebrow at the members list. At Long Tao, why so quiet? Could it really just be coincidence? Far away, Long Tao saw the notification and turned dark-faced. It was as if the proverbial big shot he had just latched onto was slipping further and further away. The next day, sunlight filtered through the window, casting a warm glow on my face. I opened my eyes, glancing downward. Nestled in my arms was a stunning woman who had fought by my side through the night. Her flawless, snow-white skin was tinged with a faint redness. Those incredibly soft and delicate mounds pressed tightly against me. Only the 6th day since crossing over. Feels like I've experienced more in these days than in a decade of my previous life. This couldn't all be a dream, right? I couldn't resist pinching my thigh to check. Eek! The beauty in my arms let out a soft, delicate sound. Lord! Wang Qiu'er opened her sleepy, hazy eyes and bit her lip lightly. Hurts. Oh, sorry, wrong pinch. I was instantly flooded with embarrassment. Judging from the feel, I hadn't pinched my thigh, and the spot was indeed misplaced. Too rough? How about I blow on it to ease the pain? And no need. Wang Qiu'er's face immediately flushed a deep red, and she buried her face in my chest, breathing hurriedly. Cough, cough, I patted her on the shoulder. Just kidding. Then, an idea popped into my head. Hey, about you, your father, and Qianqian's latent hidden talents. What exactly are they? I had recruited the Wang family close to a week ago, and the 3 mysterious hidden talents had yet to activate. My curiosity was eating me alive. Father says hidden talents require specific conditions to trigger. I really don't know the details. Wang Qiu'er replied earnestly. I nodded. Looks like the timing wasn't right yet. It's getting late. Time to get up. The effect of last night's fierce beast meat was insane. After a night of battles, I wasn't exhausted at all. If anything, I felt brimming with energy. The chatter in the channel about a bowl of fierce beast soup being equivalent to 10 pounds of meat wasn't exaggerated. Let me help you dress. Wang Qiu'er immediately turned over and began gathering my scattered clothes around the room. Her snow-white silhouette was yet another breathtaking view. Light element power. Wang Fugui's eyes gleamed like knives. Are you certain? Without a doubt. Wang Qianqian clenched her small fists. The moment that power broke its seal, I knew. A powerful being is waiting to be recruited. Elemental power unsealed. The old man sneered. Girl, do you think I'm senile already? Or maybe. His gaze landed on the little loli's puffed-up cheeks. Did you snack on spiritual fruits and damage your brain? You. Wang Qianqian stomped her foot in anger, her body glowing faintly with spiritual light. What would I even gain from lying to you? Gains. Dodging chores, stealing fruits from the mountains. Wang Fugui gestured at her rapidly rising aura. Do you think I'm blind to your cultivation level? Just as their argument seemed set to escalate, I pushed the door open and stepped out. Shouting practice this early in the morning? I asked casually. Wang Fugui calmed down and quickly approached to explain. After listening, my gaze shifted to Wang Qianqian. Level 10 surging straight to level 20? This girl, system notification, villager Wang Qianqian, has activated her hidden talent. It's here. My heartbeat quickened as I immediately opened the details. To be continued. By human, hidden talent, immortal level. Rules cannot constrain, chains cannot bind. An anomaly in the laws of all creation, a wanderer beyond the grasp of fate. Effects. Negates normal seals. Immune to action-restricting abilities. High-level restrictions weakened by 90%. Absorbs restrictive energy, converting it for personal use. I see now. A realization dawned upon me. It wasn't energy overflow. She directly drained the seal dry. Wait a moment. The seal is broken? Doesn't that mean whatever's inside is now? Lord, Wang Qianqian's lively eyes sparkled. That being has no malice. My innate talent tells me that it's waiting. The judgments made by her keen insight talent have never been wrong. How far away? About 1 to 2 hours run. The little girl tilted her head. Even at her speed, it takes hours? I immediately decided. Today, I'll personally join the expedition. Wang Fugui's expression turned awkward. My lord, the hunting party already set out. Me. In just 6 days, the territory has undergone a complete transformation. Lord's Hall. Level 2. Trait. Sanctuary of Purity, unique and supreme. Population, 105. Army, 80. Treasury, purple crystal coins x 51, gold coins x 58,000. A new building was added, the Research Institute. It requires magic cores. Again with the magic cores. This game is finally starting to show its true colors as a money sink. Just as I held my throbbing head. First week quest activated. Reward multiplier, 1000%. Difficulty multiplier, 1500%. The chat channel went wild. 10 times the rewards. We hit the jackpot. Don't celebrate too early. Look at the difficulty, 15 times. My quest wants me to solo a level 19 beast. Is that even humanly possible? My friend is asking. How to get a female goblin to willingly, exercise with a human male? Your friend? Are you sure it's not actually you? A legendary hero recruitment quest. This is going to be the death of me. I twitched at the corner of my mouth. A goblin quest? Unless it's one of those attractive goblins from certain shows, I wouldn't bother even for a legendary reward. I opened up my own quest. Weekly quest. Submit 10 heads of level 6 beasts. Submit 1 bronze chest. Have 10 citizens reach level 6. That's it. I rub my eyes. Others are being told to solo a level 19 beast, and I'm just supposed to kill a few level 6 beasts? Is this the same difficulty level? A bug maybe? Who cares? If easy rewards fall on my lap, I'd be a fool not to take them. The beast heads will come as soon as Taiju returns, and the citizen levels were already met a while ago. And for the bronze chest. The box? All right. Yesterday's spoils. I rushed into the warehouse and, sure enough, found the forgotten bronze chest. Good thing I didn't open it last night. Other lords would have ripped it open on the spot, but not me. I let it gather dust in the warehouse. Now, all we need is the beast head. I sent word to the hunting team, telling them to return immediately. Everything was ready. In a mysterious group chat. Your Highness, we found 3 ice blue herbs. 10 thunder rocks secured. Progress is at 30%. We'll definitely finish by tomorrow morning. Long Tao clenched his teeth. These lackeys pretended to play dead before, refusing to help. But now suddenly they're all fired up. And why? Because of me. The humiliation I endured in front of Xia Jia surged back, reigniting my burning anger. Suddenly, a private message popped up from Xia Jia. Ice blue herb secured. Long Tao was ecstatic. 8 hours ahead of schedule. Lin E. Without the help of nobles, how could you ever stand against me? He was about to submit the task. System-wide announcement. Lin E is the first to complete the highest difficulty weekly mission. Long Tao's hand trembled. The bronze chest fell to the ground. Impossible. There's no way. His version of the task was already a toned-down variant. Lin E completed the original highest difficulty version? How is that even possible? The chat channel exploded. Holy crap. Lin E is on fire again. Highest difficulty? I couldn't even finish mine after downgrading it 2 levels. Lin E, where are you? Take me under your wing. What about Long Tao? Didn't he say he'd stomp all over Lin E? Where is he now? Long Tao's face turned ashen. Stomp him? How could he stomp him? Lin E was already at the summit, while Long Tao stood at the base of the mountain. Another message from Xia Jia arrived. Trash. Just one word, but it pierced his heart like a knife. Long Tao collapsed into his chair, completely defeated. It was over. Utterly over. Not only had he lost the task, but also his biggest supporter. Meanwhile, I leisurely sifted through the rewards. This tenfold reward system really is something else. I grinned. Well then, time to check out that powerful existence Wang Qianqian discovered. Hopefully it won't disappoint. The thunderous will of the lords cracked across the night sky. Every lord from Blue Star was shaken. What? This morning, we were just saying the top difficulty wasn't humanly possible, and now he's done it. Lin E, you're insane. Add me as a friend. My settlement is epic tier. No way. How'd he even pull this off? Could he be a spy from another race? From historical records, everyone else got stuck at the timing checkpoints. Lin Yi's pace is unprecedented. I heard the 7th prince was also tackling the highest difficulty task. So this means Lin Yi snatched it from him? Is he not afraid of royal retaliation? Retaliation? Are you kidding me? He finished it fair and square. This world is full of royal bootlickers these days. I was totally broke, and after the trial ended, I had no intention of going back. I'm all in for Lin Yi. What's the actual level of Lin Yi's territory? There's definitely more going on here. Could it be some hidden noble family? Like, one with godlike bloodlines and wealth beyond imagination. Hidden my foot. The alien races turned Blue Star upside down. Where would any hidden families even come from? Lord Lin, please take me in. I'm 18, and I can cosplay as a nurse or maid. Totally up to you. If you prefer, I don't mind calling you boss either. I glanced at the barrage of live chat comments and instantly got chills. If private messaging were enabled, I'd probably be overwhelmed with harassment. Looking at my drop-dead gorgeous Chiyoer at home, those ordinary, mundane faces on the channel were nothing in comparison. Rubbing my hands together, a smirk tugged at the corner of my lips. The first to clear top difficulty? My name on the leaderboard was locked in. There were still over 10 hours left before the end of the mission. The hunting team had an average haul today, I said, skimming through the inventory. 7,000 pounds of beast meat of various grades, and 2,000 pounds of level 8 and up quality. I decided, all low-grade beast meat will go up for sale at 5 gold coins per pound. Narrowing my eyes, I muttered. Most have yet to complete their missions, so they'll have to swallow this bitter pill. Within 10 seconds, everything sold out. 5 gold coins per pound. Is this level 5 beast meat? Lin Yi, explain yourself. This is a total ripoff. I thought it was high grade like last time, didn't read the details, and just bought it. As soon as I saw Lin Yi's name, I maxed out my purchase and only realized it was a scam after checking. You fraud. Refund us. Taking advantage of broke students. Don't you have a conscience? Conscience? Watching my account balance skyrocket by tens of thousands of gold coins, I couldn't help but chuckle. I mean, I had a little conscience, but not much. Most folks knew the grade of the meat, but if you need it, you need it. There's no way around that. As of now, I'm the only one capable of mass hunting. That's the benefit of power, monopoly. As night fell, I stretched. Time to call it a day. Tomorrow, I still had to collect the weekly mission treasure chest, lead the team to kill magical beasts, and harvest magic cores. Territory upgrades and new buildings were waiting on materials. Creak. I pushed open the bedroom door. A sweet, feminine fragrance greeted me. Beneath the flickering candlelight, Wang Chiyoer lay sideways on the bed, wearing a sheer white gown. One hand held up her flowing hair as her creamy white legs elegantly crossed. Her figure, perfectly curvy in all the right places, was fully on display. A faint blush graced her face, only adding fuel to the fire. I felt my breath hitch, my nose growing warm. Hiss. Chiyoer, you're being way too seductive. The next morning, as the sky began to brighten, I stepped out of the residence. Wang Fuguei stood atop the wooden watchtower, surveying everything below while occasionally yelling at those clueless youngsters. 120 people in the territory. Of them, 100 are armed with red-tasseled spears. The population growth is really slow, he complained. I built an additional 20 thatched houses on the outskirts. From what I've heard, later on, the population will primarily increase through natural reproduction. Adding more homes is supposed to help spark relationships between the opposite sexes among the territory's residents. Little Qianqian. I called out to the young girl who had just stepped out of her hut. My lord. Good morning, my lord. Wang Qianqian bowed, tilting her head before asking curiously, is second sister going to give you a baby? Can I play with the baby in the future? And how many babies can you and second sister have? My mouth twitched. Kids say the darndest things. I regretted calling this little rascal over. Go ask your second sister yourself, I said, pinching the little girl's nose. I called you here because we need to check for traces of magical beasts in the basin to the west. Once the sun rises, we'll act based on your findings. Magical beasts. Wang Qianqian's eyes sparkled. Mission accepted. With a kick of her tiny legs, she bolted off in a flash. Be careful. I called out after her as she zoomed away. That girl has sharp ears. I wasn't worried she'd miss it. Now, all I had to do was wait for the weekly mission rewards to roll in. By noon, the sky had grown overcast. A deep resonance echoed within my soul, shattering the calm. Time's up. Weekly mission closed. Mission leaderboard updated. Congratulations. Lin E secured first place with 963 points. Congratulations. Xia Jie secured second place with 472 points. Congratulations. Long Tao secured third place with 299 points. Special reward. Lin E has obtained a mystery chest. Mythic Tavern Blueprint. Hero recruitment tokens times 20, reputation plus 100. Boom. Every lord was stupefied. Mythic tier? There's something beyond legendary tier. The alien races have mastered higher-level technology. For thousands of years, Blue Planet has never gone beyond legendary tier. How did Linny manage this? Even the top-tier missions completed in the past only rewarded at most a legendary level prize. Lin Yi's mythic tier reward must mean he completed the mission at the absolute limit. A mythic tavern? Could it recruit mythic tier heroes? At the same tier, no lord on Blue Planet could stand a chance against mythic tier forces. 20 hero recruitment tokens. That's insane. Meanwhile, Long Tao's face was set in a grim expression. He held a blueprint for a legendary grade smithy tight in his hands, but compared to a mythic tavern, it felt like nothing more than scrap paper. His confidence was shaken to its core. Mythic tavern. His gaze grew dark and stormy. Mythic taverns had a high probability of recruiting transcendent-level heroes, with occasional epic-level appearances. Typically, encountering even one legendary-level hero in a year was considered exceptional luck. Mythic tier? The chances were almost non-existent. But those were heroes. Their value absolutely eclipsed any material blueprint by miles. Jealousy burned brightly within him. So what if you've obtained the blueprint? With your resources, even if high-tier heroes are willing to stay, you probably don't have the means to raise their loyalty. Meanwhile, I have advanced progression knowledge. I'll surpass you eventually. Determination flared in Long Tao's eyes. Lu Yi, gather all the materials. Notify the hunting team. We march at once. In the 7th Prince's residence. Xia Jie stared intensely at those 3 words, mythic tier, his body trembling slightly. Since childhood, even when faced with assassination attempts when death seemed certain, he'd never have I been so flustered. There's an insurmountable chasm between Blue Star civilization and the otherworldly races. He recalled the classified files from the Celestial Pavilion, and his face turned deathly pale. Centuries ago, a powerful lord captured an otherworldly being and learned a grim truth. Blue Star is nothing more than a divine livestock farm. All otherworldly races are mere livestock and slaves raised by the gods. Like humans, they are confined to the legendary realm, classified as a level 1 civilization. Unable to break their shackles, they are forever regarded as insects in the eyes of the gods. More terrifyingly, each farm is maintained for only 1,000 years. After a millennium, higher-tier races and the divine legions descend upon the farm to harvest. And now, the deadline looms dangerously close. Suddenly, the dragon-head statue in his territory began to shimmer with golden light. No, Xia Jie's face turned red with determination. If Lin Yi can acquire blueprints for a level 2 civilization, why can't I? Bottleneck. Nonsense. Buildings can be seized. Territories can be annexed. A mythic-level tavern. I stared at the pale red scroll, 20 metallic tokens, and a blood-soaked undershirt. The last one was a leaderboard reward, a legendary-grade defensive innerwear. Why are all these items at unheard-of levels? I checked the blueprint details, and my earlier confusion dissipated instantly. Mythic Tavern Blueprint. Materials required. Iron ore times 500. Silver ore times 200. Gold ore times 100. Premium sandalwood times 500. Amethyst coins times 900. Effect. Constructs a mythic tavern that attracts wandering heroes. Probability of hero grades. Extraordinary guaranteed. Epic guaranteed. Legendary high. Mythic moderate. Divine low. Eternal minuscule. Cosmic dream on. Supreme keep dreaming. Supreme is the highest rank in the world? At that moment, I finally understood the ranking system. Even the so-called top-tier legendary of Blue Star's lords is only the 3rd highest tier. 5 more ranks lie above them. Yet my territory had reached the supreme rank. But my excitement was extinguished as quickly as it had ignited when I saw the material costs. 900 amethyst coins. You might as well rob me. The ores were manageable, I had those in storage. But those 900 amethyst coins? That was going to drain my entire treasury. It's as if they're watching my wallet before pricing this. I checked my current funds. After completely liquidating everything, I just barely managed to scrape together 930 coins, enough for materials with 30 coins to spare. I opened the trade market. Premium sandalwood at 150 gold coins. 500 units will cost over 700 amethyst coins alone. No wonder they say, if you're broke, don't play as a lord. I sent out a message. Trading beast meat for premium sandalwood. DM if interested. I enabled private message settings. Within moments, my inbox exploded. Representing the 7th prince. This is an olive branch. Pledge your loyalty to His Highness, and you'll rise to prominence. His patience is limited, don't push your luck. 30 units of sandalwood. 200 gold coins, non-negotiable. Are you running low on beast meat yet? Hi boss, I've got 1 unit of sandalwood. Name your price. 50 caddies of beast meat. Friend, my territory has a forest of sandalwood. I'll trade beast meat for 70% of the market price. Help, I need beast meat. My sister can't hold on much longer. Here's an artistic photo. I quickly closed the eye-burning picture. After filtering through, very few were capable of selling sandalwood. Less than a total of 100 units available in the market. So scarce. My eyes landed on the lord of a territory with a sandalwood forest, Hao Xingren. I need 500 units of sandalwood. Got stock. Hao Xingren replied almost instantly. That much? I'm a bit short on hand, but give me half an hour to put it together. Deal. Boss, even at 70% market price, that'll cost 18,000 caddies of beast meat. More than 10,000 caddies should be enough to cover it. All right, shall we trade in half an hour? I paused. I don't have enough beast meat for now. I'll make up the rest by evening. Is that okay? Hao Xingren was dumbfounded. Wait, you're making such a large-scale trade? On credit? Hiss. He stared at the transaction record, gripping his logging axe so tightly it almost slipped from his hand. This guy was actually buying up premium sandalwood? 500 units. What's he planning to do? The skinny youth in a worn-out shirt suddenly looked up, his gaunt face filled with disbelief. Some speculated that my beast meat was acquired accidentally, but Hao Xingren knew the truth. Those ferocious beasts were all killed by me personally. Thanks to the unique properties of his territory, he could trace the origin of materials. Each piece of beast meat bore the indelible mark, Hunter, Lin E. That's why he was willing to trade at a low price, to climb this golden ladder. Wait, that announcement earlier. A light bulb went off in Hao Xingren's head. A mythical tier building? No way. He chuckled to himself at the thought. Mythical tier? You've got to be kidding me. Forget it, let's bet on this. Gritting his teeth, the young lord wrapped up his entire stock and sent it. If worst comes to worst, this sandalwood forest can just stay off the books. Boom. A mountain of crimson sandalwood filled the space, emanating an extraordinary fragrance. Without hesitation, I activated the blueprint. The materials dissolved into flowing streams of light, gathering together in front of the manor, forming rapidly. Mystic runes emerged from the ground veins, slithering and weaving like living things before vanishing back into the earth. A burst of brilliant white light exploded outward. A 3-story tavern rose majestically, carved from crimson sandalwood. Its walls were adorned with reliefs of various races, a rampaging dragon, a towering titan, an elf wielding a scepter. But the most surprising part? Sounds of chatter were coming from within. People. I perked up. Old Deng, Iron Pillar, come inside with me. My lord. Wang Taiju frowned. There's no powerful presence inside. Rolling my eyes, I muttered. Geez, can't you just let me build a little atmosphere for once? Anticipation? Creak. The heavy wooden door swung open. All chatter screeched to a halt. Dozens of pairs of eyes, more than 30, for sure, snapped toward me simultaneously. Holy! I sucked in a sharp breath. Bull heads, dog heads, lizard heads, red skin, purple skin, green skin. What the heck is this, a zoo? Goblins, night elves, dwarves, orcs. The tavern brimmed with an assortment of fantastical races. Above every single one of their heads hovered clouds of mist in various colors: silver, gold, purple, orange. The orange ones were the rarest, only 2 in sight. Orange. Legendary tier. My gaze quickly swept over the orange-hued goblin. Without hesitation, I fished out my letter of introduction. So what if it's legendary? A goblin, a race known for its innate depravity. Who knows what kind of disaster they'd bring to the territory? Everyone leave. Next group, step up. White light engulfed the entire room. Damn it. I just ordered a rum. Stupid, blind lord. Like I care about a dump like this. The heroes grumbled and cursed, reluctantly preparing to leave. Wait, I said, pointing at the price list behind the bar. Your drinks, 15 gold a glass. What? You're charging us for that? Their eyes widened in disbelief. Pricing's clearly listed. Don't tell me you didn't see it. I grinned as I held out my hand. Hey, if they're already being sent away, might as well pocket a little extra gold for nothing. One group after another. I lost count after 10. My patience was wearing thin. And then, buzz. A figure stepped into the tavern. Horns jutted from their head. Their body was encased in shimmering blue dragon scales, exuding a ferocious, oppressive aura. A pack of ants. A voice, low and thunderous like a growl, rippled through the room, and every single hero fell silent in terror. A dragonkin. My eyes lit up. The mist above their head was blood red, higher than legendary tier. I was just about to approach when the tavern doors lit up again. An ominously black spear tip slowly emerged. Boom. An overwhelming, suffocating bloodlust swept through the room. Even the dragonkin hero braced themselves, their magical power roaring to life as they locked eyes with the doorway. The weapon fully emerged. A 7-foot-long spear, jet black from head to tip, with a crimson tassel drenched in the color of blood. Its shaft bore a name etched in bold, ancient characters. The Overlord's Spear, Xiangyu. Xiangyu's weapon? I gasped. But why? Is it held by a woman's hand? A lilting, ethereal laugh filled the air. Oh my, what a lively place we have here. Barkeep, osmanthus wine. A jug, and 10 pounds of beef. She emerged through the portal, a silver-armored warrior. Breathtakingly beautiful, her face shone with the perfect blend of regal strength and playful allure. Her silver armor left just enough to the imagination, revealing a well-defined waist and impossibly long legs, pale as moonlight. Wielding the legendary Overlord Spear, her sheer presence was overwhelming. But what made my chest tighten, what left me completely breathless, was the swirling black mist above her head, a force that seemed to consume all light, radiating a terrifyingly inescapable pressure. Black tier potential. My lord, Wang Fugue exclaimed excitedly. This female warrior is perfect for us. You can just tell she's a natural leader, fit to command troops. I gave old Deng a firm pat on the shoulder. Great minds think alike. She's the one. You're the lord? The woman with the gun's glimmering eyes caught mine, cutting through the crowd and locking onto me like a blade. Before I could even respond, a flash of cold light. The tip of her gun was already pressed against my inner thigh. Eyes wandering around like that. She smirked slightly, her voice calm but sharp as a blade. Isn't the best way to recruit a hero. She pulled the gun back, turned on her heel, her actions fluid and precise, all in one swift motion. My lord, Iron Pillar deserves to die. Wang Taiju dropped to her knees with a loud thud, cold sweat streaming from her face. That moment, it was so fast she didn't even have a chance to react. Get up. I helped Taiju up, my face flushed with slight embarrassment. Damn it, this female warrior was too striking. I couldn't help but glance a little too long. Old Deng, get us the best wine and meat we've got. I walked over to the woman, Taiju following close behind. What's this? The woman leaned lazily against the chair, her ruby-red lips curving into a smirk. Are you interested in me, my lord? And in what way exactly? This tavern. It gives me a sense of familiarity, I said casually, then added calmly. But if that's all you're wondering about, then you might be a little disappointed. I didn't rush. Once the roasted meat was served and the wine was poured to the brim, I spoke slowly. Of course, it's not just that. A warrior like you, who frequents a hero's tavern, must not yet have found a worthy leader. All that skill and talent, yet no place to put it into practice. The woman grabbed a beef shank and bit into it brazenly. Hom. Makes sense. Keep going. Someone of your caliber would only see their potential wasted in the hands of an average lord. My eyes sharpened as I continued. But I'm not like the others. My offer is simple. Join me, and you'll command legions. Wealth, treasures, whatever you desire. But most importantly, I said, leaning back slightly, a confident smirk spreading across my face, I own a supreme-ranked domain. Boom. The tavern erupted in chaos. Supreme-ranked domain. That was a bloodline inheritance exclusive to ancient races. A mere human possessing it? How could that be? Lie detection spell. A dragonborn hero's pupils contracted as he stared at me intently. Moments later, he let out a low, stunned roar. It's true, my lord. I vow to follow you. Just feed me, and I'm yours. Lord, pick me. I'm just good at fighting, but I'll be a great foot soldier. The heroes in the tavern went absolutely wild. A 300% boost to cultivation speed. Who could resist such a temptation? Not interested, the woman said lazily, taking a swig of wine. Her cheeks flushed slightly from the alcohol. I'm more curious about who you are, and why exactly you managed to draw me here. For over a decade, only this tavern, or should I say you, could make me step outside of the heroic realm. The teleportation spell cost me 170,000 gold coins. It drained my wallet dry. My smile froze. She's not playing by the rules at all. Maybe it's just my strong fortune? I ventured, leaning on my elbow against the table and swirling my wine glass. I asked, do you know who I am? Of course. I pointed to the mighty Overlord spear beside her. Someone in possession of the weapon of Xiang Yu, the Overlord of Western Chu. Who else could you be but Lady Yu? Lady Yu. A spark ignited in her eyes as she retorted. So you do know that part of history. Isn't that common knowledge? I froze for a moment, then quickly messaged Hao Xingren in a private chat. Hey, do you know who Liu Bang is? Brother, never heard of the guy, Hao replied. What about the struggle between Chu and Han? Come on, my literature skills are unrivaled in a 300-year span. I've never heard of that either. What the? I widened my eyes, lowering my voice as I timidly asked. Miss you. Could it be that you're also? A cool, delicate finger pressed against my lips. Shoo, my lord, be careful with your words, she said softly, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. I never said my name was you. My name is Xiang Yi. Xiang Yu was my father, and Lady Yu was my mother. She gestured toward the spear. This weapon is merely a keepsake from my father. I'm no poet, and I only have a rudimentary grasp of martial arts. I hope you, my lord, won't disdain my abilities. Congratulations. You have successfully recruited the immortal-grade heroine, Xiang Yi. Reputation, -600. It worked. I was momentarily stunned. I thought there was no chance to impress someone with a transcendent tier characteristic, but what an unexpected twist. Hero Overview, Xiang Yi. Rarity, Immortal Grade, Growth Potential. Level, 40. Class, Overlord Unique. Stats, Constitution, 150, Strength, 150, Agility, 150, Spirit, 147. Skills, Phoenix Takes Flight, Tempest Barrage, Shooting Star Chase, Immortal Grade Superior. Legendary Overlord, Immortal Grade Ultimate. Hero Exclusives. Command Specialty, 180% compatibility with Spearmen, 120% to 160% with other troop types. Battle Spirit. If Legion completeness greater than 80%, plus 20% combat effectiveness. Ultimate Leadership Skill. Break the cauldrons and sink the boats. Ignites the entire army's fighting spirit, massively improving combat capability. Cooldown, 3 days. This is what Immortal Grade looks like. I marveled. She crushed it across all stats. A unique class, top-tier skills, and the command bonus. Leading a company of Red Spear soldiers would grant a direct 180% stat boost. My lord, does your earlier promise still hold? Xiang Yi asked, her elegant eyes lifting as they fixed on me. A promise made is a promise kept. Then you'll need to reimburse my tavern entry fee, 160,000 gold coins. I choked. I'm already drowning in debt. Where am I ever going to find that sort of money? Heir, could you give me a few days to sort it out? Xiang Yi's delicate brow arched slightly. She leaned closer to my ear, her voice sultry. If you're out of money, I wouldn't mind a more personal repayment. What? My blood boiled instantly. General Xiang. Taizhu interjected out of nowhere. Rest assured, my lord's finances are robust and reliable. Me. Xiangyi. Let's get going, Xiangyi suggested, spinning around sharply. Show me our territory. Pushing open the tavern doors. So, this is the Supreme Dominion? Xiangyi instantly felt an explosion of martial arts insight, her spiritual energy absorption doubling in speed. Techniques she once thought flawless now seemed riddled with openings. Turns out its reputation is well-deserved. She glanced around at the simple, modest structures and immediately understood. While the land was poor, its potential was limitless. Well, what do you think? I asked. Not bad. Xiangyi glanced at the Red Spear soldiers, her gaze sharp. Their posture is decent. Although they're still weak, their fighting spirit burns brightly. Take them out to hunt in the Western Basin today, I instructed. Target magical beasts and ferocious creatures alike. Oh, and by the way, I'm Linny. Xiangyi nodded, understanding the arrangements of her new lord were not to be questioned. Lord, Wang Qianqian came running, out of breath, her face flushed. She cast a quick glance at Xiangyi before blurting out in a rush. My lord, something's wrong. What is it? The magical beasts in the Western Basin have all been driven away by otherworldly tribes. Only one rank. 3 beast remains. Wang Qianqian reported anxiously, her words tumbling out. A foreign tribe? My pupils shrank. Are you certain? The intelligence on the communication channels was crystal clear. Humans and the foreign tribes were supposed to remain separated by a barrier for another 30 days. There shouldn't be any sign of them yet. While I dominated the leaderboard among lords on Blue Star, the otherworldly tribes were on an entirely different level of threat. Absolutely certain. Wang Qianqian's face was resolute, her voice firm. It's no warriors. They're highly disciplined, acting in formation, definitely not a random wandering group. This isn't good, my brows furrowed. How strong are they? They're slightly stronger than our spear soldiers. They didn't spot you, did they? Wang Qianqian straightened her back, her petite frame showing confidence. Of course not. My stealth skills are unrivaled. After confirming the territory's safety, I relaxed a little. A rank, 3 magical beast. I had just begun to speak. Lead the way. Xiangyi interrupted calmly, her words precise and firm. Rank, 3 is trivial. 1 strike will suffice. My eyes lit up. Of course, I had just recruited a level 40 powerhouse. A rank, for crushing a rank, 3. What's there to worry about? Let's go? We'll use the resources from this rank, 3 beast, to fortify the territory. My fighting spirit surged. Wang Qianqian's eyes widened in disbelief. And my lord, that's still a rank, 3 beast. Lead the way. I patted her on the head. Reluctant but yielding to our confidence, she guided us, all the while marveling at how powerful the new woman must be to act so composed. I led 20 spear soldiers and 3 of my heroes toward the target. Piercing lance formation. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of spears thrust forward simultaneously, turning the charging 2-horned rhino into a living pincushion. The beast thrashed in its final struggle. Die! Wang Taizhu descended like a thunderbolt, driving his spear straight through the rhino's skull. Blood and brain matter splattered as the massive beast collapsed with a ground-shaking thud. Quick, start dissecting. Leave the guts behind. Wang Taizhu wiped the sweat from his brow. How many beasts has it been now? Xiangyi's command could double everyone's combat strength, making ordinary feral beasts little more than lambs to the slaughter. But today was different. The beasts were like lunatics, endlessly charging at the team. Even someone as strong as he felt exhaustion creeping in. Ding! Hunting experience gained. I could feel the energy flowing into my body as I clenched my fists. Fighting firsthand really does make leveling up more efficient. A lord's territory is part of their strength, but history is riddled with assassinated rulers, proving one thing. To be invincible, you must rely on your own power. Lord, that fiery cat over there is a 3rd-tier magical beast. Wang Qianqian pointed toward a pile of jagged rocks in the distance. I squinted to get a better look. It was a massive beast, lying lazily but already towering as tall as half a building, its body cloaked in flames. Even across several hundred meters, the searing heat waves hit me in the face. That's supposed to be a cat? I was stunned. If Xiangyi weren't here, I would have turned back immediately. My lord. Xiangyi's eyes burned with the desire for battle. Before I could respond, she had already moved. Boom. The ground cracked beneath her feet as she shot out like an arrow, straight toward the fiery cat. I'll be back in no time. Her voice echoed behind as she disappeared. She's so fast. Wang Taizhu and his daughter were awestruck. I focused as much as I could, yet I still couldn't follow her movements. My pitiful single-digit stats were utterly insignificant before a true powerhouse. Roar! The fiery cat jolted awake, its fur bristling as the temperature around it skyrocketed. The rocks beneath its feet began to melt as it transformed into a blazing hell beast, its massive body towering several meters high like some infernal deity. But Xiang Yi's eyes only reflected disappointment. Too weak. She leaped into the air, countless dark shadows converging toward her spear from all sides, forming the phantom images of a dragon and phoenix. The thunderous sound of her weapon ripping through the air split the sky. Die! A black streak of light, stretching hundreds of meters, tore through the battlefield. The fiery cat didn't even have time to react before the spear pierced straight through its heart. Ugh! The behemoth collapsed with a resounding thud, never understanding how this human had appeared or killed it. Ding! Magical beast slain. Massive experience gained. Level up. Now LV7. Power surged within me like a tide. Every pore on my body seemed to open up, each muscle singing in exhilaration. Yes. Looking at my newly improved attributes of 3.5, I couldn't help but replay the image of Xiang Yi's incredible strength in my mind. The hunger to become stronger burned even brighter. As long as I have an invincible army, I can level up just by sitting back and letting them fight. I couldn't wait to get back and upgrade my territory. My lord, mission accomplished, Xiang Yi said as she dragged back the fiery cat's corpse. That spear strike. Absolutely breathtaking. I murmured, staring at the massive creature the size of a small building. Even in death, it radiated an overwhelming sense of terror. We've finally got a magic core. Ding. Disassemble. Yes. White light enveloped the beast's body, transforming it into various materials. Acquired. Third tier magic core X1. Acquired. Fiery magma leopard hide. Mao X1. Fangs X2. Bones X50. Flesh X1000. Flame Essence X10 acquired. Blazing Assassin Class Scroll X1 acquired. I twitched at the corners of my mouth. Such a massive beast, and only a tenth of its resources remain. But the moment I saw the class scroll, I immediately felt at ease. An epic class profession scroll. Worth every drop. This is a priceless treasure in the Xia Kingdom, something that only circulates among the nobles. I raised the scroll high. From today onwards, you'll earn contribution points for slaying enemies on the battlefield or aiding in supply logistics. With contribution points, you can exchange for anything. Thank you, Lord. The soldiers cheered enthusiastically. Taizhu, map out the route. Later, we'll haul all the beasts we slaughtered along the way back with us. Understood. Today, the beasts went into a frenzy, and we killed plenty. Nothing should go to waste. Damn those other races. Thinking of the beasts chased away by them pained me. They're walking treasure troves, every last one. Head back to the city. Let's upgrade the territory first, and then we'll deal with those Null scum. In the tavern, Long Tao was trembling all over, his face beet red. Standing in front of him was a Null hero clad in bone armor and wielding a giant battle axe. Hogger. Race, Null. Rarity, Epic. Level, 10. Leadership, Axeman, 130% compatibility. An epic grade Null hero. Perfect synergy with my Axemen. Long Tao burst into maniacal laughter. Every coin I spent was worth it. In an ordinary tavern, using advanced knowledge modifications alongside a dash of luck, an epic hero had walked right up to him. With a 130% compatibility boost, I'll be hunting monsters in 2 days. No doubt, I'll be the first to reach a level 3 territory. Hogger is absolutely the strongest hero right now. My rise begins today. Hogger suddenly sniffed the air. I smell kin southward. Send someone to scout it out. Long Tao's eyes sparkled. Could it be that he was about to gain additional non-human citizens? However, congratulations to Human Lord Lin Yi for becoming the first to reach level 3 territory. Rewards. Non-human nest blueprint X1, amethyst treasure chest X1, amethyst coins X1000, reputation X1000. All other lords, keep striving. It struck Long Tao like lightning, leaving him utterly stunned. A nest blueprint. Smack. Long Tao slapped himself hard across the face. The stinging pain confirmed it. This wasn't a dream. What are you saying? Just a level 3 territory, and he gets a nest blueprint. His voice quivered. Isn't that something that only drops after killing a world boss? He stared unblinkingly at the system announcement, his eyes nearly bugging out of his head. A nest blueprint. That meant he could establish a sub-base for non-human races. Not only would it unlock an entirely new tech tree, but it also allowed direct recruitment of non-human warriors. Even the weakest goblin nest. Even miracles can be created in the hands of human lords. Let alone, if it's a dragon's nest. Long Tao didn't dare think further. Dragons, the legendary race with minimum mythical potential. A mana core. How did he get a tier 3 mana core? Long Tao slumped onto a stool in the tavern. Suddenly, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Looks like my rebirth has altered the causal lines. I must act ahead of schedule. He abruptly stood up and ordered Hogger. Immediately send someone south to find your kin. I hope you can personally convince them to join us. No problem. Hogger grinned, baring his sharp teeth. Meanwhile, the chat channel was in an uproar. Level 3 territory by day 7. The fastest recorded time was at least 10 days. Amethyst treasure chest plus 1,000 reputation. I'm so jealous. A nest blueprint? What the heck is that? Sounds freaking awesome. Big shot Lin E is clearly on track to dominate. Bang. A wooden mug shattered on the ground. L level 3. Xia Jie stared at the announcement, completely dumbfounded. He was a prince, the 7th prince no less. He had exclusive access to resources the moment he entered the battlefield, starting miles ahead of any ordinary lord. But now, most of his resources had already been consumed, and yet he had gained nothing significant. Even Long Tao was already on the verge of surpassing him. There's still hope. Xia Jie took a deep breath, gazing out the window at the dragon head statue. Determination reignited in his eyes. Rumble. The entire territory shook violently. A blinding white light erupted from the center of the estate, rippling outward like water. The territory's range instantly expanded to 1.5 square kilometers. 2-meter-high spiked wooden walls shot up from the ground, each post thick as a grown man's thigh. Towering 10-meter watchtowers stood solidly at each corner. Spent 1 tier, 3 mana core, and this is the result? Totally worth it. I stared at the estate before me. What was once a simple stone house had now transformed into a grand 3-story courtyard adorned with green tiles and white walls. It was majestic and awe-inspiring. Congratulations on becoming a Grand Lord. Please set your nickname. Level 3, and this is just the beginning? I muttered with a smirk. I typed in 4 simple words, super love farming. Straightforward and direct. All I want is to farm. But mess with me, and I'll plant you 6 feet under. New privileges unlocked. Mystic Realm expeditions, legitimate claim systems, divine worship mechanics. I quickly scanned through the newly unlocked features. Mystic Realm expeditions appeared to function like a dungeon system. Legitimate claim systems dictated the rules for territorial warfare. Any unauthorized conflicts would generate infamy, effectively putting a global target on your back. But the most intricate one was divine worship mechanics. Choose a deity to worship, and you can summon their descent through the power of faith? I frowned. Sounds suspiciously like a pyramid scheme. All of a sudden, a soul-shaking tremor stopped me in my tracks. The amethyst treasure chest had inexplicably transformed into a shabby wooden box. What the hell? I walked over, yelling, "Where's the promised amethyst? Where could it be?" The moment I pressed down the lid of the chest, my blood began to boil. Bang! The wooden chest exploded, and a piece of radiant shard shot toward my forehead. Binding success. Mysterious territory shard January 9th acquired. Collect 9 pieces to unlock a special territory. I muttered while holding the shard in my hand. Looks like the buffs are stacking nicely. Carefully tucking the shard away, I turned my focus to another reward. Blueprint, Light Dragon Nest. Grade, Divine Spirit Level. Requirements, 1,000 times light crystals, 1,000 times amethyst coins, 1 times territory core. Dragons. My eyes lit up, and it's perfectly aligned with the Pure Land's attributes. It's a light dragon. Without hesitation, I reached out to some trusted allies to inquire about gathering materials. Light crystals can be found where light energy is abundant. As for the territory core, you need to either destroy another lord's manor or wipe out wild foreign factions, they informed me. The Northern Forest. I recalled Wang Qianqian's previous reports. That place is rich in light energy, and mysterious creatures dwell there. Plus, there are those gnolls in the northern region. Kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Old Deng. I called out, leaving my manor. My lord, Wang Fuguei quickly stepped forward. I'm heading to the north to recruit that mysterious being. Leave half the spearmen and iron pillar here to guard the city, I instructed at high speed. Meanwhile, you and Shoer work on implementing the contribution-based reward system. Motivate the soldiers and ensure fair distribution of loot. Brilliant. Wang Fuguei gave me a thumbs up. Enough with the flattery. I waved him off. And have Iron Pillar bring back some scorched soil from the battlefield while transporting the beast we slew. This mission is crucial, I declared. Quickly regrouping the remaining spearmen, I handed the command over to Xiang Yi. With the city gates opening wide, a mighty procession, led by Wang Qianqian, surged into the dense northern woods. Whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of spearmen advanced swiftly among the trees, the sound of snapping branches sending flocks of birds into the sky. Wild beasts scattered in a radius of miles. My eyes locked onto the figure ahead, elegant and lithe, with legs gracefully slender and straight as jade, a soft sway to her waist, her every step setting ripples on the ground like lotus blooms forming. My lord, Xiang Yi abruptly turned her head, a subtle smirk playing on her lips. If you want to admire, go ahead. Once we return, it'll be all yours to gaze upon. But for now, with a sudden sharp glint in her eyes, she continued, focus. If you die, who am I supposed to demand repayment from? I coughed awkwardly. I'm surveying the terrain. For hours of forced marching, and my legs felt as though they had been filled with lead. If it weren't for the territory's buffs, I'd have long collapsed by now. I really need to secure a mount, I thought grimly, clenching my teeth. My lord, a petite figure darted through the air toward us. Wang Qianqian appeared like a forest sprite, nimbly leaping without disturbing a single leaf. The target is just ahead. It's still there. Should we send Sister Xiang Yi ahead to scout first? No need, I decided immediately. Let the army rest for 15 minutes. The light crystals were a must-have. If even Xiang Yi couldn't handle what lay ahead, investigation was now meaningless. Moments later, the team advanced slowly. After moving only 500 meters, the air changed suddenly, gentle, as if returning home. Vegetation shifted from green to white, creating an eerie gradient. An invisible pressure, like a giant hand, tightened steadily. Master, Xiang Yi tensed instantly, gripping her overlord's spear horizontally, her whole demeanor like a coiled predator ready to strike. Oh, she licked the corner of her lips, excitement flaring in her eyes. This is getting interesting. Boom. A cyclone of energy erupted from her body. I looked up. Suspended in the air was a figure. That's over the top. The woman wore only a gown as thin as cicada wings, made of lace, with black and white chains coiling around her figure. Her voluptuous body maintained perfect curves, balanced in every measurable way. Most striking of all were the pair of snow-white wings on her back, each feather radiating a sacred brilliance. Lord, are you seeing this? Wang Qianqian's eyes widened. You all can't see her? I asked, baffled. The aura of a pure land. The woman in the air spoke, her voice dreamy and ethereal. Strange Lord, what brings you here? Fallen Archangel Cephia, Nun Elena. Race, half-angel. Rating, immortal, incomplete. Level, 40. Status, unaligned and recruitable. I've come to invite you to join me, I replied bluntly. Cephia's silver eyes opened slightly wider. The prophecy of the God King. The chains of fate are wrapped tightly around you. The history hidden by darkness will be unveiled by your hands, and the gods shall once again fear the forbidden dominion. I will pledge my allegiance, but I require a holy type profession scroll. I smiled and pulled a white scroll from my cloak. What a coincidence. I have exactly what you need. My king, Cephia's wings fluttered in excitement as the scroll flew into her hands. Blessings of light. With my power, break the curse. The black and white chains disintegrated like receding tides. When she opened her eyes again, the silver faded, revealing a pair of vibrant blue irises. Thank you, Archangel. Elena shall forever follow her lord, shining light upon the darkness. Congratulations. You have successfully recruited an immortal-grade hero, Nun Elena. Reputation -600. Server announcement. Human Lord Lin E has completed the rare hidden quest, The Imprisoned Nun, recruiting hero Nun Elena. Reputation +500. The entire server erupted. Lin E is basically making the announcement channel his personal residence now. A rare hidden quest. This hero's going to be OP for sure. A nun. I can't even stay calm. Long Tao's expression turned grim. This is impossible. Where the hell did he get a holy scroll? He had calculated everything, yet hadn't anticipated I'd complete the quest first. Once I secure the Knoll tribe's allegiance, I'll use those outsiders to get rid of him. Long Tao thought coldly, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. This is just an early game hero. However, the new announcement completely shattered him. Total heroes count reaches 100. Hero leaderboard unlocked. Hero leaderboard. 1. Xiang Yi Human. Affiliation, Lin E. 2. Elena, Half Angel. Affiliation, Lin E. 3. Hog, Knoll, Epic. Affiliation, Long Tao. 4. Figo, Half Orc, Epic. Affiliation, Zhou. 5. Roll, Human, Epic. Affiliation, Xiajia. How is this even possible? Long Tao broke into a cold sweat. The chat channel exploded. Epic ranked heroes by day 7. Why are Lin Yi's heroes marked with question marks? Beyond epic. Could it be mythic rank? 2 mythic ranked heroes? What kind of race is Half Angel? I ignored the chaos brewing outside and focused on the new hero panel. Sister Elena. Potential, Immortal class, growth potential available. Level, 40. Profession, Divine King's Emissary. Stats, Constitution 149/Strength 142/Agility 150/Spirit 150. Skills, Holy Light's Wrath, Spear of Radiance, Hammer of Judgment, Sacred Blessing, Permanent Buff. Leadership, Casters, 180%. Airborne Archers, 160%. Others, 120%. Army Soul, when Legion Integrity greater than 80%, Battle Force plus 20%. Blessing, Pool of Radiant Purification Angel-Specific Building. This is the power of a half angel. I couldn't stop smiling. Elena approached, her sheer, gauzy dress faintly revealing her silhouette. Quickly averting my gaze, I commanded, "Everyone, gather crystals. This land contains thousands of light crystals, more than enough to build the Light Dragon Lair. Chanqian, scout the nearby tribes." Moments later, Wang Chanqian returned, discovered a Knoll camp. Approximately 200 of them, with average strength on par with our spearmen. Return to the territory first. I decided immediately. By nightfall, the team made it back. A private message popped up. Someone had kindly sent me a blueprint for a training ground. Universal Training Ground. Effect, increases army experience gains. Size, 500 by 500. Can be constructed outside the territory. This is the real deal. My eyes lit up. With the territory's training bonuses and Wang Dazhuang's 800% efficiency boost, the army's leveling speed would skyrocket. I want it. How much do you want for it? Big boss, it's a gift. I just want to be friends. I laughed. Then you've got yourself a friend for life. After concluding the trade, it suddenly hit me. Wait, old pal, do I still owe you something? The generous friend afar shed tears of relief. Bro, you finally remembered. If you don't send over some meat, I'm going to starve to death. The night was as dark as ink. I stretched and massaged my temples, feeling the fatigue settling in. The sunlit stronghold, the relentless daytime hunt nearly made me lose track of time. Wang Taizhu's spear never ceased its motion, and the entire hunting party cut through the wilderness like a meat grinder. 70,000 pounds of beast meat piled up like a mountain. If it weren't for those damned ferocious monsters preying on each other, our haul would have easily exceeded 100,000 pounds. Hunting alone won't sustain us for long, I said sharply as my gaze hardened. It's time to activate the blueprint for fertile lands. After quickly repaying Hao Xing Rin the meat debt in full, I tossed an extra 3,000 pounds his way, because one must be magnanimous. All remaining resources were thrown into the trade market. In under a minute, everything was gone. The other lords cursed under their breath, but their hands moved faster than their words. A total of 3,100 amethyst coins entered my account. Adding the 1,000 coin upgrade bonus, my wallet finally felt heavier. With money comes power. Lord, it was Xiaoyi, appearing at just the right moment, her gaze burning with intent. Is it time to settle the ledger? I coughed dryly before pulling out over 1,000 amethyst coins. Just as Xiaoyi was about to take the pouch, I suddenly withdrew my hand back. You did mention something about. Surely my lord jests. Xiaoyi's cheeks flushed crimson as she snatched the bag at lightning speed. I never said anything like that. I was left speechless. The duck at my lips flew away. Xiaoyi, I shifted to seriousness, my gaze turning cold and commanding. If I give you 100 spearmen, can you take down the wolf tribe? A spark lit up in Xiaoyi's beautiful eyes. Leave it to me. She'd already exchanged intelligence with Wang Qianqian. Not even level 20 wolfmen. She could slaughter her way in and out 7 times over alone. Strike under the cover of night. Finish the job before dawn. Understood. Xiaoyi saluted and departed swiftly, disappearing into the night with Wang Qianqian, Wang Taizhu, and the spearman in tow. Alina, my lord, the half-angel responded, her wings glowing sanctified under the moonlight. The refinement pool, place it over there, I instructed, pointing to the empty ground next to the tavern. Alina raised her delicate finger, and a burst of radiant light flared. Her wings burned like flames as a speck of white light shot from her fingertips, instantly illuminating the entire territory. The light gathered above the empty ground, forming a circular pool 3 meters in diameter. At its center, the faint outline of an 18-winged angel statue emerged. My lord, Alina's breath was labored, beads of sweat shimmering on her skin. It will take 3 days to fully form. Apologies, this is the limit of my power. It's fine. Go take a bath and rest. My throat went dry as I finished the sentence. Have Chior make you a couple of outfits too. Using light as your cover can't go on forever. It was only then that Alina realized her sheer, wet robes clinging to her figure. Remembering the way her lord had looked at her just moments ago, her legs trembled slightly as she hurried toward the residence. I took a deep breath. What a sin to bear, truly. Deep in the forest. We're close, sniffed Hog, the wolfman hero, as he grabbed a handful of soil and brought it to his nose. The scent of blood and humans. The numbers are huge. Louis, standing behind, was shocked. Isn't this place crawling with fierce beasts? Hogger didn't respond, instead licking the tip of his nose, his movements becoming more cautious. Stop acting all high and mighty. Louis cursed under his breath. If it weren't for the epic hero title on Hogger, how could this newly arrived gnoll compare to him? An old veteran? Found it. Hogger bared his teeth in a grin, claws gripping the treetop. 500 meters ahead, an armed group of gnolls was guarding a camp, surrounded by the mangled remains of beasts strewn across the ground. Strangely, they weren't following their usual scavenging behavior to transport the meat, but were instead standing guard around the camp with tight vigilance. Deeper within the camp, a green tent adorned with animal bones had gnolls busily going in and out, hauling resources of an unusually large and suspicious size. A secret realm. Hogger's tongue flicked across his lips. Luck is on my side. I'm actually about to cash in on this jackpot. What secret realm? Louis was confused. A treasure trove for lords. Hogger smirked coldly before leaping from the tree and strolling boldly toward the camp. Louis's heart was pounding. Was this guy that confident? The gnolls at the camp initially readied their defenses, but the moment they recognized Hogger, they let him through. An elderly gnoll, hunched and holding a staff, exchanged a few quick words with Hogger before dispatching escorts to greet them. The chieftain invites you to a feast. It worked? Louis was stunned. This heavily defended camp was subdued by a few words from Hogger. He was already daydreaming about promotions and glory after Long Tao's eventual rise to power. Does this mean we're allies now? Of course. One of the gnolls grinned widely. But the camp can't hold 100 people. You'll need to figure that part out yourselves. 100. Louis was about to correct him when, whoosh, an arrow sliced through the air, grazing past his cheek. The leading knoll took an arrow right between the eyes, his skull exploding in a bloody mess. All troops, obey orders. Xiang-yi lowered her longbow, her voice icy. Leave no survivors. 100 spear-wielding soldiers fanned out in 4 columns, charging toward the camp like daggers slicing through flesh. Release the arrows. Now, the knoll watchtower guard shrieked in terror. Arrows rained down, but the spear soldiers moved like phantoms, effortlessly dodging or deflecting them. In no time, they reached the camp's perimeter. Spear blades sliced through flesh, and blood burst forth like crimson flowers. The knoll's armor was as fragile as paper against the soldiers' spears. In mere moments, more than 20 bodies littered the ground. What's going on? The knoll chieftain burst from his tent, his eyes blazing with fury. Hogger gripped his massive axe, his heart racing out of his chest. These humans were slaughtering gnolls as if they were nothing, and the woman leading them in particular. She was like a walking battering ram. I can't die here. Hogger raised his axe to block. Shing! Wang Taizhu's spear pierced clean through the massive axe and bone armor, striking straight into his heart. So strong. Wang Taizhu felt the rush of adrenaline as he glanced back towards Xiang-yi. What he thought would be a grueling battle had turned into a massacre, executed with chilling efficiency under Xiang-yi's command. Slaughtering gnolls is easier than hunting beasts. A quarter of an hour later, the campsite fell into a deathly silence. Destroy all the tents, Xiang-yi said with a slight curl of her red lips. Except for that one. Congratulations. Your legion has destroyed the Gnoll outpost, earning territory core ×1, reputation plus 500, slave trading order. Blood trickled along the roots of the tree. Lu Yi slumped against the massive trunk, his abdomen pierced through, intestines spilling out. He gritted his teeth, daring not to make a sound. 24 hours. His consciousness began to blur. If I don't make it back to the territory, I'm done for. His primal instinct to survive drove him to his feet. Every step felt like walking on razor's edge, but he had to stay alive and deliver the message. In the shadows, Wang Qianqian watched coldly from a distance. A servant of a human lord? Interesting. She licked her lips. Following this mangy mutt might just lead me to even bigger prey. She trailed him silently, even considerate enough to clear out predators along his path. Not out of kindness, of course. Clutching the territory core I'd just acquired, I admired the diamond-shaped gem as it reflected a frosty light in the morning sun. Finally, it's mine. I pulled up the construction interface, and a gigantic holographic blueprint of a 100-meter-tall building projected before me. The light dragon nest, far grander than I ever imagined. Place it on the west side, hidden by the forest. 1,000 purple crystal coins dissipated into tiny points of light instantly. The foundation started materializing, then stopped. Light dragon nest, under construction. Current workers, 1. Estimated completion, 500 years. What the hell? I nearly jumped in shock. You're telling me I have to build this by hand? I immediately thought of another reward, the slave trading order. The golden token shimmered and transformed into a glowing interface. Countless available slaves flooded the screen, ranging from low-level goblins to the coveted level 80 elf queen. 15 million purple crystals for the elf queen. I gulped. Forget it for now. Let's see my exclusive slaves. The profile for the Oxhorse people flickered with a special glow. 20 gold coins each. My eyes lit up. Give me 2,000 of them. In an instant, 2,000 Oxhorse people neatly appeared in front of the Lord's manor. A middle-aged man at the forefront stepped forward immediately. Lord, is there work? If there's no work, I feel restless. I glanced at their stat panels, and the 4 racial traits left me utterly dumbfounded. Self-driven, constantly learning and improving. Preparedness. If there's no work, they'll find work. If none exists, they'll create it. Healthy physique. Can survive even on garbage. Environmental adaptation. Automatically evolves to perform any task. What kind of god-tier race is this? I muttered to myself before recalling the grueling 996 grind of my previous life. My expression turned complicated. Go, build that mountain for me. You have 3 days. The middle-aged man straightened his back. If it's not done before dawn, I'll twist off my head and let you use it as a soccer ball. 2,000 beastmen swarmed toward the construction site like a tidal wave. My lord, there's trouble. Chioer handed me a piece of beast hide covered with intelligence reports that made my brow furrow. The herds in the basin had disappeared, not hunted, but vanished into thin air. What had once been a mighty stampede of beasts was now reduced to just a few scattered creatures. Ferocious beasts were attacking during the day, and now they're all gone overnight. My senses immediately picked up on the anomaly. This was no small matter. It was my main source of income. Without the beast herds, it wasn't just about a food shortage. It could collapse the entire economy of my territory. Chioer, leave the task of expanding the population to you. The treasury is at your disposal. I gave my swift directive. I'll handle the food crisis myself. After Chioer left, I opened the territory management panel. Lord's Hall. Level 3. Population 160. Military 160. Slaves 2,000. Treasury. Amethyst coins x 1100. Gold coins x 17,000. Upgrading requires 10 Tier 3 magic cores. I sighed wryly. We can't even see any Tier 1 magical beasts anywhere nearby, let alone Tier 3s. Where the hell am I supposed to find them? In the distance, the beastman's construction progress was astonishing. What was supposed to be a 500-year project seemed like something they truly could finish overnight. I hope the light dragon's nest can offer a breakthrough. I glanced toward the dense forest in the west. Somewhere in that direction, trouble was brewing. Beyond that, Lu'i was still on the run, Death's shadow following close behind. This calm before the storm wouldn't last long. I shifted my focus back to the stats of the beastmen. Initially, I had doubts about their capabilities. That was until service for the Lord must be flawless. A beastman, drenched in sweat, shouted as he hoisted a glowing crystal of light. His bloodshot eyes stared at me with burning intensity. Bring me another one, he roared at his companion. As a second crystal was placed onto his already trembling back, his knees wobbled as if they could collapse at any moment. He had clearly pushed his attributes to their utmost limits, but in his eyes, there was nothing but fiery determination. Like a plague, this madness spread instantly. All the beastmen began competing to carry double the load. None wanted to fall behind, as if failure meant being cast aside. Not bad, I said casually, though the corners of my mouth twitched at the grotesque enthusiasm. Hearing my comment, the beastman's face instantly flushed with pride. He moved like lightning, darting toward the foundation of the nest in huge strides. Before my very eyes, the mountain nest began to take shape at a seemingly impossible speed. It'll be finished before dawn. Satisfied, I turned back toward my residence. Thankfully, Chioer had a mission to occupy her tonight. Otherwise, I doubted I'd be able to focus amidst such chaos. At dawn, I opened my eyes and instinctively checked the territory management panel. Administration 99+. Intelligence 3+. Diplomacy 25+. Finances none for now. Everything seemed average until I checked the diplomacy tab. My eyes instantly widened in disbelief. Wang Chioer has recruited 20 villagers via the Dream Network. Wang Chioer has recruited 8 villagers via the Dream Network. Wang Chioer has successfully formed an alliance with the Eastern Rift Rhinos. Wang Chioer has intimidated the Ghost Shade tribe. Enemy forces will cease hostilities for 1 month. Over 20 notifications flooded the screen. A quick count revealed we gained 300 new villagers. Dream Network? What's that? I shot up, dumbfounded. A game-changing talent like this, one that could explode population growth, shouldn't be this obscure or overlooked. Lord Leader. Wang Chioer entered through the door, carrying a basin of water for washing. I immediately scanned the notification prompt. Wang Chioer has fulfilled specific conditions. Hidden talent activated. You've awakened a talent. Dream Network. Hidden talent universal tier. Description: weaves a web that transcends reality, spun from dreams. Consciousness transforms into intangible nodes, connecting to the dreams of all sentient beings within a 400-kilometer radius. This link overrides natural laws, undetectable even by deities. Effects: 1. Recruiting villagers grants experience. 2. Diplomatic actions grant experience. 3. Dream-based negotiations succeed 500% more often. 4. Agreements are enforced without exception. Violators face the judgment of the world itself. 5. When leverage is held, binding deals can be forced. Limitations: cooldown of 3 days. Holy crap, my jaw nearly dropped to the floor. This was outright broken. A 500% increase in success rate meant even your closest allies wouldn't dare deny you. And if you had dirt on them, it'd be a checkmate in one move. Once a pact was sealed, even sworn brothers would have no choice but to carry it out, possibly dying without ever knowing what hit them. A strategic god-tier ability. Though, the 400-kilometer limitation felt a bit. My lord, Wang Qiuer explained softly. The range increases as I level up. I'm still a novice. Right now, I can't accurately pinpoint targets. This is the best I could do in one night. I nodded. As long as it can improve, that's fine. So, forming an alliance with the Rift Rhinos makes sense, but what's going on with the Ghost Shade tribe? I frowned. That's what I came to report. Wang Qiuer's expression turned grave. The Beast Horde's movements yesterday were linked to a northern undead lord. An undead lord? I sat upright. The trial barrier hasn't collapsed yet. How could there be a foreign lord already? As far as I knew, prior to the end of the rookie lord trials, only members of our own race could become lords. The so-called native species of this area were nothing more than stepping stones for trial-goers. The Beast Horde's erratic behavior, something no ordinary native could orchestrate. The Ghost Shade leader's consciousness was muddled, so the details are unclear, Wang Qiuer recalled. But it's confirmed that the Beast Horde is being controlled by the undead. They've discovered our location and ordered the Ghost Shade tribe to attack us. The Ghost Shade tribe is 300 kilometers away, which means the undead lord is somewhere within that range as well. My frown deepened. Why us? Chose me, huh? A necromancer. Don't tell me he plans to turn the entire Beast Horde into a skeleton army? Send someone sharp to investigate. I ordered. Wang Qianqian returned with Xiang Yi after their assault on the Jackal camp, not arriving back until dusk. Creak. I pushed the door open. Blinding white light met me head-on. What the hell? My vision went white for a moment. When I regained focus, what stood before me was a towering crystal mountain. The mountain, nearly 100 meters tall, was a seamless heap of countless crystals, its surface as smooth as glass. A massive opening sat in the middle, with dozens of platforms stretching outward like branches. The largest platform was nearly 100 meters wide. Even the smaller ones spanned 40 to 50 meters. It looked like a withered tree. Haven't seen any dragons yet. So much for the name. I strode forward quickly. Lord, regarding the mission, the ox-headed team leader approached, trying to gauge my thoughts. Out of my sight. You got it. The captain literally rolled on the ground as commanded, shamelessly unbothered. Light Dragon Lair. Type: racial base. Status: secondary base. Recruitable: baby dragon, 100,000 purple crystal coins. Buildable: platforms, legacy sanctum. When I saw the price, my eyes almost fell out of my head. 100,000. I counted 3 times to make sure I wasn't mistaken. I almost had to pawn my underwear just for 10,000 purple crystal coins to upgrade my territory to level 3. Now a baby dragon costs 10 times that. Even if I sold myself, I couldn't afford it. Wang Qiuer's dream network added 300 new villagers to our numbers. With the ox-headed captain and others as labor, I decided to put all newcomers into spear infantry training. But I noticed some of the new folks only had numbered names and behaved like lifeless puppets, completely clueless and shambling around. Worried that such stupidity might be contagious, I separated them into a lower-tier villager group. By evening, da-da-da-da, the sound of well-organized marching approached from the distance. Cheers erupted from the sentry tower. Xiang Yi's back. I perked up. Other than discovering the Light Dragon Lair, this was what I'd most anticipated today. Leveling the Jackal camp should yield massive spoils for sure. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of smashing echoed through the Lord's Hall. Villagers outside were trembling in fear. This racket had been going on all day. Long Tao smashed the last wooden bowl into pieces before collapsing onto the floor. A crimson message flashed painfully in his vision. Your hero, Hogger, has died. Epic, epic. He had believed nothing would go wrong with Hogger leading the charge to conquer the Jackals. But overnight, Hogger had fallen, crushing Long Tao's hopes for a swift rise to power. You. Say that again, Long Tao demanded, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Lu Yi in the corner. The guy who'd barely escaped with his life was trembling as he knelt on the ground. And my lord, last night, waves after waves of spear infantry swarmed the battlefield. And with just one sweep of her silver spear, the lady general cut down the jackals like they were nothing. Long Tao furrowed his brow. Red-plumed spear infantry, an elite and rare human unit with an average. If you're not even level 13, how could you possibly crush a Knoll army? Unless that silver-armored woman is a hero of the Holy Spirit rank or higher. If that's the case, there must be a lord supporting her. But no old lords exist in the trial grounds, so could it be? A familiar yet utterly repulsive figure flashed across Long Tao's mind. Impossible. Long Tao shook his head violently, trying to push the thought away. Rare unit training takes at least 20+ hours. How could he even have an army ready? Sudden, urgent footsteps interrupted his train of thought. Lord, there's a skeleton outside asking to see you. Let it in. A battered, worn-out skeleton stepped into the hall and sat opposite Long Tao without bothering with formalities. An undead lord. Long Tao sneered sarcastically. Aren't you afraid I'll spread the word about this? Plenty of others would kill for your racial buildings. The skeletal figure, its voice reverberating mechanically, adjusted the vibration plates in its throat. I'm here to talk business. I need you to issue a strong declaration of attack against Lin Yi. What? Long Tao was shaken to his core. How would an outsider, a foreign lord, know about his connection to Lin Yi? The skeleton let out a guttural, chilling laugh as its soul flames burned fiercely. You insignificant mortals. Your secrets are meaningless before me. Gray, deathly mists enveloped the hall in an instant. Out of thin air, a white flower encased in crystal materialized before them. Death mist barrier. Spatial manipulation. Cold sweat drenched Long Tao's back. This was no ordinary skeletal lord. This was a high lich, its consciousness in direct control of the body before him. The twin radiance bloom. Long Tao exclaimed, his voice betraying utter disbelief. This rare, high-tier plant was capable of tearing spatial dimensions and summoning light elementals. At the very least, it heralded a myth-level existence. Lin Yi is my sworn brother, Long Tao said, subtly licking his lips. So, name your price? The skeleton deadpanned. That's right. Gotta charge extra. A flicker of disdain crossed the skeleton's fiery eyes. With a swift motion, it tossed a building blueprint, a unit diagram, and a bone fragment onto the table. 7 days. Fail me, and the Scourge Legion will consume you. And with that, the skeleton collapsed into a heap of bones. The deathly mist vanished. Lin Yi. Long Tao clutched the priceless items in his hands, letting out a maniacal laugh. A lich afraid of infamy values? That can only mean he's setting his sights on kindling divine flames. You're doomed now. Outside the window, a shadow silently withdrew. Across a wasteland riddled with bones, skeletal figures roamed aimlessly. Upon the bone throne sat a woman clad in black robes, Clara White. Her complexion was as pale as death itself, devoid of any sign of life. Lin Yi, this lifetime, I will turn you into one of the undead and imprison you in the abyss for eternity. 10,000 years of torment in the abyss. She had waited far too long for this moment of revenge. We joined the lords at the same time. According to the timeline of the world, you survived and rose to power only by skulking through the trial grounds like a rat. Clara's ocean-like blue eyes burned with hatred. But a cosmic-level territory trait? I'll crush it before it even takes root. You're nothing. A skeletal knight shuffled forward, emitting grinding sounds as it delivered its report. Abandon the attack. Clara's gaze shifted southward. The Wraith tribe, pathetic weaklings. Several hundred kilometers away, I fiddled with the green rune, gazing at the light blue portal. The last blood-soaked spearmen returned, while the oxen and horses carried baskets into the portal. My lord, Wang Fugue exclaimed with excitement. 2 invasions yielded exactly the same rewards. We're striking it rich. Rewards. Everyone deserves generous rewards. I laughed heartily. Minister Xiang, what would you like? Even physical compensation is on the table. Xiang Yi rolled her eyes at me. I'm exhausted, my lord. I just want a quiet drink, she said, heading straight for the hero's tavern. Single haul rewards: 10,000 pounds of common beast meat, 5,000 pounds of feral beast meat, 10,000 bundles of wood, and 3,000 bundles of iron ore, Wang Fugue reported. The problem is that we can't keep up with transportation. 90% of the resources refresh back into the secret realm. With a wave of my hand, I purchased 5,000 oxen horse slaves. Thanks to Wang Fugue's special ability, these creatures could work 24 hours straight with only 2 meals a day and no need for houses. Efficiency at its finest. Emerald Plains Portal Rune. Access per day, January 3rd. Specialties: beast meat, wood, iron ore. Cost per usage: 260,000 gold coins, 3 times a day, 800,000 gold coins a day. Converted: 8,000 purple crystals. But wait, a single light hatchling dragon costs 100,000 purple crystals. Hold up, my eyes widened. On the recruit interface it read, 1,000 purple crystals? Confirmed. Grr. A tiny white dragon, about the size of a kitten, wobbled down, gliding in circles around me. Alps Yagami August. Species: light giant dragon. Grade: Holy Spirit. Level: 11. Attributes: all 5.5, Purity Lands +3. Hungry. I gestured for someone to bring feral beast meat. The hatchling's eyes sparkled, pitifully rubbing against my pant leg. Go on then. The dragon pounced on the bucket of meat like an unleashed hound. In just 1 minute, the 2 barrels of meat were completely empty. The hatchling stared at me pitifully, its golden vertical pupils shimmering with need. My heart sank. This appetite. You eat more than a mythical glutton. I stared wide-eyed, my jaw nearly hitting the ground. 200 pounds of meat. How did its fist-sized belly hold that much? Roar. The hatchling let out a tender but self-satisfied dragon cry. Its golden eyes momentarily gleamed lazily as it completely ignored the lord standing nearby with a grim expression. With its belly full, it waddled toward the crystal mountain to nap. Unfortunately, its tender wings were too weak to fly, despite frantic flapping. In the end, it could only sulk and collapse at the foot of the mountain, slowly shutting its eyes. Is this thing going to bankrupt me with its appetite? I stared at the light dragon's lair interface, my finger hovering over the recruit button, hesitant. This was just a hatchling. When it grew up, wouldn't it devour the entire trading post's meat supply? So broke. Just as I was lamenting, a message popped up. How Shingren. Big boss, interested in some magic soil? Magic-infused soil. Type: magical material. Uses: alchemy, farming, spellcasting. Prime farmland material. My eyes lit up. With good farmland, I could grow crops. Right now, food prices are through the roof. This could be a ridiculously profitable business. I'll take however much you've got. About a ton, and I'll get you the rest tomorrow. A ton? I gasped. Market price for magic soil is 100 gold coins per pound, and a ton equals 2,000 amethyst coins. How much are you asking? Boss, talking about money is just too formal. How Shingren paused. Actually, I was hoping you could help me with something. Go ahead. I picked up a hidden quest. It's to hunt a high-tier magical beast. If the boss helps me out, the magic soil is yours for free, and you get to take half of the magic cores we collect. He then sent me an item. Hunter's Bait. Effect: attracts an ice crystal direwolf pack, including an alpha wolf. Warning: make sure you're prepared to handle the encounter. What level are the direwolves? He went silent for a few seconds. Boss, don't tell me you've never studied magical beast identification? I blushed. Ahem, direwolves are tier 2 pack beasts. The alpha is tier 3. I've listed a copy of a magical beast bestiary for you in the marketplace. Tier 2 and 3? Piece of cake. All right, put it up. Shortly after, I received the putrid bait and a thick bestiary. I immediately flipped to the dragon chapter, carefully reading through it. Dragon growth depends on their diet. Ample meat will help them reach adolescence faster. Afterward, they'll need time catalyst runes to accelerate their growth. These are a staple for advanced lords and must be developed by research facilities. Back to needing magic cores again. I gathered Xiang Yi's spear infantry battalion. The direwolf pack would be dealt with efficiently, offering the dual benefit of clearing farmland and setting up a research facility. 2 birds, 1 stone. Standing atop the watchtower, I surveyed the horizon. Wang Taizhu ignited the bait. The rotting flesh popped and sizzled in the flames, emitting an otherworldly stench. Far in the distance, wolf howls pierced the air. Trait Upgrade Rune. It can upgrade the territory's traits to mythic level. Hao Xingren's breath quickened as he stared at the quest reward description. He figured I'd need a few days to prepare. After all, Tier 3 magical beasts were no joke. A single mistake could mean complete annihilation. But then, the stuff is already on the marketplace. What the hell? That fast? Hao Xingren's hand trembled, nearly spilling his water. Meanwhile, the direwolf pack had already turned into glorious XP for me. My Tier 2 Crimson Spear infantry, bolstered by Xiang Yi's buffs, were unbeatable against anything of their tier. The Alpha Wolf fell with a single strike from General Xiang herself. The massive XP haul leveled me straight up to level 9. Research facility. Commence construction. With all the materials gathered, I promptly ordered the oxen and horses to start building. Construction is progressing, but it's painfully slow. It'll probably last until evening. Old Deng, grind the magic core into powder. Yes, my lord. Oh, by the way, the scout reports that Qianqian has returned. Oh, my eyes lit up. The little lowly had been tailing the mysterious villager. Who knows what she managed to uncover? Lord Leader. A tender, childlike voice carried from a distance. Wang Qianqian came running over, gasping for breath, a black sack slung on her back. You leveled up again? I checked her status panel and saw she indeed went up another level. Got trapped by skeletons and triggered my talent. The little lowly puffed, wiping the sweat from her forehead. My eyes lit up once more. If disabling skills could give her experience points, why not get some control-heavy units to train with her specifically? Hundreds of control abilities to practice with, cycling one after another. Wouldn't her level skyrocket? Darn it. Why can't a passive leveling talent like this be mine? Lord Leader, I've discovered something big. Qianqian interrupted my daydreaming with a serious look on her face. Speak. She spilled everything she had overheard. That chubby guy said you're his archenemy, and that he plans to team up with the gnolls to deal with you. Long Tao. I frowned and opened the hero ranking panel. Long Tao's name, completely gone. Our relationship isn't great, but we've got no serious enmity. Lord Leader. Wang Qianqian lowered her voice as she spoke. I suspect he's a reincarnator. What? After the skeletons left, I kept watching. That fat guy said something like, it just hit me. That spot over there should still be undiscovered. Then he sent a squad to search for a treasure chest. Wang Qianqian opened the black sack, unveiling a glittering, golden treasure chest. I got to it first. Guess what he said when he discovered the chest was gone? The little lowly imitated Long Tao's voice. That's impossible. There should have been a golden chest there last time. I sucked in a cold breath. So that's it. The nemesis the system hinted at is none other than the reincarnated Long Tao. I quickly pulled up the system interface to check. There, in the system description, an additional line of text had silently appeared. System notice. Current nemesis count x2. Effect bonus, 200%. I arched an eyebrow. Last night when I checked, the nemesis count was just 1. Now it had doubled. Who's the new one? A flash of realization sparked in my mind, threading together the details from Wang Qianqian's intel. My gaze sharpened. It's that undead Grand Lich. The drastically lowered cost to recruit a young dragon fits the timeline perfectly. The system's nemesis multiplier directly simplified my progress. Even the weekly tasks. Remembering the endless complaints in the chat channel and comparing them to my absurdly easy quests, I glanced over at the crystalline mountain in the distance, my lips curling into a sly smirk. No way this is just a user-friendly experience. I'm no fool. The other lords are being left in the dust. It's not just the credit of the Supreme Territory. The truth has been uncovered. The system is helping me reduce the difficulty. Nicely done, team. I praised. 2 life-bound rivals. Long Tao is a reincarnator, while the Lich Lord's identity remains unknown. I need to stay sharp. Lord. Wang Qianqian angrily pulled out her dagger, looking like an agitated kitten. Let's take down that human lord right now. No rush, I said, waving her off. Just keep an eye on him. But he's a reincarnator, she protested. Huh. I chuckled, ruffling the little girl's hair. So what if he has memories? Without strength, even if you place a mountain of gold before him, Can he take it? Wang Qianqian's eyes lit up. We should cut him off from his opportunities. Smart. I nodded, pointing toward the territory. Besides, can he, a reincarnator, really outdevelop me? My territory boasted rows of well-structured buildings, bustling crowds, and elite Red Spear soldiers. Compared to Long Tao's pitiful domain, it was like comparing heaven and earth. He's exposed while we're in the shadows. The roles are reversed now. Seeing the realization dawn on her, I smiled. You've worked hard. Go and rest. In a few days, I'll tailor a cultivation system just for you. Really? Wang Qianqian's eyes turned into crescent moons. Tonight, explore south and locate the undead lord's position. Got it. She bounced off, leaving me with a cold gaze. Long Tao, a life-bound rival can't just be eliminated. I need to make use of him. Controlling him to farm seems like a good idea. But the real threat lies with that mysterious lich. A high-tier species, I muttered, my tone heavy. Anyone who could make a reincarnator cautious deserves my full attention. It's true that light counters death, but if the disparity in strength is too great, even light can be devoured by death. Accelerate military expansion, I ordered, opening a golden treasure chest. Row houses. Type, living structure. Requirements, stone 200, wood 50, iron shards 50. Effect, accommodates 4 households, birth rate plus 10%. Exactly what I needed. Row houses have high capacity. Building 30 will suffice for now, but for future development, I immediately commissioned 70, arranged in a triangular formation surrounding the Lord's manor. Wang Fugue swiftly began organizing labor to tear down the old thatch huts. After the Secret Realm expedition is completed, and once the oxen and horses are freed up, the construction should be finished by evening. Bad news, we're running out of stone. Expansion always brings bigger headaches, I sighed, frowning. My gaze landed on the training ground in the construction panel. Hao Xingren's blueprint has been sitting idle for too long. It's time to use it. The training ground is massive, covering an area of 500 by 500, nearly a third of the territory. What the? The price of adamant stone made my face darken. It was 6 gold coins per unit. You can't get far without money. Consumption, adamant 500, gold 500, iron ingots 100. Construction in progress. As the cattle and horses poured in, the training grounds quickly took shape. A 2-kilometer track encircled the area, with archery targets, obstacle courses, a martial stage, and equipment zones all set up inside. While the facilities were humble, they were sufficient for the task. De Zhuang. Lord. Wang De Zhuang, his square-shaped face flushed red, muscles taut with anticipation, responded promptly. After waiting for 204 hours, 39 minutes, and 10 seconds, it was finally his turn. Take them out for training, I said, pointing at the long spear unit. I will not fail you. Wang De Zhuang strode to the front of the group, his eyes radiating a blood-red intensity. All right, rookies. First lesson, an 80-kilometer light gear raid run. The top 3 get a reward. The last 10? No lunch. What? Just as the soldiers were about to grumble, the air seemed to thicken as if soaked in murderous intent. Wang De Zhuang's overwhelming presence froze everyone in place, causing them to line up and start running without another word. The contribution system is working well. Lao Deng has proven very efficient. I muttered to myself in approval. And De Zhuang's hidden talent is exceptionally effective. Move faster. Even the stray dogs by the roadside are quicker than you. Can't lift your legs? Didn't eat? Then skip lunch entirely. Even the female soldiers are faster than this. Can't run? Might as well cut it off. Wang De Zhuang directed the slower soldiers with the grace of a maestro conducting a symphony, his scathing words hitting their mark perfectly. Awei has leveled up to 18. Ahuang has leveled up to 19. Tisk, incredible. The results were insane. The combination of this purified land, Wang De Zhuang's natural gifts, and the military wage-based training system was producing outstanding outcomes. It was unfortunate that the red-crested spearman's potential was capped at level 20, locking them out of being late-game powerhouses. If only I could grant them light attributes. My lord, a soft, ethereal voice broke my thoughts. Elena approached, now dressed in pure white linen. She moved with tiny, kitten-like steps, her golden hair cascading over her shoulders, her feathered wings swaying lightly. a vision of an angel stepping out of a painting. Her hands nervously fidgeted at her stomach, her gaze lowered with a faint blush on her cheeks. The aftermath of her fallen archangel debacle was subsiding, making her appear more human-like. "How was your sleep?" I asked. "Thanks to my Lord's blessing, I dreamt a lovely dream," she said, stealing shy glances my way, her face tinged with pink. We stood in a moment of tranquil silence. "By the way, your blessing skill, the cooldown's done, right?" It occurred to me suddenly. "My lord," she said softly, "the sacred blessing can bestow a random high-tier class upon its target." High-tier class. My eyes lit up with excitement. Additionally, it can be forgotten at any time, allowing for a future reclass without restriction. A rerollable high-tier class empowerment skill. I stared at my empty class slot, my blood racing with mounting exhilaration. The long-awaited moment to become truly powerful had finally arrived. "Come, Elena." I opened my arms, closed my eyes, and raised my head, brimming with anticipation. "Bless me, my lord." Elena's eyes widened in disbelief. Her lord, the embodiment of sacred blessing itself, actually seeking another's blessing? Ridiculous. Unfathomable. Yet, in the end, she crossed her hands over her chest and bowed. "Please, wait a moment." In an instant, her pure white wings unfurled gloriously. A gentle glow emanated from a single feather, shining. 2 fragments, 3 fragments. The radiant light surged like tidal waves, completely enveloping her in a divine glow. "In the great name of my lord, Lin E." Boom. A streak of light shot out from the depths of the manor. The stone walls crumbled like paper in its path, instantly pierced through. The beam of light broke through the void, heading straight for the outskirts of the territory. "My lord." Xiang Yi kicked open the bedroom door with a bang, her face pale. Elena's prayer came to an abrupt halt, her beautiful eyes widening. Swoosh. The beam of light plunged directly into the center of my forehead. In the next moment, an invisible energy erupted from within me, shattering Elena's holy blessing, scattering it into nothingness. "My lord." Xiang Yi swiftly appeared beside me. I slowly opened my eyes, dazed. "Are you all right?" Both women exhaled in relief simultaneously. That beam of light just now was so overwhelming that even they, powerful Tier 4 combatants, couldn't stop it. If anything had happened to me, they'd be forever burdened with guilt. "Wait, what?" "It's over." I hadn't sensed any of the earlier danger. "It failed," Elena quickly explained. "It went into my brain." My heart skipped a beat. What in the world would just barge into my head without any warning? Could it give me a brain tumor? I shut my eyes and focused inward. Suddenly, my entire body trembled. I could perceive the depths of my own mind from a perspective I'd never experienced before. In a space filled with swirling black mist, a single fragment floated quietly, radiating a gentle glow. "Isn't this the territory fragment from the treasure chest?" My eyes snapped open as I quickly summoned the status panel. Linny. Race, human. Level 9. Primary profession, Lord. Secondary profession, disabled. Spirit energy, 4.5. Skills, none. Evaluation, a slightly sturdier than average person. Fair chance of losing to a random stray in a fight. What the heck? My secondary profession had been disabled. My usual stats were gone too, replaced by a singular value for spirit energy. I clenched my fists. My strength didn't seem to have diminished, but I could sense all my attributes being recalibrated based on this new spirit energy. Surprisingly, my weakest stat, agility, had slightly improved. This isn't necessarily a bad thing. Feels like a classic protagonist encounter. Could this be the legendary spirit energy? I attempted to run the great circulatory cycle, practicing mindfulness and channeling energy throughout my body. After a few minutes, other than squeezing out a fart, nothing happened. Never mind that, as long as I'm physically fine. I shook my head. That fragment clearly had an extraordinary origin, and disabling my secondary profession must serve some greater purpose. I turned to Elena. "Can you still cast blessings?" "Give Taiju one." "Understood." Soon, Wang Taiju was brought in. This time, the blessing went smoothly, its radiant light completely absorbed into her overwhelmingly muscular frame. "This power, it's incredible." Wang Taiju's eyes shot open, glowing brilliantly with a piercing white light. Wang Taizhu. Species, Lin E. Race, human. Aptitude, immortal, personal limit. Level, 20. Class, Dawn Guardian. Constitution, 15. Strength, 15. Agility, 15. Spirit, 13. Skills, Master of all weapons. Passive, Light and Shadow Rush, Immortal mid-tier. Sacrificial Holy Fist, Immortal high tier. Light's Embrace Healing, passive. Greatly increased wound recovery speed, effect doubles in combat. Divine Selection Talent, Innate Divine Strength, all attributes plus 10, strength further increases by 50% to 100% during emotional surges. The status panel looked completely refreshed. Class skills adapt and change depending on the weapon being used. Currently unarmed, so the displayed skills are focused on hand-to-hand combat. Versatility is off the charts. Innate Divine Strength. I squinted slightly. A max of 100% strength bonus? That's insane. In a same-level one-on-one fight, Wang Taizhu could probably crush Xiang Yi. Of course, their roles are different. Xiang Yi is a commander, unmatched in her ability to boost an army. Wang Taizhu, on the other hand, is a supreme warrior built for charging into enemy lines. Lord, Wang Taizhu was so overwhelmed that he struggled to get his words out. Go practice your skills. We're going to need you in the days to come, I said with a smile. As you command. Wang Taizhu saluted with his face flushed, then ran off like an excited child. I'm starving. What should I eat? I glanced at the vault balance and twitched at the sight. Broke. Guess I'll just grab something simple and fill my stomach. I continued inspecting the farmland development. After several hours, Wang Fuguei had cleared 20 acres, just enough to use up our stores of magic soil and magic cores. The soil was pitch black like ink, unbelievably fertile. What would be the most profitable crop to plant here? I opened the territory interface and prepared to consult with Hao Xingren. What is this? The Intel module glowed faint red, marked as urgent. Death notification. Resident number 4068 was killed by a demonic beast 30 kilometers east of the territory. Collected information is as follows. Discovery, a field of blood energy wheat. Discovery, a colony of bloodthirsty multi-eyed spiders. Policy update. Eastern region contains wheat infused with elemental energy, far surpassing the nutritional value of beast meat. Expeditions may be sent to explore. Is this info confirmed? Lord, it's beyond question. This cost us 7 lives to obtain. Lu Hao, staring intently at a makeshift map, fell into deep thought. The forest is where his territory lies, while an exploration report suggests 50 kilometers to the east lies a mountain range filled with demonic creatures, and in the southeast basin, there's a high level of beast activity. This information is invaluable. In just 1 week, demand for magic cores will skyrocket, and the marketplace will be completely impossible to compete in. Lu Hao glanced at Shidayo and gritted his teeth. Reduce resource gathering, ramp up recruitment. If you don't risk it now, you'll always be doomed to fail. As long as we can hunt low-tier demonic beasts near the mountain range, stockpiling a mountain of magic cores. This time in the trial, he was bound to rank among the top. However, there's a piece of land along the way, a villager added. The traces of activity are obvious. Taking a detour would make the journey much longer and exponentially more dangerous. Our own people were bitten to death by venomous insects while trying to take a safer route. A detour? No need. Lu Hao let out a cold laugh and tossed out a gold coin. Good work, you can leave now. When it came to the vast monster beast mountain range, the cake was far too big for one person to eat alone. But teaming up with a few powerful lords for joint development, he could take the lead and claim the lion's share. That way, the profits would far exceed going solo, and it'd be considerably safer. As for the lord blocking his path, if they were smart, they'd join and take some scraps. If not, a war between level 2 territories may not yield territorial gains, but it doesn't increase crime value either. Boss, blood grain is an extraordinary tier cash crop. Hao Xingren's voice came with a hint of helplessness. On the trial grounds, or on Blue Star, countless lords survive solely by growing it. Asking this question is like asking someone on the street, what is water? All right, fine. Lu Hao pulled out a copper coin. I've got a botany guide up for sale. Thanks. I kept a straight face. No big deal. I'd long gotten used to thick skin saving lives. At the exchange point, I quickly secured 2 books, Botany Encyclopedia and Mineral Compendium. Bringing these lame books to the trial grounds? Aren't they taking up inventory slots? Hao Xingren replied instantly. The boss's family must be loaded. Poor students like us don't own storage items. And after graduation, those textbooks turn to waste paper. Non-lords sell M for breakfast money, while aspiring lords, well, at least they make decent kindling. Survival smarts for those at the bottom of the ladder. I sighed inwardly. Opening the entry on blood grain. Blood grain wheat. Rarity, extraordinary. Harvest, 7-day cycle, 500 pounds per acre. Traits, exceptionally adaptive. Grows in all seasons. A substitute for beast blood or meat. 7 days? I gasped. With the Pure Land's 300% harvest speed boost and fertile fields that add 50% to yield, that's 750 pounds ready in just 2.5 days. With such output, who'd bother hunting for food? Something's off. I frowned, deep in thought. With these yields, why can't the Blue Star Lords afford to maintain armies? The answer dawned on me quickly. The stronger the individual, the greater their appetite. I was already consuming 3 pounds of meat per day myself, and that didn't even come close to what the high-ranking warriors devoured. The territories are just too small, not enough land for farming. I made up my mind. Territorial expansion now takes top priority. But to expand by attacking other lords? I shook my head. I couldn't cross that moral line. Xiangyi, I commanded, take 2 squads of spearmen to the outskirts of the monster beast mountain range and collect blood grain seeds. Watch out for bloodthirsty spiders. Even if a hero dies, they can revive in the Pure Land. No need to panic. Still, as I was lost in thought, a voice suddenly burst into my ear. My lord, damn it, I almost jumped out of my skin. Old Deng, trying to scare me to death? Wang Fugue chuckled awkwardly. The southern scouting team is back. The beast horde has returned to their habitat, but they've become incredibly aggressive. Any disturbance causes them to scatter and flee. What's your suggestion? For now, avoid hunting in the south, Wang Fugue said gravely. The returns are unpredictable, and I suspect something's off in the south. We have our secret realm, so meat isn't an issue. All right, keep monitoring, I nodded. What about the research lab? All done. My spirits lifted, and I headed straight for the heart of the domain. A bizarre little house came into view, scarlet roof tiles, animal hide and bones hanging out to dry on the walls, with all kinds of odorous containers scattered around. It looked less like a research lab and more like a wicked witch's kitchen. Research lab. Level 3. Research slots. 2. Available projects. Time acceleration rune. Experience efficiency rune. Defensive barrier. I skimmed the project list. Most were overshadowed by the Pure Land enchantments, except for a few intriguing custom runes. Time acceleration rune. Level 3. Multiplier. 128. Requires. Blank rune times 1. Tier. 3 beast leader head times 1. Tier. 3 beast core times 1. Completion time. 7 days. Not bad. The materials aren't too hard to gather. Lunchtime arrived. Wang Xiaoer had prepared a table full of hearty dishes. Glossy braised pork knuckle, heavenly smelling roasted meat, with a lone plate of meager vegetables standing out like a sore thumb. If we keep eating like this, we're going to turn into fat balls, I muttered while munching as I opened up the chat panel. The World channel was as lively as ever. Buying mahogany. Can anyone spare some food? Starving here. Spotted Ratman encampment. Recruiting strong fighters for a raid. Coordinates 3149.417. Whoa, found a Ratman encampment? Did I step in good luck, or what? Even Long Tao's epic hero died. This trial is absurdly hard. I randomly sent a message, buying educational materials of any kind. The channel exploded instantly. A whale spotted in the wild. Big shot, do you need a wife too? Why buy textbooks? Hidden task, maybe? Long Tao shot me a private message right away. Bro, spill the tea. What are the textbooks for? A sly smile crept on my face as an idea popped up. Keep it quiet, all right? I found through a hidden quest that in 7 days, a neutral trade caravan will pass through, specifically buying textbooks. They'll pay up to 10 gold coins per book. Hiss, thanks bro. Long Tao replied instantly. If I make a profit, I'll cut you a share. With that settled, I closed the private chat and continued enjoying my lunch. Meanwhile, the world chat had gone berserk. Someone's mass buying textbooks, selling for 2 silver apiece. Instantly gone. Even 3 silver is an instant sell. Textbooks clearly have some special use. Don't sell cheap. Clearance sale. Even 5 silver coins are being accepted. Long Tao laid his cards on the table directly, buying basic textbooks, 10 silver coins each, no limit. I shook my head with a faint smile. So what if you're a reborn player? One sentence is enough to leave you spinning in circles. Your team has slain the bloodthirsty multi-eyed spider. Your team has slain the bloodthirsty multi-eyed spider king. Good news arrived. The blood wheat seeds were in hand. I turned my gaze to the angelic structures outside, wrapped in divine white light. The refinement pool. What surprises will it bring? Time to wake up, my lord. A soft voice whispered in my ear. It was Wang Qiuer. My eyelids slightly twitched as I lazily responded, "Help me dress." Wang Qiuer's cheeks flushed, just as she was about to step away. Smack. I grabbed that jade-like leg in one move. Wait a little longer. 30 minutes later, I pushed open the manor doors. Xiang Yi stood there holding a bowl of blood porridge, blocking my way. My lord really kept me waiting. She glanced at my slightly unsteady legs, snorted coldly, and muttered, "Amateur." She handed over the bowl and turned on her heel to leave. Such a fiery attitude, I murmured, downing the porridge in one gulp. It was thick and smooth, and the warmth surged through my body, instantly restoring my stamina. It absorbed even faster than beast meat. "Tastes like rice pudding," I said, tossing the bowl to a passing servant as I strode toward the plaza. Wang Fugue stood there with furrowed brows, clutching a beast-hide scroll. "What's wrong, old man?" "My lord, we have a problem." Wang Fugue jumped to his feet. "In just 3 days, our total population has reached 887 and will soon surpass 1,000. We have 264 spearmen, 7,000 slaves, and a dumb dragon." He pointed at the food records. "We're consuming 20,000 pounds of meat every 3 days. Adding slave rations doubles that amount. Is there a problem?" I asked, puzzled. "The meat production from the plane's secret realm reaches 100,000 pounds daily. Shouldn't that be enough?" "It's a big problem." Wang Fugue jabbed at the production logs. "We've only harvested 12,000 pounds of blood wheat so far, enough for just 4,000 pounds of rations per day. And if you want to sell some too, it's even less. Our diet is way too limited," he explained further. "The people are so sick of eating meat, they feel nauseous just hearing the word." It finally clicked. The people were eating too well? Not enough farmland. I concluded sharply. "I'll take care of that. Suspend blood wheat sales for now." I skimmed through the rest of the beast hide information. Wang Qianqian had pinpointed the location of a Lich King. The outskirts of the magical beast mountains had been scouted. Tier 2 beasts scattered throughout presented excellent hunting opportunities. Spearmen under Wang Dazhuang's specialized training had reached level 20 in the first batch, with an average of level 18 for the rest. Economically, selling beast meat had brought in 21,000 amethyst coins. The dragon eats 100 pounds a day? That's manageable. I headed to Crystal Mountain and spent 3,000 coins recruiting 3 baby dragons. The little hatchlings toddled around me, nibbling at my shoes. "You'll be called second white, third white, and fourth white." Roar! White streaks darted through the air toward Skyfall. Slurp! A soft pink tongue mercilessly scraped across my cheek. "Dubai, how many times have I told you? Stop licking me." I yelled angrily, grabbing the baby dragon and using its small, soft body like a towel to wipe my hands. 3 days without food. Go hunt to the south yourself. Whimper, whimper. Dubai sulked, crouching down with its round eyes drooping in clear grievance. It had just awakened from its slumber yesterday, its body growing exponentially to level 20 overnight. Now covered in dense scales, with rippling muscles and flight skills polished to perfection, it didn't even need magic. Nobody would dare face it in close combat. "Off you go." I playfully kicked Dubai on its behind, watching its tail wag happily as it flew off. A dog masquerading as a dragon. Dragon genes were truly unparalleled. 3 days of eating and sleeping, and it was already a peak tier stage 2. After feeding 3 baby dragons, I turned my focus back to the nearly finished refinement pool. Just 2 more hours, I murmured, licking my lips. After waiting 3 whole days, I couldn't wait to soak my feet in it first. Pick up the pace. We need to reach the Beast Mountain range by tomorrow. A gruff voice called out from the dense forest ahead. Thanks for leading us to fortune, Brother Lu. Seriously, without you, we'd be stuck dealing with stage 3 magic beasts everywhere. The outskirts here are blessed with manageable stage 2s. We owe you, man. You can keep all the magic cores, Brother Lu. 3 young men were fawning over Lu Hao, a man clad in premium-grade armor, flanked by a bald, brawny henchman and dozens of elites. From now on, we're all brothers, Lu Hao said with a faint chuckle. After the trial, find me in City B. I can easily get you a position. The 3 men's faces lit up. This was the payoff for following him on hunts. Magic cores? That stuff caused fights even between blood brothers. Who were they, poor nobodies, to entertain such desires? Getting into Lu Hao's family circle was the real prize. Their current sacrifices would more than pay off tenfold in the future. Brother Lu, enjoy the meat, one of them said with a sucking-up grin, passing him a freshly roasted skewer. To change the topic, another chimed in. That lord blocking the trade route got pretty lucky. Their land is lush with resources. Yup, and someone just completed another hidden quest recently, which boosted their prestige. Man, I'm envious. Too bad the research facility's tech still costs massive amounts of prestige. If only it didn't. In your dreams. Say, though, a lot of lords have been dying mysteriously as of late. Take my buddy Chung Lu, for instance. He logged off permanently just this morning, someone mentioned. Hearing that name, Lu Hao stiffened. Brother Lu, you knew him? No, Lu Hao replied, waving it off, though a small chill crept down his spine. Chung Lu was someone he had introduced to this world. Let's move quickly and focus on eating. We still have ground to cover. Nearby, the buzz-cut youth accompanying the group stood up suddenly. Brother Lu, I need to take a quick leak. He excused himself, jogging into the woods. After finding a suitable rock, he dropped his pants and squatted down. Crackling echoed in the air as nature took its course. Humming a light-hearted tune, he gazed at the scenery. The ground trembled. The beasts stirred in panic. Roar! An earth-shaking bellow reverberated across the plains. Goosebumps erupted across the youth's arms and back. He looked up, and his face turned pale. A white blur streaked low across the sky, chasing the stampeding beasts. A radiant beam swept forth, instantly crystallizing raging monsters into frozen sculptures. This is bad. He leapt up and yanked up his pants in pure panic. The white creature closed the distance within moments, now barely 100 meters away. Curved horns, massive wings, a robust tail, and blazing white flames. A dragon. Heart pounding wildly, blood coursing through veins. Run. Don't eat me. Please, don't eat me, man. The buzz-cut young man wet himself. The white dragon suddenly hovered in midair, its nose twitching as it gave him a disdainful glance. Without hesitation, it turned towards a beastly herd and disappeared beyond the horizon. What's going on? Lu Hao led his team rushing over. Damn, did you fall into a cesspit? I saw a dragon. The buzz-cut young man yelled frantically. A real dragon. The video was sent and played. Lu Hao froze as the words caught in his throat, sweat dripping profusely. A dragon. An actual dragon. The dragon crossed through the trial barrier? Or is this area of our descent unique? Countless thoughts stormed through Lu Hao's mind. A flood of fear swept over him. Though that dragon was young and not particularly large in size, the strength displayed in the video could effortlessly annihilate them all. It's a juvenile dragon. A thin young man's eyes sparkled intensely. Legend says dragon blood can enhance human potential. If it's the only one, we can form a hunting party. Are you insane? Someone immediately interrupted. It can fly. Even an army couldn't hold it down. Lu Hao fixated on the video, the dragon's powerful limbs, those razor-sharp claws glinting menacingly. How many lives would it take to bring down a creature like that? Forget it. He shook his head, suppressing his greed. Pack up. Let's go see what's holding up those classmates ahead. At Lin Yi's territory, a crowd had gathered near the hero's tavern. Each person clutched a wooden token tightly, desperation blazing in their gaze. How much longer? I sat on the pristine white steps, stripped down to just my underwear. Before me lay a serene purification pool, emanating a faint mist. The crystal-clear water shimmered, and merely inhaling its vapor made one's soul shudder in awe. At the pool's center stood a humanoid statue, 18 wings unfurled gloriously. The feathers were exquisitely lifelike, seemingly enveloped in an invisible, fiery brilliance that warped the very air around them. The statue was entirely jade-like, except for the web of cracks spread across its form, as though a single instant could cause it to shatter. At the four corners of the pool stood smaller statues of 12-winged female angels. Their hands gripped sacred swords in reverse, the blades embedded into the base of the steps, encircling and protecting the central statue. Another hour. Elena spoke while sitting behind me, her fingers gracefully kneading my shoulder and neck. Yes, right there, harder. I closed my eyes, basking in relaxation. Do we need to replenish the energy afterward? Shouldn't need to, Elena replied, her blue eyes wavering in reminiscence. The light purification pool was originally called the Angel Rebirth Pool. It served as the energy core for the Angel Castle. Unfortunately, it's damaged now, and purification has become its primary function. Regret clouded her gaze as she looked at the 18-winged statue. Light purification pool, damaged. Type, unique special structure. Effect, bathe in its waters to permanently gain angelic divine power and alter your physical constitution. Description, a sacred relic of the angelic race. Divinely blessed. When Wang, Yeller Mycash, ignited the creations of the divine kingdom, even in their ruined state with only a fraction of their intended power, they were still coveted by false gods. A treasure will bring trouble to the innocent, I muttered, collapsing backward, softly landing in a warm and comforting embrace. Drowsiness washed over me like a tide. Let Wang Fuguei begin. Following your will, Elena said, her cheeks slightly flushed as she wrapped me in her holy and gentle wings. My lord, good news. I woke up to see Wang Fuguei standing in front of me, radiating with vigor. Have the refining results come out? They couldn't be better. Wang Fuguei grinned proudly, a brilliant white ring now shining faintly in his eyes. I opened up his information panel. Wang Fuguei. Race, lightborn human. Potential, pinnacle. Level, 25. Physique, 37.5. Strength, 33. Agility, 36. Spirit, 37.5. Baptismal blessings. Body of holy light. Greatly enhances training speed in light-rich environments and extends lifespan by 1,000 years. Longing for the light. Grants immunity to being lost in darkness. Pure Purify. Doubles damage dealt against death-based elements. Eye of Judgment. Reveals hidden enemies and perceives wickedness. Accelerated Cognition. Drastically improves reaction speed. I stood there, utterly stunned. The effects were groundbreaking. I scanned my surroundings, testing the new abilities. Everyone's figures were now cloaked in different hues of mist-like auras. Red for veterans, green for newbies. The difference was clear, how much blood their hands had been stained with. This must be the effect of accelerated cognition. I instantly deduced all the information I was perceiving. With warriors who have undergone baptism, their combat skills elevate significantly. They gain an overwhelming advantage. Wang Fuguei reported with growing excitement. I handed over partial territory access to Wang Fuguei. I see great potential in you. This old servant will not disappoint, my lord. Wang Fuguei nodded determinedly. One other matter. There's a group of 150 men closing in from the southwest. Likely a lord's party. Do we? The old man made a gesture across his throat. Hold on. I stopped him. If they're just passing, let them go. A thought struck me. Old Deng, do it this way, and then like that. Damn it. They can't take down a dragon, so now they target us. Lu Hao spat on the ground in disgust. He had intended to traverse the basin, but was instead ambushed by a wave of beasts. Fortunately, Sadio's elite militia held strong, driving the creatures back in fear. Behind him, over 100 men were left battered and wounded. Boss Lu, there's activity ahead, a buzz-cut youth warned with a frown. Spotted extensive wooden walls and lookout towers. This might be a level 3 territory. Pretty sure they've noticed us by now. Linny, A gaunt man shrugged. In the trial grounds, there was only one level, 3 Lord me. While others were still scrambling for 10 magic cores, my rare unit construction blueprint had left every other Lord green with envy. For creatures equivalent to second-tier beasts, villagers could gain combat experience and return in 24 hours. Within 4 or 5 days, they'd have the capability to hunt independently. Don't say anything rash, Lu Hao warned his group, anxiety weighing heavily on him. This newly crowned king, who had conquered the will announcement, was far from ordinary in strength. Probably just a coincidence, he muttered to reassure himself. If it really is Lin Yi, then a few polite words and a request for passage should settle things. I'll go take another look. The round-faced lord stood up, cautious. It could also be an outpost of another race. 10 minutes later, the round-faced lord came sprinting back, scratches from branches etched across his face, excitement radiating from him. Crystal Mountain. A holy light crystal mountain. He gulped down water in excitement. A light crystal mountain, 100 meters tall. We're going to strike it rich. What did you just say? Lu Hao shot up like a spring, his hands gripping the other's shoulders with a death grip. His face turned crimson, his eyes bulging in disbelief. 100-meter tall light crystal mountain. The other 2 members' legs buckled so hard they collapsed onto the ground. You better not be dreaming, one of them stammered, his voice trembling. Do you even realize what this means? The other practically roared. The only sounds amidst the trees were the rustling of the breeze. It's real? I swear it's real. The round-faced lord's face twitched uncontrollably, his heart pounding. This kind of strategic material. There's no way I could mistake it. Behind that wall, it really is Lin Yi's domain, and the crystal mountain is within. The 4 exchanged looks. Greed flared in each of their eyes. Light crystals, a key material for legendary units. Even a single unit of it could spark bloodshed in the outside world. And here, before them, was an entire mountain. It was like someone telling you there's a house nearby with a lottery ticket worth billions just sitting inside. Not enough? Lu Hao inhaled deeply, forcing himself to calm down. Unlike the others, he envisioned his entire family's future. Claiming this mountain could propel the Lu family into the ranks of the empire's top aristocrats, solidifying his position as head of the household indefinitely. His hands trembled as he lit a cigarette. There aren't enough of us. And he has rare units, at least 10, each as strong as second-tier beasts. We can't take him down. The words doused their excitement like cold water. Then we call for backup? The buzz-cut young man immediately went to activate his communicator. Rustle, rustle. Figures moved within the woods. The group instantly shifted into a battle stance. Get back quickly. Yesterday's dragon attack wiped out nearly all of our warriors. Who knows if that monster is still around? The injured are waiting for herbs. Their lives depend on it. 2 disheveled villagers, carrying bundles of medicinal herbs, burst through the bushes, colliding straight into Lu Hao's party. Who are you? The villagers, terrified, dropped their herbs and backed away repeatedly. Take them down. Lu Hao's eyes gleamed brightly. Soldiers surged forward. The knife was pressed against their necks. 2 villagers were trembling with fear, losing control of their bodily functions, the stench quickly spreading through the air. Don't kill me. I'll tell you everything. Which territory do you belong to? Lu Hao pointed toward Crystal Mountain. Why yes, that one. One of the villagers stammered. After the dragon attack, how much combat strength do you have left? Lu Hao asked without a hint of doubt. Indeed, there were reports of a white dragon in the basin, and dragons love gems. It made complete sense for their territory to have been attacked. It's not like I would secretly raise a dragon and send villagers to stage something like this, he mused. Besides, there's no way early-stage villagers would have enough loyalty for a scheme like that. Only 30 or so resource gatherers managed to survive. They're taking care of the injured. The villager said wide-eyed, looking as honest as possible. Please, I beg you, let me go? I swear I won't tell anyone. What's your name? Lu Hao suddenly asked. I am Liurgu, and he's Ding Dazui. The villager replied nervously. Ah, so you do have names. Lu Hao smirked menacingly. When your territory falls, join me. I'll make sure you live in riches and glory. The 2 villagers nodded frantically, a hint of longing flashing in their eyes. Tough luck for Lin Yi, Lu Hao muttered, licking his lips. We've been forced into this, no other choice. Haha. Lu, you're totally right, someone chimed in. The team grew more excited. Only one young man with a buzz cut seemed uneasy, quietly glancing at the communication interface. 10 minutes later, a massive wooden wall appeared in their line of sight, towering into view. Inside, a crystalline mountain shimmered, captivating everyone's gaze like a magnet. It really is bright crystal. Lu Hao's face was flushed with excitement. Break down the gate. Lin Yi's been selling beast meat nonstop. There must be plenty more in stock here. All yours. Hearing about the extra haul, Lu Hao's three companions grew even more thrilled. Warning, you are illegally attacking another lord's territory. The opposing lord will gain strong claim rights to all your lands. The system alerts flooded the screen, but Lu Hao dismissed them with a cold grin. Sorry about this, Lin Yi, he muttered. Bang! The wooden gate crashed to the ground. Brothers, weapons in hand, follow me. Lu Hao raised his long sword, mid-sentence, then stopped abruptly. Clang! The sword fell from his hand. Cold sweat drenched him in an instant. Lu Hao rubbed his eyes frantically, tears welling up as reality set in. Ha! I thought this was an outpost from some other race, he stuttered. Behind the broken gate stood 30 utterly intimidating, elite spear soldiers, battle-ready. At the forefront of the group, a muscular woman towering like a mountain glared daggers at them. From the dense forest behind them, waves of villagers armed with hatchets emerged, sealing off their retreat. The greedy hunger in their eyes was far too familiar to Lu Hao. Classmate, a calm voice called out. I stepped out, yawning casually in my robe, breaking down my gate without a word. You're putting me in quite the awkward position, you know, I said, sounding almost disappointed. You broke my gate, I added lazily, snapping my fingers. Guess you'll have to leave your heads behind, then. Wang Qiu'er brought over a chair, and I sank into it with a laid-back air. She playfully nudged my shoulder with her petite fist, her clear and bright eyes brimming with calmness. Looking at the intruder, like staring at a dead man. Boss, it's a misunderstanding. Lu Hao's pupils constricted sharply. Wang Taizhu wasn't about to give him a chance. Kill. Her eyes flashed white, and every muscle in her thick legs tensed instantly. Before the dirt even had a chance to rise, she had turned into a blur and charged into the crowd. Bam! One punch. The head of the enemy in front exploded like a watermelon. Blood sprayed everywhere, igniting the battlefield. Kill. Let's rack up those contribution points. The spearmen lowered their stances and dashed forward, closing the distance in mere moments. Formation breaker spear. Chunk. A line of silver flashed through. The enemies, still frozen in shock from watching their comrades' head explode, barely realized what was happening before spears pierced their hearts. Rotate. The first row of spearmen twisted their wrists, shredding the enemy's guts, then stepped back to make way. Counterattack. Close the gap. Don't push me. Fear spread like a plague. Lu Hao's team devolved into chaos. Compared to the disciplined spearmen, they were like a mob with no sense of order. Chunk. Chunk. The bodies piled up. Feeling the warm blood splatter onto his face, Lu Hao trembled down to his soul. The gap in strength was hopeless. These spearmen weren't just any ordinary rare units. Retreat. Run. He grabbed Shadio and bolted toward the forest. There. Fewer people over there. A skinny young man pointed to a spot where only 3 or 4 villagers stood. Like clinging to a lifeline, Lu Hao sprinted with everything he had, every ounce of energy triggered by his desperation, making him feel like he was barely touching the ground. The narrow wooden gate momentarily blocked the pursuers. After driving off the villagers, they turned back and saw what remained of their once proud team, scattered remnants, barely holding on. Run! Lu Hao shouted again, not daring to look back as he plunged deeper into the woods. Split up, barked the skinny youth, urging them on. Each went off in a different direction, heads down as they ran for their lives. My lord, we've taken them all out, Wang Taizhu said, shaking the blood from her hands. Got it. I squinted, watching the direction of the fleeing stragglers disappear into the forest. Keep a close watch, will you? No problem. Wang Fuguei chimed in eagerly. The kids guarding the outskirts are sharp as a whip. The second they heard they'd get vegetables as a reward for getting the job done, their energies through the roof. Good. Don't forget to reward the 2 slaves who lured them out. Looking at the field littered with corpses, my chest felt tight. Clink. Xiang-yi leaped down from the watchtower, landing softly like a cat. Lord, it's your first time? She studied my pale face with amused interest. No big deal, I said, trying to sound casual. Xiang-yi chuckled softly. Just a moment ago, you couldn't let go of Chior's hand. Now could you, my lord? My face burned red as I quickly turned away and opened the territory panel. Your slave has been captured. Rescuing them will grant you a strong claim on the offender's land. Humiliation. Your territory has suffered an attack. You have gained a claim on the aggressor's territory. The strong declaration of the 4 lords. Counterattack. Legion marching speed increased. Defeated an elite militia invader. LV7. For lords' declarations in hand. This wave of gained experience was immense, skyrocketing my level to 16 while pushing my aura attribute past 11 points. I clenched my fist, feeling the surging power coursing through my body. Fighting sure has its rewards. As a lord, there are countless ways to level up. Killing enemies, construction, resource collection, or even increasing the happiness of your subjects. But so far, combat proves to be the fastest route. It's about time, Xiang-yi reminded me. All right, let's go. I stood up and, accompanied by Wang Qiu'er, started to leave. After taking a few steps, I called back without turning my head. Just in case, take the entire legion and add another 1,000 slaves. With Alina at home, it'll be safe. Crack. Rotting bones were crushed beneath the girl's feet. On the treetops, a blood raven opened one eye, scanning the surroundings. Then it buried its head back into its wings. There's no way anyone alive could still be in Lady Clara's territory. It murmured, drifting back into its dream. Dead silence enveloped the forest once again. Behind a blackened tree, I held my breath. For miles around, the ground was littered with white bones. Unless one could fly, sneaking in silently was almost impossible. I've located the Lich's territory. I should retreat and report back. Boom. The earth trembled as countless bones scraped and clashed, letting out ear-piercing screeches. A blood-black pillar of light shot into the sky, spewing rotted flesh, organs, and maggots. A stench so vile filled the air that it hit instantly. Ugh! My face turned pale as the amplified senses made the smell feel like countless blades mercilessly cutting into me. What in the world is that Lich up to? I tore a strip off my sleeve to cover my nose and mouth. A disturbance this massive, there must be some kind of scheme. If it's aimed at the Lord, it'll be too late if I return now. Clenching my jaw, I ducked low and used the chaotic surge of bone debris as cover, making my way towards the depths of the scene. Atop a throne of bones, Clara rested her chin on her hand, watching as undead knights threw the final corpse into the blood pool. Old man, the offerings are ready. Hurry up, she barked. Buzz. Gray mist billowed out of the blood pillar, condensing into a form. Daughter, show some respect when speaking to your father. The hoarse voice grated against the ears like sandpaper scraping a throat. You've crossed the barrier without permission. The Overlord is displeased. The Death Overlord only abandons cowards, Clara sneered. Like you, a Lich King too afraid to face true death head-on. I am your creation, not your daughter. Once I ignite my divine fire, I'll personally tear your bones apart to craft decorations. The undead need only one king. Hihihi. My perfect creation. The gray mist churned violently. I eagerly await the day you ignite your divine fire. Your father can't wait to savor your soul. Clara smirked. Don't want to get involved. What ritual? The boundary dissipation spell. What? Her blue eyes flared with anger. Just half a month. You plan to forcefully activate the barrier? Just because of my unauthorized descent? Are you insane? She remembered it clearly. In her previous life, there had been a full month before any conflict. This shift in the timeline filled her with unease. Wait, the boundary dissipation spell can break the trial barrier. Impossible. Without the complete power of freedom, no force could override the sovereign will of the Lord's ultimate restriction. A sealed authority has escaped, the gray mist explained. It happened on the first day of the trial. The Divine Council voted unanimously to activate the core of the Lord's will and lower the barrier's level. All believers are tasked with finding a Lord with a domain of supreme, radiant purity. The region you're in is optimal for the god-breaking ritual. Those dead beasts. Sacrifices. Otherwise, overusing your divine power would earn you a 1,000-year prison sentence in the abyss. A moment of silence. A tempest raged within Clara's mind. A sealed authority. Those taboos were all locked away in the solo box. They were never supposed to be part of the draw. Activating the core of the lords will require an amount of divine power that was incomprehensible. Just for an auxiliary radiance authority? Why were the supreme deities so panicked? As the pillar of blood dissipated, the face within the gray mist also faded away. The timeline has changed. Suddenly, she snapped her head around. Who's there? From 1,000 meters away, I forced an awkward smile. Took the wrong path. Pretty lady, farewell. With that, I turned and bolted. A living being stumbles in and thinks they can just leave? Clara raised her hands lightly. Death bind. Dark energy surged. Countless skeletal hands erupted from the ground, surrounding me in an instant. A mere third-tier pest. Stay here. Clara calmly lifted her glass of blood wine and closed her eyes to savor it. Moments later, she opened them again. Where is he? The spot was empty. In the distance, I had already escaped far away. The moment the skeletal hands touched me, the death energy had dissipated without a trace. Even as my figure vanished beyond the boundaries of the white-boned wasteland, Clara stood frozen in place. Gulp. Lu Hao collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. The extended flight for his life had left him like a puddle of mush. When he saw the familiar faces of the surrounding villagers coming over, the tension in his body finally eased. Everyone, prepare for battle. Sadio shouted in a hoarse voice. Bring water now. After a long wait, a villager timidly approached with a tiny cup of water. Veins bulging on his forehead, Sadio snatched the cup and downed its contents in one gulp. Then, he angrily threw it at the villager's face. Idiots! Who the hell is that little water enough for? The Lord is dying. Move. The villager clutched his face and scurried off, only to return moments later with a bucket of water. My lord, drink, Sadio said, supporting Lu Hao's weak form. Damn it. Lu Hao's fury blazed as he stared at the fewer than 200 villagers present. A fire roared in his chest. Their 30 elite warriors had been completely wiped out. Where did he get so many? Advanced units? My lord, will they come after us? Shadio's voice trembled. Any one of those spearmen could defeat him in just 3 moves. I don't know. Let's set up defenses first. Lu Hao opened his friend list. Bro, do you have any direct damage items or defensive gear? It's urgent. Replies came flooding in, mostly asking what was going on. Lu Hao casually brushed them off. Failing to backstab a classmate wasn't something he wanted spreading around. He might not even have a diplomacy template, so he can't declare war directly. Lu Hao suddenly realized. Without declaring war, attacking would still burden him with infamy points. Taking my land with just a squad of spearmen? The cost is too high, he won't act rashly. Looks like I'll need to take a more unconventional route. Thinking of Crystal Mountain and the rich rewards, Lu Hao felt his resolve strengthening. Shoo! Faint rustling sounds came from the forest. A woman with a high ponytail stepped out, spear in hand, followed by hundreds of spearmen. More figures emerged from all directions, forming a tight encirclement. Killing me will subject your lord to penalties. Lord Lin, he has declared war on you. Strong claim activated, dishonor. Conquer for total territory acquisition. Attack. Xiang Yi pointed the tip of her spear forward. The army surged like a tidal wave. Screams tore through the night sky. Blood soaked into the scorched earth, the air thick with the scent of iron. 10 minutes later, silence fell once more. Congratulations, Lord Love Farming, on annihilating rival Lord. Reward, plus 2,000 prestige points. Mythic level building blueprint. Beast stable X1. Hero recruitment token X10. The announcement reverberated through every lord's soul. The chat channel erupted instantly. Who's love farming? It's a high-tier lord ID. Who else but Lin? Why harm your own kind? Take a closer look. It was a legitimate strong claim. That poor fool brought it upon himself. Mythic blueprints. The game's about to change. I ignored the uproar, focusing solely on looting the spoils of war. Victory achieved. Looted. Territorial expansion token X1, 500 by 500. Core Territory X1. Selectable buildings. Choose one extraordinary grade hero tavern, elite militia barracks, foundry, blacksmith. Finally, life's looking up. I chose the blacksmith and waited for Xiang Yi to finish eliminating the remaining 3 enemies. No, I wasn't concerned about intelligence leaks. If anything, I hoped more would come seeking their doom. Without strong claims, territorial expansion is just too slow. I pulled out the red blueprint. Cracked hoof rhinoceros tribe. Could I finally build a cavalry force? Looking at the recruitment tokens in hand and seeing my prestige brimming once more, I smirked. Time to head to the tavern and test my luck. Trial grounds, Imperial 7th Prince Xia Jie's territory. Villagers wandered back and forth like soulless corpses. Their sunken eyes and gaunt faces looked. The jutting cheekbones, each one a testament to extreme overexertion. Strangely, the population of this place was astonishingly high. A rough glance counted no fewer than 500 or 600 people. Inside the grand hall of the estate, Xia Jie swiftly disabled 10 kill notifications from different regions in one breath. The bloodlust in his red eyes gradually cleared. Lu Hao, the name on his friend list, suddenly grayed out, and with timing so eerie it sent a chill down his spine. The poor soul it belonged to? It was self-evident. Not worth it. Xia Jie massaged his temples, quickly weighing the pros and cons. The Lu family might only be a mid-tier clan, but they never skimped when it came to equipping their descendants. With such backing, Lu Hao's strength was definitely not weak. And yet, Lin Yi managed to annihilate him in a flash before a single distress signal could even reach out. This kind of overwhelming power struck fear into Xia Jie's heart. It's just a rookie king title, he exhaled deeply. At best, it's some legendary troops as a reward. Why risk my life over it? Since entering the trial grounds, he'd been plagued by an unshakable sense of mental fog, making impulsive decisions. My lord, young Mage Roll entered the room, bowing slightly. The offerings are prepared. 40 individuals have been transformed into blood guards. Shall we continue? Xia Jie opened the territory interface. The progress bar was still far from full. Forget it, he shook his head firmly. Things hadn't reached the point of no return. If he went too far, his chances in the Empire upon returning would be slim. Focus on hunting the dragon, he instructed, recalling the high-priced intelligence he had acquired earlier. Confidence began to seep back into his demeanor. The benefits of dragon blood baths are no worse than ritual earnings. He turned his gaze toward the outer bounds of the territory. 2 blood-soaked heads lay beneath the grotesque dragon head totem, their forms decaying and withering like lifeless plants. Within less than a minute, they disintegrated into nothingness. At the same time, the statue began to emit an ominous black light, so deep it felt suffocating just to look at. This is ridiculous. Long Tao's chubby face twisted in disbelief, a mix of 30% shock, 70% absurdity, and a full 90% envy. First, a top-tier weekly quest randomly awarded a mythical tavern. Now, the first war kill crowned someone with a mythical blueprint? Bro, who's the real reincarnator here? Wait. Long Tao's expression turned cold. A bold possibility surfaced in his mind. Could this trial have elevated Blue Star to the threshold of a second-tier civilization? If that was the case, there were bound to be several Blue Star lords who had silently stumbled upon incredible opportunities during this trial. Testing his theory would be easy enough. Long Tao accessed the trading hub, quickly searching a handful of rare high-grade materials that typically went ignored. Item unavailable. Item unavailable. The barren marketplace left Long Tao utterly flustered. He vividly remembered there being significant stock of those items just 2 days ago. Normally, they weren't even needed in the trial grounds. Unless there's a special purpose, no one would trade valuable resources for junk. The materials vanished. I'm 90% confident about my guess. Do or die. His heart raced, his hands trembled. Long Tao drew out the magic core he had acquired that day and began painting intricate runes on beast hide with the blood of a fierce beast. Once finished, he rushed into the Lord's Hall, shutting the door tightly behind him. The beast hide was pressed face down on the table as he chanted an obscure incantation. In an instant, his prestige points were wiped clean. The territory traits interface popped up, Land of Martial Arts, Reset Opportunity +1. If my guess is correct, This one-time only ritual might score me a legendary or mythical trait. But if not, gritting his teeth, Long Tao muttered, on the path to godhood, there's no room for retreat. He closed his eyes and clicked reset. The interface spun wildly like a slot machine. A moment later, he cautiously cracked open one eye. Red. A rush of blood shot straight to his head, leaving Long Tao completely numb. It worked. A mythical grade territory trait. The knowledge from advanced civilizations really is miraculous. Their rules are on a whole different level. Construction materials, weapons, everything can be carried over, limited only by quantity. Rumor has it that even third-tier civilizations can bring along elder-ranked combat units for protection. I'm finally rising to the top. Unable to contain his excitement, Long Tao eagerly checked his new trait. But as soon as he saw the name, his victorious grin froze in place. What the? Land of Shinnong. Grade, mythical. Effects. 1. Crop growth speed plus 300%. 2. Crop yield plus 50%. 3. Daily villager recruitment plus 300%. Villagers come with the farmer profession and gain plus 200% farming XP. 4. Fields can be cultivated outside the territory boundaries. And just like that, he was back on a familiar path. Long Tao felt like the world was crumbling around him. After sitting there dazed for what seemed like forever, he slammed the door open and stormed out. Damn it! No one knows agriculture better than I do. The land of purity. I brought Elena to the tavern door, hand reaching for the handle, only to hesitate and pull back. Should I wait for Xiangyi? Remembering the mysterious prophecy from the fallen archangel, I figured having General Xiang on hand when I used the referral token might create some kind of resonance, upping the chances of summoning a legendary Chinese hero. The memory of barely scraping by to get General Xiang last time was still fresh. If my guarantee fails again and I end up with something wildly off, like an immortal tier goblin, do I recruit it or not? Luck's a gamble, and sometimes you've got to lean on superstitions. I turned away from the tavern and headed to the research lab, spending 20 prestige and 400 purple crystals to unlock level 3 gathering efficiency and level 3 stamina recovery. Blank rune. No suitable target at the moment. The Southern Ghost Tribe's whereabouts remain unknown. Upgrading the research lab requires progress on 5 research tasks, so I randomly picked out 2 place fillers. Now, where did I put that territorial expansion permit? I tapped to activate it, and my perspective was instantly elevated, as if I were a hawk surveying my entire territory from above. The intricate details of reality were simplified. The boundaries of my land and structures became crystal clear. A green rectangular marker moved wherever my gaze went. It really felt like I was playing a simulation game. After a brief moment of thought, I placed the green marker in the eastern part of my territory, right next to the training grounds. My vision returned to normal. Heading outside the walls, on the surface, nothing seemed visibly different. However, when placing the building's shadow earlier, the prohibition marker had disappeared. This land was now part of my legal territory. Time to start farming, I said with a slight smile. Just this one expansion decree had granted me hundreds of acres of new land. Once Xiangyi resolved the other 3, my territory could grow by a whole square kilometer, an increase of 2/3. Cavalry. Hopefully, we'll get a hero with matching synergy, I muttered, pulling out another reward. Mythical grade War Beast Stable Blueprint. Size, 800 by 800. Materials, Premium Sandalwood X 1500, Amethyst Coins X 800. Effects. 1. Increased Magical Beast Estrus Frequency. Offspring production plus 20%. 2. Beasts become more docile toward allies, fostering stronger bonds with riders. 3. Improved coordinated combat capabilities. 4. When bonded fully, enables telepathic connection. Split Earth rhinos are extraordinary magical beasts. They'll be sufficient for the early stages, I noted as I flipped through the bestiary. Master, Elena gently reminded me. Chioer said the Split Earth rhinos were our allies. I know, I nodded. The fact that they're allies makes them easier to trick. Wild ones aren't nearly as cooperative. The land is dealt with. Now to bolster our territory and military strength. I headed straight for the Crystal Mountain, spending 15,000 amethyst coins to recruit 15 little light dragons. With plenty of food supplies, These little ones would mature into a fighting force quickly. Flight capabilities were a rare asset in the early stages, especially when paired with the spellcasting classes, which aligned perfectly with Elena's leadership synergy. In critical moments, this would undoubtedly become an elite surprise force. Congratulations on your war victory. Rewards: Territory Expansion Decree X1, Territory Core X1, Selectable Occupied Building, choose one. Expedition Settlement, gained 800 reputation points. While waiting for Xiang Yi, 3 system notifications echoed in my mind. As for the selectable occupied buildings, I didn't even bother to look. They were all trash options. What did surprise me, though, was the 800 points of reputation. Looting is always the fastest way. An entire afternoon passed as I waited. Inside the Lord's manor, I was discussing the crop planting plans with Wang Fugue when Elena suddenly turned her head and glanced toward the doorway. Moments later, rushed footsteps echoed through the corridor. "My lord, something's wrong." Thunk. Wang Qianqian burst through the door, her face full of worry. "I found the location of a lich." "Sit down and explain slowly," I said, pulling a chair over. Wang Qianqian began recounting everything she had discovered, detail by detail. "Lord," I frowned. "Yes." The little girl nodded vigorously. "The distance is too far, I couldn't hear much. But I'm sure that lich crossed regions and teamed up with other races to find a lord with the attribute of supreme light." I froze. Isn't that basically spelling out a wanted poster? Could it be that those high-tier races are all reincarnators trying to nip me in the bud? That doesn't make sense. My good mood instantly disappeared. Even with the system bonus, I wouldn't dare underestimate the lords of myriad races. Just a lich alone made someone at the 3rd tier like Wang Qianqian flee in a panic. What about even stronger races? My people can resurrect, but I cannot. "Qianqian, thanks to you." I patted the little girl's head and turned to Wang Fugue. "Take Qianqian to the purification pool." Wang Qianqian really is like a newborn calf unafraid of tigers. To venture into enemy territory without clear knowledge of friend or foe, without purification. If she were harmed, that'd be the end of her. But precisely because of this, not only did she bring back intel, but it also ironically ensured the lich didn't detect her. Otherwise, the aura of the light-born humans would have been exposed instantly. "As you command," Wang Fugue bowed. "Wait." A sharp light flashed in my eyes. "Call Chior here. Crossing regions to kill me?" My gaze turned frosty like a sharpened blade. "You're a reincarnator too." Thinking it through, if Wang Qianqian could escape unscathed from the lich's territory, even with the benefit of a free person's identity, it proved Clara's strength was limited. From my assessment, the undead lich was probably at the 4th tier. However, Xiang Yi and Elena were both at the peak of the 4th tier, not to mention the exclusive 20% personal army bonus they each had as heroes. One-on-one, Xiang Yi would crush her. The issue is the overwhelming hordes of undead. Once Dabai and the others grow stronger and with the blessing of light. I smirked coldly. Who says only undead can play the numbers game? My undead legion is the 4th calamity. I flipped open the Lord's Ordinance and let my fingertips glide over the pages. Procedure for addressing interracial invasions. Content. Before the trial begins, Blue Planet is under the protection of the rules. Crusades against alien races can directly employ the strong proclamation, Interloper. A foreign affairs template popped up. New contact, Clara White. Relationship, hostile. Declare war. Costs X10 prestige to activate strong proclamation Interloper. A lowly undead dares to provoke the holy light? I snapped the book shut as a knocking sound came from the door. "Enter." Wang Qiuer pushed the door open and stepped in, speaking softly. "Lord, you called for me?" About that." The words caught in my throat as I thought about it. Broad daylight. Can she even activate the Dream Network? That group of rhinos might just be rolling in the mud right now. "Please wait a moment, my lord." Wang Qiuer's cheeks flushed slightly, hinting she understood my intent. With a knowing expression, she pulled a hair tie from her pocket, tying up her long locks. And then, she dropped straight to her knees, reaching for my pants with intent. "Hey, what are you doing?" I shouted, clutching onto my waistband like my life depended on it. Elena was right there next to me. "To serve my master is my honor." Elena's voice was barely above a whisper, Her face flushed crimson, and her heartbeat was audible in the silence. I swallowed audibly, unable to help myself as my eyes glanced over her flawlessly ethereal, angelic features. That untouchable aura of a sacred nun only intensified the tension. But there were more pressing matters at hand. Chioer, can you contact the earth-shattering rhino right now? I want to strike a deal. Oh, yes I can. Wang Chioer stood up hastily, twisting her fingers behind her back bashfully. Please, my lord, share the details with me. Hold on. Stop calling yourself a servant. Just Chioer will do. Thank you, my lord. A glimmer of joy flashed in her eyes. My lord, how about I bring you into the dreamscape alongside me? Wait, is that possible? Yes. Before I could respond, Wang Chioer seated herself on my lap, arms gently wrapping around my neck as she closed her eyes. Within mere moments, her breathing grew steady, entering deep sleep right away. Did she actually fall asleep? Confused, I barely had time to process it before an overwhelming drowsiness rolled over me like a tide. Just before plunging into darkness, I realized. This dreamscape wasn't just a strategic tool, it was an unparalleled ability for ultimate control. Along the outskirts of the Beast Mountain Range, the canyon stretched for dozens of kilometers, like a wound torn open by colossal hands. More than a dozen scarlet flame lions streaked across the ground, their strides covering meters at a time, their ferocious roars echoing through the ravine. Ahead of them, herds of rhinos fled for their lives. The leading rhino bore blatantly deep claw marks, nearly 10 centimeters deep, across its back, yet its dense layers of keratin remained unbreached. Its short yet powerful legs began to shimmer faintly as bursts of light pulsed from them, allowing the herd to outpace their predators. Finally, they broke free from the confines of the canyon. Roar! The lead rhino turned its head, glaring back at the lion pride. The furious lions hesitated 100 meters away, unwilling to move forward, their frustration evident in how they slapped at the surrounding rocks. Chief, we've got the goods. Hurry back. I need to sleep already. The rhino chief shook its enormous head and led its herd into the dense forest. When they returned to their domain, it finally succumbed to exhaustion and collapsed onto the ground with a thunderous thud. The stars shifted above. In a towering stone chamber, I sat in the master's throne. Earth-shattering rhinos are Tier 3 magical creatures, ranked low on the mountain's food chain, Wang Chioer explained. They rely on a rare plant to reproduce, but those only grow in the depths of the mountain range. There's always casualties during collection. For now, our interaction with them is limited to intelligence, sharing, and avoiding conflict. Don't worry, my lord. The dreamscape allows for communication beyond language barriers. A hum reverberated, and space rippled like a disturbed pond. A towering, battle-worn rhino solidified in front of me. Human, you almost got me killed, it bellowed. The rhino chieftain roared and then warily looked at me. Who is he? Apologies, Freck. This is my lord, Wang Chioer responded. Your lord? Freck's tone softened. What business does he have here? Freck. Species, Earthbreaker rhino. Aptitude, extraordinary. Level, 25. Constitution, 37.5. Strength, 37. Agility, 37.5. Spirit, 32. I got straight to the point. I'm forming a cavalry and want your kin to join my territory. No. Freck shook his head. If we leave the mountains, we'll lose the earth vein lotus and won't be able to reproduce. First off, I can handle the reproduction process for your plants. I raised a finger. Second, in my territory, no one will go hungry. The earth vein lotus requires magical energy. It thrives quickly only in the mountains. My territory is rich in magical energy, just as good as these mountains. I tapped on the table. At first, I considered helping your species improve its aptitude, but since... Wait. Freck abruptly stood up. My lord, we won't go hungry, right? I've been thinking it over, and my people truly have it rough. If you don't mind, we're ready to migrate now. Me. This is what the textbooks call simple-minded magical beasts? Excellent. I grinned. But there's one more thing. You're familiar with the mountains, right? Can you provide safe routes for hunting Tier 3 magical beasts? Hunting Tier 3 beasts. Freck's nostrils flared as fear crept into his heart. Just one decision. and his entire tribe's fate could be transformed. Of course, no problem. Freck thought of the lion packs that had cornered and slaughtered his kin, and his eyes reddened. Pleasure doing business. I smiled. This was my true goal in recruiting the rhinos. The Tier 3 magic cores, the key to advancing my territory. With a local guide, our hunting efficiency would skyrocket. The agreement was sealed. The dream shattered. I woke up, my arms empty. The hall was deserted. No, it wasn't. Near the bookshelf, Elena was on her knees, seemingly dusting the floor. Her pristine white wings folded against her back, and her round, perky backside trembled lightly with each motion. Gulp. I quietly got up and walked behind her. Today, no one could stop me. Ah. Elena lightly bit her silver teeth, pretending not to notice. A shy blush crept over her snow-white face. The simmering heat radiating from behind made her gaze flicker as her body responded instinctively. Damn it, you're such a wicked temptress. Father, Sister Xiang is back. As dusk fell, Wang Qianqian, perched atop the watchtower, stood on her tiptoes and shouted excitedly. Wang Fuguei rushed up the tower in 3 big strides. The old man rolled up his sleeves, his arms bulging with muscles. 64 years old? Who would believe that? Harvest. Not bad. A flash of white light sparked in his eyes, effortlessly piercing through the darkness, allowing him to clearly see the returning army in the distance. Wow, the spoils are piled up like mountains. Wang Qianqian exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with envy. If it weren't for my duties, I'd be out there slaying enemies and hoarding treasures too. Ridiculous nonsense. Wang Fuguei glared at her. You little brat, all you think about is fighting and killing. Get back and practice your calligraphy. Humph. Wang Qianqian pouted, her eyes rimmed red. The Lord is so much kinder. Before Xiang Yi even entered the city, 6,000 slaves had already swarmed out to grab and transport resources. Where is the Lord? Xiang Yi casually discarded the Overlord's spear, casting a glance at Wang Fuguei. The Lord is currently discussing pressing matters with Miss Elena, Wang Fuguei said with an awkward laugh. I'll go make my report now, Xiang Yi said flatly as she turned and walked away. Wang Fuguei hastened to tally the spoils. 80% were rare materials, the rest a mix of miscellaneous stuff, totaling less than 8,000 purple crystal coins in value. This poor. He shook his head, then clapped his hands and shouted loudly. Move it faster. All slaves who fought get 1 week's rations. Every soldier gets a 1 gold coin raise. Thank you, Lord. Thunderous applause erupted from the crowd. Xiang Yi pushed open the manor's door, stepping into the courtyard. The sounds coming from all around made her cheeks flush red. On the second-floor master bedroom, candle shadows flickered. Figures moved. And those undeniably embarrassing sounds resonated. Bastard. Her blood steamed as she furiously turned and stormed toward the tavern. General Xiang is here for a drink. The tavern server quickly came forward. The usual osmanthus wine? Bring me the priciest one you've got. Xiang Yi pointed directly to the top shelf. A bottle of rare and exquisite liquor worth tens of thousands of gold. The server inwardly groaned. Who had upset this fiery general today? Trembling, he retrieved the bottle and said with a strained smile, Please, General, put in a good word for me. Got it. Xiang Yi snatched the bottle and strode off, leaving the stunned crowd in silence. I pushed the door open, stretched under the moonlight, and let out a satisfied sigh. Ah, a bit of weight makes the fight more satisfying. For rival lords delivered themselves to me, propelling me 16 levels in one go and skyrocketing my power. Grumble, grumble. A sound made me abruptly turn my head. There, Xiang Yi was leaning against the wall, chugging her drink, her elegant, pale neck tilted back. You're back? How's the battle? I asked with a smile. Victory, she replied, her gaze distant. Report complete. I'm exhausted. Taking my leave. Lord, take care of yourself, she added, her tone dripping with jealousy. Ah, the vinegar jar's been knocked over. Wait. I stepped forward and clasped her hand. This girl was the backbone of our forces. I had to make it right. My apologies, dear Xiang. Her delicate frame gave a faint tremble. When you returned from your expedition, I should have been the one to personally welcome you. I could feel the warmth rising in her hand. Xiang Yi's expression softened ever so slightly. Her face was cold and stern, but her red lips curved into a faint smile. A chance. I wrapped my arm around her waist. Forgive me. Xiang-yi tried to retreat, only to find she was backed against the wall. And my lord. The aroma of wine mixed with her light fragrance filled the air. Without hesitation, I leaned in and kissed her passionately. Our lips met. Her eyes widened in shock. She tried to push me away, but her hands, soft and weak, rested against my chest instead. It only made the moment more intimate. Slowly, she closed her eyes and gave into the kiss. After what felt like an eternity, we finally pulled apart. My lord, another day. Xiang-yi turned her head, gazing at the stars. I don't like being passive. All right, I said with a playful smirk, licking my lips. Let's go recruit some heroes. The main task for today, recruiting heroes. And yet, another undisciplined day. Hand in hand, we strolled slowly, taking our time on what should have been a short walk. My lord, that was way too cheesy earlier, Xiang-yi muttered, pressing her lips together. Cough. I just got caught up in the moment, I replied, rubbing my nose awkwardly. Xiang-yi raised an eyebrow and changed the subject. I'm close to leveling up. In terms of level? No, talent. She shook her head, then explained, attributes can be enhanced through external means, but talent is different. Just as a dragon is born with scales and claws, we heroes are naturally gifted in commanding legions. I've never heard of a hero's talent advancing before. Her words left me stunned. Xiang-yi already had an incredible 180% bonus to spear soldiers, and she could still grow even stronger? The reason is still a mystery, she speculated. Elena's origins seem shrouded in questions. Perhaps her missing parts relate to a racial talent. That makes sense. So, when choosing heroes, don't just go for good looks. I laughed heartily. Of course not. We pushed open the tavern doors, and the lively room fell silent. Every eye turned toward us. Even a mimic sitting on a table bared its teeth. Nothing special. Most of the heroes present were of epic or legendary rank at best. Pay up, and let's wait for the next batch. I used an invitation token and sat down with Xiang-yi. What would the lord like to drink? Asked the sycophantic waiter. Oysters, lamb kidneys, and leeks, I replied. And General Xiang? None for me. Thank you. A while later, glowing white light surged through the tavern door. The new batch of heroes arrived. I scanned them quickly, unsatisfied, and prepared to use another invitation token. Hold on. Xiang-yi stopped me, placing her hand on mine. There are still more on the way. She recounted her own experience of arriving, traveling through multiple portals. I'd already summoned 20 batches. Got it. Here's your food, the waiter announced, placing the dishes on the table. I picked up a piece of sautéed lamb kidney and tasted it. Not bad. We should think about training a good chef ourselves. I used the second invitation token. The white light surged again. You yanked me here in the middle of a feast. A bold, boisterous woman's voice rang out. My spirits lifted instantly. Finally, a kindred spirit. Knock, knock. A leg as thick as a tree trunk stepped in, its hair bristling like steel needles. Next, a titaness, a head taller than Wang Taiju, walked into the tavern. It's fine, as long as we're on the same side, Xiang-yi said reassuringly. If she's a bit weaker, we can train her up. I forced a bitter smile, preparing to check her stats. Whoosh! A dark shadow streaked towards us like lightning, delivering a vicious kick straight to the titaness' leg. Crack! A sharp sound of bone snapping echoed. Xiang-yi instantly shielded me. The titaness dangled from the ceiling, having smashed through several beams. You think you can cut in line just because I'm short? A figure strolled in, grumbling, only to stop and zero in on me. Without hesitation, she headed straight in my direction. Halfway there, she furrowed her brows, grabbed a nearby chair, weighed it in her hands, and suddenly hurled it upwards. The chair flew like an arrow, striking the titaness square in the forehead. That's what you get for cutting in line. The air thickened with an aura of bloodlust. The titaness, her arrogance thoroughly beaten down, scrambled to her feet and turned as if to spit a few venomous words. The dark figure raised her hand menacingly. Terrified, the titaness clutched her head and bolted out of Hero Tavern. Humph, you think you can mess with me? The newcomer showed no restraint, planting her hands on a booth and climbing up. Lying back, her short legs dangled and swayed idly. Who's the lord around here? That would be me, I said, sizing her up. She was about 4 feet tall, with chestnut-red eyes locked hungrily onto the steaming food on the table. Her messy black hair spilled down to her waist, a few sparse bangs hanging across her forehead, with a single cowlick adorably standing up at the top. The thick, smoky eyeshadow around her glaringly neutral face gave her the look of a debt collector. "What are you staring at?" The little girl sneered, pointing to the dishes. "Two-timing your plate over the pot? You got the chops for that, little shrimp." Bang! Xiang-yi slammed her hand on the table. "Now that you're in the anchor point, show at least basic civility." Civility? The little girl let out a mocking laugh that cut off abruptly. "I'm uncivilized, and so what? I have no qualms teaching you some manners for disrespecting our Lord." Waves of energy rippled from Xiang-yi's body. "Uffed, local tough girl, huh? Think you can take me? Think I can't? Step outside." Xiang-yi's cold glare sharpened. "Outside." The little girl climbed onto her chair to meet Xiang-yi's height. "Of course, within our territory." "Our territory? I never said." "What's the matter, scared?" Xiang-yi interrupted with a taunting smile. She sighed theatrically. "Fine, I won't bully a kid." She pulled out a violet crystal coin, tossing it onto the table. Then, grabbing my arm, she started to drag me outside. "Use that to get yourself something decent to eat and grow some height. Wouldn't want it going around that I pick on children." I was thoroughly bewildered as I got dragged along. Wasn't this supposed to be a hero recruitment? Why is it all bickering? "Stop right there." Hum. Gusts of wind howled. Chairs clattered. Decorations tumbled to the floor. I turned back and froze. The petite girl was no longer. Turned into a tall, stunningly beautiful woman enveloped in dark energy, with eerie blood-red eyes. Her wavy hair flows in the wind as she slowly summons a dark crimson halberd with her right hand. "I'm sick of being called a kid. Come on, let's fight." Ding. Target's favorability rating insufficient, but voluntarily joins the territory. Additional recruitment conditions applied. Reputation value deducted by 100%. Reputation deducted, 120. Congratulations. You've successfully recruited the immortal level wild hero, Lu Xiaoyu. Interesting. Xiangyi curled her finger with a smirk. "No blessings. Don't say I'm bullying you. You're asking for it." Lu Xiaoyu darted forward with a swift move. As she brushed past me, she sneered, "Little weakling, let's talk after I win." The two women left the tavern in succession. "How much will it cost to fix this mess?" I looked at the wreckage, my eye twitching. The tavern server staggered toward me, blood dripping from a wound on his head. "My lord, go get that wound treated first. We'll deal with this later." I opened the territory interface to check the new hero stats. Lu Xiaoyu. Race, human. Quality, immortal, growth potential. Level, 40. Class, unparalleled, unique. All attributes, 150. Skills, precision strike, unrivaled battle spirit, ghostly form. Exclusive affinities, cavalry, archers, 180% synergy. Others, 120% synergy. Commander's skill, one-woman army. Unparalleled, one-woman army. I murmured. Could she be a descendant of Lu Bu? Ghostly form, reveals true power, exerts a suppressive mental pressure, and enables attack intuition. Reverts to youthful form afterward, with an increased appetite to stockpile energy. I see now. I exhaled in relief. At least she's not actually a kid. They only deducted 120 reputation. I realized in delight. My influence perk was still working. Boom. A loud crash rocked the air, the tavern trembling slightly. Not good. I dashed outside. "You're asking for it." Lu Xiaoyu swung her crescent-bladed halberd, the weapon tearing through the air toward her opponent. Clang. Xiangyi blocked with her overlord spear, kicking the halberd aside, her weapon slicing downward in one motion. "You've got Tao soldiers?" Lu Xiaoyu leaned back, dodging the strike. "Tao soldiers? Seems like you know a lot. Let's talk after this fight." The two women's weapons clashed rapidly, a symphony of ringing metal echoing nonstop. Territory residents mistook the commotion for an enemy invasion and rushed over, only to be stopped by Wang Taizhu in time. "Master." Elena glided down gracefully from above. "Two battle maniacs," I muttered, my head swirling from their dazzling movements. Let Xiangyi enjoy this duel. She might even break through her limits. Whoosh! A downpour drenched the scene. the silver moon devoured by ominous clouds. With this rain, the whole territory is going to turn into a mud pit. Elena spread her wings to shield me from the rain. Master, please head back indoors. Tell them to stop fighting, and they've attacked, disturbing the villagers' rest. Crackle. A deafening thunder tore across the sky. Due to the influence of void air energy, the trial grounds barrier will dissipate in 2 days. With the barrier prematurely dissolving, faction conflict, forced declaration is temporarily unavailable, making early departure impossible. The barrier is gone. The chatroom instantly erupted in chaos. We're doomed. Other races can attack us early, but we can't escape. Why? This isn't fair. Come together. Let's crowdsource supplies from our allies at the edges. I want to go home. Despair spread like wildfire. The barrier is gone. I took a sharp breath. The myriad races are hunting me, and now even the barrier is gone. They've got me trapped. Stop fighting. Everyone, return to the Lord's Hall. Xiang Yi immediately ceased her attack, while Lu Xiaoyu let out a cold snort. Her long spear dissolved into specks of light. My lord, aren't you upgrading yet? Roar asked as he looked at Xiajia. No. Xiajia looked at the 10-tier, 2 magic cores, and suddenly laughed. The barrier disappearing is perfect. Gathering them together will make the plan all the easier to carry out. Outside, the blood-armored guards placed 10 severed heads at the base of a peculiar statue. Congratulations to human Lord Zhou Yi for being the second to reach a level 3 territory. Rewards: Gold Chest X1, 2,000 amethyst coins. Dismissed. Xia Jia put away the magic cores and opened the territory feature interface, deep in thought. Impossible. Long Tao's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. Too many things had deviated from his predictions. Is this the butterfly effect caused by my actions? No, that can't be. What I did shouldn't disrupt the trial's progress. There must be another massive variable at play. He glanced at the fertile fields outside the estate. Fertile fields, growth speed plus 3%, yield plus 5%. It'll have to do. I need to secure a slave token. With a mythic-level farming trait, he could rapidly accumulate initial capital. Without the option to switch classes, purchasing slaves was his only path forward. Luminous Twin Flower. Long Tao recalled the treasure given to him by the Lich. Right? Recruiting light elves would significantly boost yield. It's time to assist the Lich in obtaining a forced declaration. Now, how will I manipulate Lin Yi into this? Heavily, rain lashed against the estate's roof. Thunder roared. I was the first to step into the hall, settling directly into the main seat. Elena, summon the Wang family here. As you command, my lord. Elena offered a slight bow, then turned to exit through the door. 2 figures brushed past one another. If only this damn tavern hadn't suppressed my powers. Lu Xiaoyu's red eyes flashed with frustration. He, Xiang Yi chuckled lightly. When you're restored, let's battle again. Humph. Lu Xiaoyu found herself a quiet corner and sat down, her thoughts churning. Ever since setting foot in this territory, the bottleneck that had long troubled her martial arts suddenly began showing signs of loosening. Zhao. The scenes from past battles flash vividly in my mind, each flaw glaringly clear. This lord, quite intriguing. Not everyone's here yet. I cross my arms. Let's chat about history first. I lock eyes with the new hero across from me. In her divine, ghostly form, she is breathtakingly beautiful, scarlet lips like fire, red eyes that seem to pull you in, a high-bridged nose complemented by exquisite features, utterly flawless. Well, except for a slightly underdeveloped chest. If she were mute, she'd be absolutely perfect. Lu Xiaoyu. I go by Lu Yuchan now. The beauty immediately interrupts. Lu Xiaoyu is my child form. Before her words even finish, she deflates like a balloon, shrinking rapidly back to the childlike appearance I'd first seen. Under the light, she actually bears a striking resemblance to a certain game character. Now it's Lu Xiaoyu again, got it? Don't mix it up. The petite girl props her face up with her hands. Sometimes even I can't tell the forms apart. What did you want to know about history? I'm at a loss. You don't know? What's your connection to Lu Bu? And what about Zhong Kuei? Oh, that old guy. Lu Xiaoyu leans back lazily. A few thousand years ago? Tens of thousands maybe. Who knows? Anyway, he and Jiao Chan had me, left a bit of inheritance, and then poof, gone with the wind. I've only been conscious for the past 20-something years. As for that Zhongkue quote, I overheard it somewhere. It just sounded cool. No educational heritage? I widened my eyes. What good would that do me? Lu Xiaoyu rolls hers. Would I battle enemies with persuasive speeches? Or shower them with love to reform them? In the end, a big fist is the only thing that matters. Me. Crude, but she's got a point. Suddenly, an idea sparks in my mind. Wait, is the heroic soul realm a gathering place for lost spirits? Duh. Lu Xiaoyu points at Xiang Yi. We're both ghosts. She's got Taoist troops and ancestral spirits guiding her, so her memories haven't been wiped. As for me, I lost my halberd when I was little. Can't even find its physical form now. I got tricked into becoming a hero, only to have my power suppressed into a pathetic state. My talent level? Gone just like that. What's the point of living? Lu Xiaoyu spirals into a bout of self-pity. Master, I thought you already knew about the heroic soul realm. Xiang Yi interjects nervously. No worries. My heart races. Turns out, the heroic soul realm might house countless spirits from Earth, like wanderers far from home, suddenly stumbling upon the road back. Trash textbooks. I curse inwardly. Those records were utterly misleading. Knock, knock, knock. A knock at the door. Come in. The Wang family braves the rain, carefully cleaning the mud from their shoes before stepping inside and sitting down. We're all friends here. Make yourselves at home. I gesture toward the sulking girl. This is Lu Xiaoyu, the newly appointed cavalry commander. Her personality is direct and to the point. Everyone curiously turned their eyes towards the petite commander. Back to the matter at hand. I said, my expression serious. We've caught the attention of the gods. The road ahead is fraught with danger and challenges. Our territory must develop rapidly. With a sharp gaze, I swept my eyes across everyone. Wang Lao, set up defenses within 50 kilometers. Use cattle and slave labor to monitor closely and prevent ambushes. Provide one meal a day to maintain their strength. Any intelligence we gather must be explored immediately. Don't overlook any opportunities for improvement. And above all, money. We'll need a significant amount of funding. Wang Fugue spoke sternly. Even if it costs me my life, I'll carry out your orders. Good. I continued to assign tasks. Qianqian, gather intel on the ghost tribe. Qiu'er, focus on recruitment. Make sure to get 8 hours of sleep each day to strengthen the dream network. Dazhuang, if the warriors can't train in battle formations, have them run. If they can't run, have them crawl. If they can't crawl, make them work on breathing and lung capacity. Every hero must join the training sessions. Taiju, spare no effort to strengthen yourself. They're commanders, but your role is to take out the enemy general even amidst 1,000 troops. Everyone felt the heavy weight on their shoulders. Step 1. Upgrade the territory to level 4. Hunt third-tier magical beasts. Everyone clear. Understood. The group dispersed, leaving only Lu Xiaoyu sulking in her corner. Xiaoyu, what is it? Is dinner ready? The little girl grumbled. I chipped in 30 gold coins for the feast and haven't even gotten a bite. I leaned in and yelled into her ear. Dinner's ready. Eat all you like. Why are you shouting? Lu Xiaoyu jumped off her stool, clutching her ears, muttering curses as she walked out. Got it. Bang. The door slammed shut with force. I twitched the corner of my mouth. Tough words, soft heart. I pulled out the mythic beast pen blueprint. 1,500 units of sandalwood required, approximately 2,800 amethyst coins needed. Opening the territory interface. Lord's Hall. Level 3. Treasury. Amethyst coins times 8,879. Gold coins times 2,101. Other data omitted. We're broke. A territory of 10,000 residents burns through resources at an astonishing rate. These 8,000 plus amethyst coins were hard-earned from selling beast meat. I reached out to Hao Xingren. Hey, I need 1,500 units of sandalwood. Got it. Same price as always, my friend. Half an hour later, the trade was complete. 1,538 units of sandalwood purchased for 1,800 amethyst coins. The barrier around us is fading. What's your plan? I asked. I want to buy high-tier equipment, but there's nothing on the market right now. Can you forge it? I froze. Weren't unit troops supposed to come with their own equipment? The value of resources just spiked again. I haven't even built a blacksmith yet. Wait, the equipment for your units is all store-bought? That's next-level luxury. All right, I handed over the confiscated gear, a bronze coin, to Hao Xingren. Take it. Use it. Boss, this is way too valuable. Don't sweat it. I'll figure something out. Just as I was about to rest, a government notification popped up. Citizen Li Dazui has forged a rare spear, LV-15, at the blacksmith forge. What? My territory has a blacksmith? A level 15 rare weapon. Selling it for 200 to 300 gold coins wouldn't be unreasonable, right? War profiteering is a must. Creak. Wang Fugue barged in, his face beaming with excitement. My lord, we've hit the jackpot. The barrier is about to disappear, and lords are scrambling for weapons. Li Dazui has now mastered crafting rare equipment. What's the production rate? I asked quickly. Wang Fugue held up one finger. 100 pieces a day? I frowned. That's way too low. No. Wang Fugue laughed. 100 pieces an hour. What? My eyes widened, entirely stunned by the number. Even with modern machinery, such a production rate would be insane, let alone handmade forging. Let's go check this out. The rain fell like waterfalls as I splashed through the muddy path straight to the blacksmith's forge. Clang, clang, clang. The rhythmic sound of striking metal echoed like a battlefield drum. Pushing the door open, I saw 5 villagers working relentlessly amidst flying sparks, hauling iron ingots, working bellows, quenching the metal, each with their own precise role. But the most eye-catching sight was a big, burly, bearded man swinging a massive hammer. Clang! The hammer struck down, and sparks exploded into the air. The iron ingot subtly deformed. Clang! Clang! 2 rapid consecutive strikes. An intense burst of white light. The iron ingot instantly transformed into a blazing sword blade. Hisses! The blade hissed as it was plunged into oil to cool, igniting flames momentarily. The bearded man grabbed the hilt, giving it one final swing. With another flash of white light, a razor-sharp longsword emerged. From start to finish, the forging process didn't even take 3 seconds. I was dumbfounded. Even if someone were cheating, this speed was absurd. Lord, Li Dazui tapped the edge of the blade, grinning proudly. It'd take others at least an hour or 2 to finish this. One of the other villagers, unwilling to admit defeat, swung his hammer furiously at an iron ingot. The ingot deformed, but no white light appeared. Quickly, I opened Li Dazui's character profile. Li Dazui. Level, 20. Class, Dawn Blacksmith, Self-Awakened. Skills, Speed Forging. 1 hit is all it takes. / Purification, the Nightmare of Undead. A self-awakened class. I gasped, chills running up my spine. My lord, I can pass this craft down. Li Dazui beamed with a silly grin. Government notification. Li Dazui wants to pass on his class. Construct the Hall of Heritage to imprint the Dawn Blacksmith. He can replicate his class. My heart raced. If I build the Hall of Heritage and pair it with Alina's holy blessing, I could have an endless pool of elite troops. All right, keep it up. Power. I gave him a pat on the shoulder. Don't take too big of a step, or you might end up pulling something you'll regret. Back in the bedroom, I opened the package left behind by Xiang Yi. Inside were a dozen or so amethyst coins and a dull-looking silver ring. Storage ring. Space, 1 cubic meter. Contents, 1,000 plus amethyst coins. This was everything Lu Hao owned. I slipped the ring onto my finger and started calculating. The smithy generates 7,000 to 8,000 amethyst coins per day in revenue, comparable to a dungeon's haul. But selling advanced weapons casually? Not a wise move. Common lords couldn't afford them, and the nobles were already squeezed dry. Better move fast while there's still some fat left on the bone. The next morning, the rainstorm had passed. In the misty dawn, the villagers were as taut as drawn bowstrings, busily constructing. The chat channel had exploded. Holy smokes. Lin Yi just scored another mysterious hero. Minimum tier? Mythical. Could even be immortal. The new weekly missions are here. Are we leveling up to a 2nd-tier civilization? Please, Lin Yi, let me join your side. I'll even sign a blood contract. I scrolled through the reports. 7 lords had reached level 3 territories, but there wasn't a peep from the imperial princes. Focus on getting to level 4 first. Outside the east gate, 100 spear-wielding soldiers were sprinting while carrying massive stones. Wang Dazhuang's whip cracked noisily in the air. Roar! Dubai landed nearby, clutching a chunk of crystalline beast meat in its jaws. Splat! The meat dropped at my feet. Dubai wagged its tail, its slit pupils glowing with eager flattery. Look, I brought you something tasty. Good boy, you eat it. I patted the scales on its head. Ugh! Dubai blinked, then suddenly licked my face with its tongue in one sweeping motion before snatching the meat back in its jaws and bounding off. Its tail drew mocking waves in the air. You little dragon meat's on the menu tonight, I shouted, wiping the slobber off my face. But watching Dubai fly off, I stroked my chin. Might be time to craft a dragon saddle. In the distance, blurry shapes gradually came into focus. Moo! Freck had arrived, leading 180 Earth-splitter rhinos. These enormous beasts shook the ground with every step, like moving fortresses of war. This war beast army could crush all other lords of Bluestar, except for me. Moo! Freck stared down the spear-wielding warriors beyond the wooden walls. Not fear, battle intent burned in his eyes. Even more terrifying was the woman with wings on her back, an oppressive aura like a tidal wave crashing in from a collapsing mountain. If they fought now, submission wasn't the outcome for his people. It'd be the dinner table. Moo! Freck dropped to both knees, a contract sigil glowing on his forehead. Earth-splitter Rhino Freck requests to join as a citizen. Accepted. The contract sealed, lights flew into the Lord's Hall. His kin followed suit. Earth-splitter Rhino tribe requests to join as citizens. Accepted. 181 ground-splittering rhinos all surrendered. The blessing of the pristine land took effect instantly. Moo! Fleck was stunned. His aged body regained vigor, as if decades had melted away in an instant. But what shocked him more? A female rhino's belly began to swell like it was being inflated, and in mere moments, 4 little rhinos plopped into the muddy pit. A miracle. The animal pen is ready. Settle your people there, I directed, pointing toward the newly constructed shelter. Then lead us into the Beast Mountain Range. Fleck immediately complied. The cavalry corps is almost formed, I mused, going over plans to dilute the waters in the refining pool to stretch its usage. The sun began to rise on the horizon. Move out. Elena donned my full suit of armor adorned with flame-like patterns. Battle lineup. Xiang Yi, Elena, Wang Taizhu, 200 red spear soldiers, 2,000 cattle horse slaves. Lu Xiaoxue stayed behind to protect the base. I was heading out personally. I wanted to level up. At Long Tao's territory, level 18 equipment, and after an entire night, progress is only at 60%. Long Tao glared furiously at the blacksmith. It's meal time, the blacksmith said, setting down his hammer and walking off. Get lost. Long Tao was so enraged it almost caused a stroke. Even these data-driven drones had become indispensable assets now. A single rare weapon took half a day, for in 2 days, way too slow. Ever since his rebirth, the script had completely derailed. I must reach a level 4 territory before the trials. The light twin flower blooms this afternoon. Here's hoping it births an immortal tier sprite. 100 tier 3 monster cores? Where on earth am I supposed to find that? Bang! With one forceful kick, Long Tao sent the blacksmith's workshop door flying, along with Lu Yi, who tumbled out clutching his rear in pain. My lord. Louis grimaced as he rubbed his sore backside. What is it? A foreign trade caravan. They're really here. Long Tao's eyes lit up as he gazed toward the warehouse stacked with teaching materials. Lin Yi. It's a good thing I trusted the changes to the world line. These foreign traders carried treasures beyond value, though their trading rules were always bizarre. Luck is a form of strength too. With a heartless stride, Long Tao marched straight toward the foreign caravan. Respected guests, welcome. Long Tao threw his arms open in a show of enthusiasm as he approached the alien merchants. The caravan consisted of over 20 foreigners, primarily rotund beastman guards with an average combat strength of tier 3. Stealing from them? Long Tao wouldn't dare. Those guards would teach him the true meaning of despair. The caravan leader was easy to spot. A 1-meter-tall goblin with large, plump ears weighed down by gemstone earrings. His bald, wrinkly head gleamed, adorned in gold and silver, and he carried a staff slung over one shoulder. Sharp, bright eyes sized Long Tao up and down, their narrow pupils revealing a shrewd merchant's cunning. "You're the lord, I presume?" The goblin smirked, scanning Long Tao's round face. Of course, Long Tao nodded firmly. His eyes darted toward the caravan's shelves, scrolls, blood-stained equipment, pulsating beast organs. Then suddenly, a gleaming, golden token caught his eye. A slave trade permit, marked, priced at 1,000 amethyst coins. His heart raced wildly. His 30,000 textbooks were more than enough. "Do you have what I want?" The goblin's eyes never stopped sizing him up. Long Tao felt a chill run through him and quickly led the goblin to the warehouse. "Essence of Blue Star Civilization. Please appraise it." "You're selling all of this to me?" The goblin finally tore his eyes away and stared at the warehouse filled with books. A big, fat question mark seemed to hover above his head. Of course, Long Tao thought the goblin was thrilled. The next moment, "Trash paper. Even wiping my ass with this would be too rough," the goblin shrieked. "This trade has been initiated by the great lord of proliferation and pleasure. What I want is joy, the joy of reproduction. And as for this territory, the only thing of value here is you." The goblin's sharp claws hooked onto Long Tao's waistband. "Oh, hell no." Long Tao's face turned ashen, his goosebumps flaring up. He staggered back a few steps, cursing all 18 generations of his ancestors in his heart. He thought this was supposed to be the lord of knowledge and truth. What the hell did reproduction, pleasure, and textbooks have in common? "Reluctant, are we?" the goblin coaxed. "For a fledgling lord of the land who has yet to choose a faith, the chance to connect with my master is a rare opportunity. Fulfill the trade, and you may choose one item, plus I'll throw in a forged claim as a bonus." I'll think about it." Clenching his behind and drenched in sweat, Long Tao shook his head furiously like a rattling drum. The goblin, disappointed, walked away. Such a rare, delightful human. What a pity. "Where's my claim?" The pale bone fragment buzzed as Clara's screech filled the hall. "If I don't see it today, I swear I'll rip off your skull." Smack. A single finger pressed down on the bone fragment. "It's here. Go get it yourself." Worn out, Long Tao flicked the bone fragment aside, then hobbled out of the hall with a golden token in hand. In the fields, 2 pure white flower buds swayed in the wind, hinting at a bloom soon to come. Proliferation and pleasure. It's rooted in the same origin as the Lord of Harvest. For the territory's faith, I'll choose Harvest. Expressionless, Long Tao used the token. Yes, he made a backdoor deal. It wasn't shameful. Becoming stronger is what matters most. Besides, he was sure many others would sell out for this kind of opportunity. Thinking about it that way, it wasn't so bad. No exclusive slaves, huh? Staring at the interface that had opened up, a flicker of disappointment crossed Long Tao's face before quickly fading. Exclusive slaves were directly tied to a lord's transaction with a divine will, each slave possessing a unique talent. These beings were extremely rare. Even among the highest civilizations, they could be counted on one hand. Such beings were at the peak of the pyramid of all races' gods. For humans, this kind of luck was impossible to come by. Almost done. They should be arriving soon, right? Long Tao licked his lips, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. Suddenly, a crisp notification resounded in the minds of every lord across all races. The timeline of the world must return to its proper course. Long Tao's face darkened with malice. "Only I can get the ticket." Trial zone announcement. The world boss has spawned. All lords who participate will receive a participation prize. Rewards will be distributed based on contribution to damage dealt after the kill. The top 3 contributors will earn the title Hunter. The chat channel erupted. "The boss is here. Quick hide." Last time during the Blue Star trial, the boss appeared right in a group of lords. So many people died. "Lin E is here. Should we give it a shot?" "Are you crazy?" The boss is peak tier 4 with world buffs. Its health pool is insanely thick. As strong as Lin E is, he can't carry this alone. Honestly, the exotic trade caravans seem more intriguing than the boss. Something to do with propagation and pleasure? "Bro, I got a bad feeling about this one." Laughs female trolls. "That's hitting the jackpot." Male hyenas, though, they've been eyeing me. A minotaur, belt-wearing, gold-studded weirdos. I had one of the female villagers deal with it. Careful now. Deals like these are pretty rare. It's worth enduring if you want to advance a Tier 3 territory aligned with similar beliefs. You could save over a decade's progress. Endure, my ass. Get put in that position once, and you'll rethink your life choices. At the outskirts of the Beast Mountain Range, I lifted the metallic mask and looked out at the vast canyon ahead. Steep cliffs stood tall as fierce winds howled around us. A 2,000-strong contingent had set out from the eastern part of our territory, traversed a raging river, and marched northward for 7 grueling hours before finally arriving. Xiangyi, send someone to scout ahead. Everyone else, hold here and rest. Understood. Xiangyi departed swiftly. Furek crouched low while Elena helped me down from my steed. Marching at full pace had left me hungry. There was no need to set up camp since the destination wasn't too far away. Along the way, hunting savage beasts and foraging wild vegetables kept our provisions plentiful. Elena stirred the stew, gently blowing on it with her crimson lips to cool it down. Once it was at the perfect temperature, she carefully handed me the bowl. "My lord, it's ready." I took it and drank deeply, the warm broth washing away some of the fatigue. I didn't expect there'd actually be a caravan. Wiping my mouth, a sly grin crept onto my lips. Though, their way of trading is rather eccentric. As I remembered the collection of materials Long Tao had hoarded, my lips curled into a smirk. Suddenly, my expression shifted drastically. What? The space between my brows heated up. A faint yet undeniable pull emanated from the depths of the canyon. I immediately checked my internal shadow space. The fragment, it's vibrating. Could there be another fragment within the mountain range? The thought struck like lightning, and my face lit up with excitement. Coming here personally had been the right decision. The value of those fragments spoke for itself. Whether it was replacing treasure chests, disrupting faith systems, or nullifying profession boosts, any singular ability made them exceedingly precious. "My lord." Xiangyi approached quickly, her hands gripping the Overlord's spear at an angle. Her alabaster face carried a hint of worry. "Report. The canyon is free of traps, just as Furek described," Xiangyi began, but her tone suggested concern. However, a sudden wave of danger surged from deep within the mountains. "Should we try a different entrance? If even Xiangyi feels threatened, it has to be at least a Tier 4 peak level threat." I turned to Fleck. "Any other routes?" "Moo." Fleck shook his head. With advancement materials essential and the fragments showing unusual activity, we couldn't back down now. The greater the risks, the greater the rewards. Press forward, avoid that thing at all costs. Xiangyi pursed her red lips, her autumn water-like eyes reflecting my figure. "Unless I perish, I won't let any harm befall my lord." She stepped to the front of the group, raised her overlord's spear with a flourish, and commanded, "Troops on alert. Suppress your presence. Cross the canyon." 50 spearmen entered first in a V formation, with the rest of the troops following closely behind. Squeak, squeak. The moment we entered the canyon, the lead spearman drove a group of 10 or so large black rats our way. Thrust. Wang Tieju's silver spear struck like a viper, instantly killing the largest one. The remaining black rats, noticing the larger group of humans ahead, tried to flee, but it was too late. What awaited them was a barrage of cold steel spears. 15 iron-eating rats, each over a meter long, lay lifeless and neatly lined up before me. Obtained Tier 2 Magic Cores X9. Tier 1 Magic Cores X6. Obtained Pelts X12, Meat X800, Teeth X45. Obtained Weak Metal Essences X10. Talk about unlucky, I muttered, clicking my tongue. Producing Tier 1 Magic Cores? Whatever those rats went through must have been rough. The march continued. In the distance, a few black and red striped cats noticed our presence and bolted away. "Moo." Fleck raised his head, scratching the ground with his front hoofs, visibly agitated. "Old foes of yours." I raised a brow. "Moo." He nodded fervently. "Well, what a coincidence." A grin tugged at the corner of my lips. "Old acquaintances, huh? You must know where they live." Fleck bellowed in excitement. It was clear that these lions had hunted his kind mercilessly, and revenge had been a long time coming for him. "Hold on." I yanked on his ear and slid off his back. "Lead the way, but don't alert them." After crossing the canyon, We reached a sprawling area of emerald green mountains. It was a flat, open expanse teeming with birds and beasts darting about. So much raw potential. Too bad we're leaving in half a month. Your army has slain a long-arm ape, LV 17. Your army has slain a bear beast, LV 19. Your army has slain a rocky-back boar, LV 13. Pure energy surged through my body. A few more kills like this, and I'd be hitting level 17 myself. Master. Elena descended from the skies, her wings lightly stirring the air. 20 Tier 3 lions, 1 at peak Tier 3, Lion King, and cubs as well. The encirclement is in place, awaiting your command. I gazed down at the pride of lions napping at the foot of the mountain. Leave the cubs there. He's done for. Understood. Elena signaled to Xiangyi. Whoosh. A black blur of a spear cut through the air. Attack. 200 spear-wielding soldiers surged forward like an unstoppable tide, bloodlust radiating off of them. Roar. With a single paw swipe, the Lion King sent a spear flying, belatedly realizing that the humans shouting honor, sacrifice, and unity were not nearly as formidable as they seemed. Tear them apart, the Lion King bellowed furiously. Buzz. The stench of death filled the air. The black spear shadows streaked like meteors across the battlefield, dazzling, yet fatal. Chasing stars, catching moons. Thud. The mighty spear pierced straight through the Lion King's skull and lodged itself firmly into the ground. Xiangyi hooked her ankle around the spear, hovering gracefully midair. The lion pride, despite its strength, faltered in the face of the overwhelming 10-1 numbers advantage and the accelerated reflexes granted by their blessings. Momentum shifted drastically in favor of the army. Meanwhile, Wang Taizhu charged forward like a human wrecking ball, cutting through the fray unchecked. Balance on the battlefield shattered. Your troops have defeated Dark Flame Lions, LV 27. Pure energy surged into me, propelling my level up in rapid succession, 17, 18, 19. My spiritual stats paused at 14.8. I tallied the casualties. 25 lightly injured, 2 severely injured but in no mortal danger. What's next? Xiangyi asked, wiping blood splatter from her face. Harvest the earth vein lotus. Located seeds. Rumble. The ground quaked beneath us. The spear-wielding soldiers swiftly formed a defensive formation, positioning me in the center. Xiangyi and Elena's faces turned pale. It's that thing. Retreat. This isn't good, I murmured, licking my lips. It's coming for us, fast. Can you see it, my lord? In a way, I muttered, my eyes narrowing at the words hovering closer. Prepare for battle. Twisted Abomination, World Boss. Level 40. World Buff. Physical constitution increased by 10,000%. Skills. Description. A grotesque entity formed from wandering vengeful spirits. Highly infectious, incredibly powerful. Approach with extreme caution. From a hidden ridge, a figure cloaked in blood-tinted mist silently observed as the world boss charged towards my army. Without a word, they turned and disappeared into the shadows.